Hello and welcome back to Coding with Unity.
Actually, how do I sign that?
Okay, chat. Let me know how it's sounding, how the thing is balancing. Oh my gosh. I apologize for the late start. So not many of you probably know, but the other night we were hanging out in Discord and a Canadian and Canada's internet got, well, let's just say it went off the cliff, and we ended up having to leave Discord. We were kicked out of Final Fantasy XIV. It was just a mess, and it's been kind of continuing on since then. So I restarted my computer because I was standing at 99% dropped frames. I was like, I can't do the stream if I'm dropping 99% of my frames. So I restarted my computer, we restarted the internet. I'm gonna cross our fingers, folks. Let's see, who's here tonight? We got Epic in chat. Hello, Epic. Thanks for joining us today. We got Ben in chat. G'day, g'day. Thanks for coming in. Tessa is joining us tonight. Awesome. Glad to have you, Tessa. And Mirokos. It was an honor to battle you, Mirokos. I was literally vibrating. So, earlier this afternoon, Mirokos and I were queuing up for Crystalline Conflict casual rank. And, Mirokos ended up on the opposite team. And, was a summoner. So it was two, dare I say, Mirokos, extremely sexy catboy summoners going at it. Did I target Mirokos on purpose sometimes? Mirokos took it like a champ. Is the Acolyte super woke? More than usual? Question mark. Good question, Leo. I have not actually watched it. Okay, I've seen some clips. I've seen some discussion around it. And so far, all I can say for now is that it's shit. Okay? From the general outline of the story, Leo, from other things.
Is a brand new open world RPG that you're gonna want to play. You wake up from a
We reject ads. As soon as you put an ad in the middle, you're gone. You're out. No. So Leo, I am going to actually sit down and give it a fair shot, but there are some issues with it, and once again, I have problems with how the critics are talking about it. Okay, I'm very okay with pointing out something is woke. Okay, I'm okay with pointing out, hey, there's some pretty strong messaging in here. But we would be lying to ourselves if we didn't say that messaging has been around for a long time. So, for me, I'm critical, and I don't like it when I see super preachy, shit. But at the same point in time, I am also, let's say that I'm no longer away. I'm also at the same point in time more critical of shitty writing. Let's say that, okay? I can take a certain dose of progressive ideas. It's how bad does it get? Like, how bad is the writing? And is there a correlation between being progressive and being a bad writer? It seems like there's this weird overlap between people who are obsessed with their beliefs and writing shit. Now, I grew up in a very conservative family, extremely conservative, okay? My parents didn't believe in birth control. They had 10 children. We were homeschooled. I only went to school for about 2 years of my life, for grade 1 and for grade 13, okay? My parents were the penultimate conservative, Christian, homeschooling, Protestant people, okay? And we were raised with Christian angled education, and our books were censored. We grew up in a world that was very censored, okay? And things were given to us to read that I hated, like Christian romances, where people, everyone seemed to be reading the Bible in my brain. And it was a lot. And when I read Chaucer's Tales, they only gave us the prologue to read. And I was like, is there more of this? Yes, there was. So even as a teen, I'm not saying I was being rebellious and running out and doing drugs, and I wasn't, but I was always questioning. I was always going, why do we have to shove our beliefs in every single thing that we create? Can't our beliefs flow through the characters without preaching at people incessantly? And this was my issue growing up as a super uber conservative. Okay, now we were not racists, we were not istophobes or things like that, but we were very conservative. And I didn't like how sometimes our education was a bit limited sometimes. I didn't like the fact that some of the books I was given to read was preachy. And I didn't like it then, and I don't like it now. Now I'm getting it from a whole bunch of leftists who are like preaching at me. So to say that, and I lived in China for 9 years. Like, China shoves shit everywhere. So like, I've lived in these societies where you have this extreme amount of messaging in your writing and in your films, and guess what? Somehow there's a correlation with, if you keep ham-fisting a message in, it, on some level, it affects your writing, okay? And I'm more concerned with that overlap. I don't care if you have a super Christian message movie. I don't care if you have a super leftist message movie. Make sure the writing is good, please. Make sure the characters make sense. Make sure that's respectful of the IP. Make sure that it's respecting the author and their decisions. Make sure that it's meeting genre expectations. Make sure that it is my target audience. Is it targeting the person that I am? Because if it's not, guess what? I'm not going to like it. And sometimes things aren't made for me, okay? So I can be critical of something. I could say, okay, it's not made for me, okay? Bridgerton is not made for me. But is Bridgerton good for the audience that it was made? So this is where I'm pushing back. I don't care. This is where I get a bit annoyed with the right side of the debate. They're running around pointing at simple, like, errors, at woke messaging. I don't care. I'm more concerned about, is the writing good? And my belief is that for some reason, there's an overlap between people being obsessed with their beliefs and being shitty writers. Now, I'm going to go to chat. I'm going to look at what chat's writing. And meanwhile, chat, fill in and tell me how your day is going. I'm going to catch up with everyone. And also, let me know, does everyone here kind of understand where I'm coming from? Like, am I being crazy? Because, yeah, anyway. Let's see here. Okay. Sim is in here. We will pray to Saint Susan that she shine her favor upon Sim, bless him, and keep Susan far away from the midst of us. Ben says it's pretty gay. Yeah, once again, look, I'm not into lesbian shit. Some people are, but at least write it well. The ad wars have resumed. Yeah, they have, Sim. Party. Okay, chat, Party is kind of sick. She's got a headache. We're all hoping she gets better. So if Party ducks out early, we all understand. Party, don't push it. Tessa hasn't watched it either. Yeah, Tessa, you and me, we're in the same boat, but I've seen some clips, I have some idea, and I found somebody, and I'm going to talk about it later. I love how some of the YouTube ads disable the ability to mute them. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. This is where what you do, Sim, is you open up your YouTube browser, okay? You mute that browser, okay? Then when you open up from that browser new tabs branching off that browser, it will automatically mute everything. So then when the videos load in, the whole tab is muted, and then you mute one video, and then the next video you open up as a sub tab, it will also be automatically muted, muting the ads. Leo says, I have more problem with things being bad than ideological. See, Leo, you and I, it looks like we're in the same boat. Hey, Ruzi. Ruzi is our local librarian. A wild Ruzi. Shouldn't have wandered into the tall grass party. LOL. LOL, Christian romances sounds thrilling. Some of them were really well written, but some of them were not. For example, Sidney Lumet was a self-regarded socialist and he made some good movies that build up that director's worldview, but they're still entertaining films. Look, Miyazaki has a certain kind of worldview that's a bit pessimistic, right? But we all have enjoyed them, so. Epic says, I'm okay with political messaging if it doesn't compromise the writing. I also happen to be left-leaning centrist, so woke ideals are less abrasive for me. Yeah, so I would consider myself to be a right-leaning centrist. And I still can handle quite a bit of stuff. Like, I enjoy yaoi. So I'll be real here. We all know I'm a fujoshi. I like that shit. Straight into my veins. Yeah. Let's just say that I think we all appreciate it. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle we're from. We should be appreciating good writing. And if your characters have to stop and soliloquize about what you believe in, or are forcing something weird into an IP, that's disrespectful, and it's patronizing to the audience. We don't need to be preached at. Ruzi says, despite being a PK, which means pastor's kid, my experience was the kind of opposite side from yours, Chieko. Well, Ruzi, I was an MK. Okay, we were MK for a bit. Yeah. Ruzi will know. Yeah. Well, Party says, I don't know if A, it lowers the quality of the work, or B, if it's what the entire work is about. Yeah, so for my contention is that if you are so concerned about your message that it's affecting how you're telling the story, you've got a problem. Yeah. Ben is correct. Party as usual. Bringing perspective. Inshallah. Has Party ever not been sick? Party is constantly getting sick. I can mute tabs in Firefox. I'm just not used to doing that on YouTube. I usually only do Twitch streams. I don't want to not count. I want to count as a viewer. That's very kind of you. I'm a fujoshi. Put it right into my veins. Our parents roll over in their future graves. Yeah. Yeah. And once again, not to get too crazy here, I appreciate good writing. I just want good writing. And I want writing that respects the IP. I want writing that respects the genre. And if possible, I would want that writing to be about a story that I find interesting. And the reality is that the Wokalyte, the Acolyte, may simply not be for us. The question now is, who is it for? Okay, and one of the things that I've been thinking about is there a link between this kind of messaging, heavy messaging? Is there a link between that, and is there a link between the heavy messaging and the stuff that's going on today? And then I had another question is, why is... So we might know where the heavy messaging comes from. That's an easy one. But why is the writing bad? Like, forget about the messaging. We all know why. Why is the writing bad? Is it because our education is shit? That could be it. Or is there something else going on? And so the answer for me, anyway, is that it feels like, to me anyhow, that there might be a connection between the state of fantasy as it is now and what is going on in video games and what is going on in film and theater. And as many people in chat know, I did a couple videos, started talking about it, and I'm going to be super honest with chat here, okay? I'm going to be super honest here. I did not check with YouTube to see if anyone else agreed with me. I did not go out and look for opinions. I just put my opinion out there. I thought, what the heck? I'll give it a shot. And, yeah. Leo retracted a message. Is bad writing just on a continuum? I complain about logical inconsistencies in mythological stories. Isn't it just an extreme form of that? Mythical stories are not intended to be logical, Sim. Going into a mythological story and expecting it to make psychological sense, physical sense, even long-term plot sense, is like a leftist coming in and putting woke shit into Star Wars. Expecting something and trying to pull something out of myth is, in my opinion, unfair. And is just as bad as trying to put something in. To try to make sense of mythological stories in that kind of way is not good. It's unfair. Legitimately unfair. Ruzi and I, we had an argument about how to determine myth. It kept me up until 4 a.m. I proposed an essay on it. But I will agree with Ruzi on one thing, and that is that myth is in many ways not to be read at all like modern storytelling. And to do so is to fundamentally misunderstand yourself and mythology. And to have people come in and be like, it would be like feminists or like leftists coming into like Andrzej Sapkowski's work and going like, why are the women all bitches? Right? That's the same kind of thing. It's that modern Andy perspective that is, in my opinion, sometimes a killjoy. Gotta let it go. It's Larry Fink. That's what confuses me, the bad writing. It feels as if the show doesn't view the audience as smart. Well, Epic, I also want to suggest that the audience is not smart. Sometimes. Right? Like, maybe we are seeing the final stages of where everyone is actually at. I feel like that's happening with a lot of shows. Yes, Party, it is. Reminds me of when WoW realized most players didn't read the quest text. Yeah, well, maybe Epic as well. WoW needs to fucking allow you to resize that fucking dialogue box so that the font isn't so tiny. Like, holy crap. Reading the WoW dialogue boxes is a literal chore. I know they're trying to go for an aesthetic. It's not great. No, Sim. Okay, let's get into it. Sim is asking a very good question here, okay? If Star Wars is mythological, does that mean the logical inconsistencies in the sequel movies are invalid? Sim is asking a very good question. My answer to Sim is 4, 5, and 6 are mythological. 1, 2, and 3, and 7, 8, and 9 are not mythological. Okay? So the first 3 have mythological qualities. Even then, they're not pure. It's not a pure story, a pure mythological story. It has strong, I would say like 60-40 mythology. I'll explain why. The 1, 2, and 3, and the 7, 8, and 9 are modern. 110%. Okay? So when we judge 7, 8, and 9, and 1, 2, and 3, we can go full tilt at being inconsistent because they are not attempting to be mythological, nor are they. They are wearing the skin suit of something, for sure, and they have some interesting moments, some good moments, but they are not, in my opinion, archetypally powerful like the first original 3. What does chat think about my take on that one? Am I in the doghouse for that one? WoW had a beta quest giver whine that no one ever read quest text. Yeah, once again, I'm ready to read until my eyes are bleeding. But that dialogue box, I'm trying chat to be positive about WoW, but holy moly, that dialogue box in WoW, like the lettering is so spiny. Can someone like write WoW and be like, "Dear WoW, I feel as an individual with eyesight issues that your features are not accessible for my disabilities. So please allow us to customize the fonts and the dialogue quest boxes to our heart's content so that people with disabilities are able to better like voice it that way." Hello, Wooly. We're talking about Star Wars right now, Wooly. And Sim asked a great question. If Star Wars is mythological, does that mean the logical inconsistencies in the sequel movies are invalid? Or okay, you should say. Like, can we hand wave away the inconsistencies in 7 through 9 if 4 through 6 is mythological? My response is episode 1 through 3, 7 through 9 are specifically modern stories, and 4 through 6 has much more mythological power than any of the other films. Why didn't they read it? Just wanted the quest? Once again, party. It's in my opinion that there is a portion of WoW players who have been trained or who from birth have not been encouraged to read, or have been trained to not like reading as gamers, or because the story disappointed them over and over again, they stopped caring, okay? And then over time, nobody's reading it, except for the people who RP, except for the people who care about lore. Nobody's reading the quests. They're just clicking through so they can get to the next quest, so they can get to endgame, so that they can grind their life away and have no life. This is putting Star Wars Episode 1 through 3 in a new light. Episode 1 through 3 is a reverse hero's quest, a hero's downfall. So that in that aspect, right? It's very archetypal. It's the downfall of a hero, right? The downfall of a messiah, the downfall of a savior. That would be Anakin, right? But you notice in Episode 1 through 3, they take quite a bit of time to try to set up people psychologically, try to make people psychologically true. Now, do they do it successfully? No. 1 through 3 is wildin'. Just watch Red Letter Media's coverage of episodes 1 through 3. It's hilarious. It's so good. But essentially, 1 through 3 still had moments that were extremely powerful. It's just that they were really trying to show the psychological journey of someone going from an innocent, or, about as innocent as he can be as a kid, to being a complete genocidal monster. And so that is what we would call a humanist view of a character, following the psychological journey of a character. Now, like I said, did it do well? Sort of. 7 through 8 is the psychological journey of a young woman coming into her power and being a girl boss when she was already a girl boss, but she is now more of a girl boss, only to discover that she's actually the granddaughter of the villain. So she's going to reclaim her name. She's going to take on someone else's name. She's going to name herself, essentially. This is, by the way, feminists were all about self-naming. And it's about the psychological journey of a main character, right? But what's so interesting about Luke and Leia and Han in 4 through 6 is like they had psychological journeys, but most of them were subtle, and a lot of it was archetypal. And it especially Luke. A lot of people complain about Luke, right? Because Luke is just, this guy. But the thing for me is he is a template, so to speak. He's not a full person, per se. Although he does have psychological moments. So that's why I say 60-40 in favor of having these powerful mythological moments, but there is this aspect of it still being a modern story. But 7, 8, and 9, 1, 2, and 3, completely modern. We can go after it if it's inconsistent. Let's see what people are saying. Soft magic system, while something like Full Metal Alchemist, Mistborn, Avatar, hard magic systems. Yes, technically epic, I would actually call Star Wars a science fantasy. And I'm fine with that. I love science fantasy. Star Wars 8 is the 9/11 of the movies. Absolutely. I was in the theaters and I was horrified. It was like watching a train wreck in slow motion. It's a rough quest font. Yeah, I can see how they're trying their best, Jake, but it's tough. And hello to you, Jake. Thanks for coming in. Recall the way Kenobi and Vader spoke. Elevated language is an indication evoking myth. Exactly, Wooly. Wooly and I sometimes are. Some logical inconsistencies can be waved away if they search a spiritual consistency. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about Japanese aesthetics, right? Like Naruto's parents have a huge claw through their chests and stomach area, right? By all human accounts, they should be dead. But they're standing there and they're giving their farewell to baby Naruto. The whole point of the scene isn't to be logically consistent, to be scientifically consistent. The whole point of the scene is to show an emotion of a mother saying words that any mother would want to say to her kid if she had it, if she was dying. And if you can't understand that, if you can't on some level appreciate that and be like, this is saying something meaningful about motherhood and fatherhood. This is saying something meaningful about sacrifice for one's child and one's nation. If you look at that scene and your takeaway is they should be able to talk, they should be dead, you're probably dead inside yourself. And there, I said it. I probably should not be streaming during the PMSing time of the month, but there, I said it. I think some people miss out on meaningful moments because they're too caught up. And this is where the right side, this is where the conservative, right side, right-leaning people, or even, dare I say, it's not even political, it's also modern audiences are so focused on always having logical consistency or realism. It comes at the cost of spiritual realism or cosmological realism. Now, once again, we got to be careful because it's about IP as well. So if you have a certain IP that needs you to be realistic, you should be realistic. And if you have an IP that's more modern, you should be more modern. Star Wars 3, 4, and 4, 5, and 6 was, I think, very special. But we can see that as a whole series as a whole has been skewing more and more modern. It's very similar to the Dragon Age problem. And I'm sure some folks in chat know all about Dragon Age and the Dragon Age fiasco that has erupted. Right? This is the same thing happening over. Someday I'll tell you all the tales of Emerald Dream. Okay, Grandpa. So Party and Ruzy are basically, I don't know, flirting in chat. I didn't see your question, my bad. Essentially, most of the player base had no interest in the story, only the gameplay. Yeah, so Epic, with the WoW situation, let's all be real here. A large portion of WoW, and I think I said it before in one of my WoW videos, a large portion of WoW players don't seem to want to have a story. So, like, it can be hard to want to bring it when they, Sim coming into. Yeah, let's all be real, Sim. Let's all be real. Rey is just terrible. Like, if they started her out as being, like, super lame-ass, her journey would have been more... Yeah, she just has it. She's Space Jesus. Yeah. Maximum level girl boss discovers even higher level girl boss that she didn't know was possible. Exactly, and that's why Rey is Captain Marvel. Yeah. So, Chieko, would you say that having characters who are more archetypal than person is an element of myth? Yes. Yeah. Once again, when you and I had a discussion, I think you were talking about how people interact with myth. I'm talking about just how can we identify when something mythical is happening. And so in this case, when it comes to mythological empowered moments in story, it's not always really about the psychology, it's actually about the emotion or the aesthetic of the moment. So if the character is behaving tropish, it's actually saying something about a human experience that has been so important, it's been created into a motif and into a trope. Like the concept of a parent dying for their child is something that everyone around the world, doesn't matter if you're single or if you're married, doesn't matter if you have kids or you don't have kids, it doesn't matter if you come from Swahili or Iceland or China, like everyone understands what it means when a parent dies to save their kid, right? And this is universal. Like everyone can understand what's going on here. Everyone should be able to understand why this is important. And even the most modern person who has not really had any contact with mythological material understands something important is going on, usually, unless they're dead inside. And there are a lot of people who are dead inside. Could you imagine a modern movie script butcher trying to adapt KOTOR 2 to a movie? Oh, Willie, why are you thinking up the worst kind of things ever? Soft magic system and how the rules of the Force are defined in the original trilogy. The Force had little definition versus the rules of Full Metal Alchemist. Exactly, Epic. So, science fantasy could have a hard system, for sure. You're right, absolutely. But I think 4, 5, and 6 wasn't like Lucas just wanted to evoke feelings that he experienced when he watched a certain set of films. Now, what films were inspiring George Lucas? Well, film number 1 was The Hidden Fortress. Other films were the cowboy films that he really liked. So he had this cowboy aesthetic, and then he had this Japanese fake Buddhism kind of thing aesthetic. And he took these two elements and he went boosh, and it made Star Wars. Now, what does this mean? I think George Lucas did a happy accident when he did 4, 5, and 6. He had editors who were reining him in, and it was a happy accident. And when I watch in episode 4, when Ben is killed, and later on, when he hears Ben's voice, and Ben says, "Let go, Luke," right? Or that moment when, Luke, I'm your father, that moment. Or the moment where Han is like, when Leia's like, my hands are dirty, and Han basically like puts his hand over her hand, and they, and then Leia's like, I love you, and Han says, I know. Like, these are like big moments. These are meaningful moments. You understand what is going on here. When Yoda has his last words to Luke, when Luke cuts off the ghost Vader's head and sees his own face, this is about as mythological as you can get. He literally enters what is essentially the cave. I mean, and then don't even get me started on episode 6. It's just crazy. Oh, I saw that kind of drawn death speech in something else recently. Oh, tell us, Sim. 100% Chieko. Sometimes accuracy isn't as important as emotion or an emotional point or spiritual, whatever. Exactly, party. Yeah, like, I want things to make sense, but if you're going to contrive something, make sure it's meaningful. Don't try to contrive bullshit because you want to get your political message in. Brian De Palma did the innocent turning evil perfectly with Carrie. Better than King and Lucas. Why not just copy him? Well, Theo, I think George Lucas for episode 1 through 3, right? Like, if you consider what Red Letter Media bring up, I think rightfully so, George lost some input from external sources. Yeah, Wooly, I think things got too crazy in episode 1 through 3 when they start talking about midichlorians. So as soon as you start talking midichlorians, that is literally parser Andy, realism Andy, modern Andy audiences trying to make sense of shit. Stop it. Stop it. Are the sequels modern despite any ignorance of the writers to intentionally craft something of a particular genre? I think almost all writers these days, Sim, are modern. I think the closest thing I've seen to not modern recently was whoever's doing the writing for Dune. That was very close, but there were still some elements that were obviously, like what they did with Chani at the end of Dune 2 is a modern intrusion, in my opinion. It's my opinion that writers are all very modern these days. It's all about the psychology. It's all about the relationships. It's all about the pushing the plot forward in a specific direction. It's all about hype, dopamine. But you know what's even worse? Like, okay, let's do that. Let's have these super modern films, right? These super realistic, hyper realistic, psychologically deep stories. Then at least just do them well, right? Like, some of these people aren't even doing it well. Like, oh my lord. Fall of Dragon Age, yeah. Yeah, Jake. It sounds like you agree that House of Leaves is mythical. I wouldn't know, because I nearly threw House of Leaves across the room. was it Kurosawa? Yes. So Lucas watched a lot of Kurosawa. So I've watched Rashomon. I watched one other one, and then I watched Hidden Fortress. So I've seen my fair share of Kurosawa now. And I really like Kurosawa. But Kurosawa himself was actually also saying some very interesting things. Ruzi, remember that when I say it's an element of myth, there are other things that are required to be more mythical than less mythical. Just because characters are not fully fleshed out doesn't mean that it's a myth. Once again, like, I gotta be very careful and cautious about how I say this. When a character is archetypal, he or she does not have the appearance of being fleshed out, or they are fleshed out enough to make sense. But it's not so much just about what they are, but it's also about the tropes that they engage in. And remember, stories have various elements. And one thing about mythical story elements is that there's a whole kind of lineup of things that have to happen in order to get that archetypal mythological moment. It's not just, oh, my characters aren't super fleshed out, so they're super archetypal, so this is a mythological story. No. There's more. There has to be more going on to make House of Leaves mythological. I've read at least 1/3 of that book, and there is, as of yet, no mythological moment. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's somewhere in the pages where there's hardly any words and the author's clearly trying to do something. Sounds like genre smashing is a good idea. Sometimes it is, if it's done well. Firefly, yeah. It's a spoiler? Oh, okay. I was just thinking that, Ruzi. So simply amazing. It was ad-libbed, yeah. His wife wasn't his editor for 1, 2, and 3, says Ben. Oh, there you go. Well, I think also Harrison Ford, he gets into his characters. Like, he has his own opinions. Harrison Ford had his own opinions on Blade Runners. Oh, I've seen things. Wouldn't believe. Attack ships on the shores of Orion. I've seen Rutger Hauer's monologue, which I think was also ad-libbed. Cheap drama would be, yeah, exactly. So let's look at super cheap soap opera drama, right? That's not mythological. Mythological has to be doing a couple things, and this is where Ruzi and I part ways, right? I think one of the elements of mythology is archetypal based characters. Number 2, I believe that usually there is a motif or a link to a motif that has been echoed in other mythologies. So there's usually a strong motif or a strong archetypal link to a universal reality somewhere. And there is a scene. Usually these stories will have scenes that evoke deep emotion, not analysis. It will literally force someone who has an analytical brain, like myself, to actually feel something aesthetically, sometimes emotionally. So, for example, Final Fantasy XIV has very strong mythological moments where very sensitive people break down and start crying all the time, right? And a lot of people mistake that, and they are like, ooh, emotions, oh, right, oh, this is so good. What they don't understand is that a lot of these people are just very sensitive to certain moments that are aesthetically powerful. Now, there are some people who are going to be a little less open to exploring those feelings or exploring those experiences. Personality can also be a blockage, or trauma, or current day stress. There might be a whole bunch of things that stand in the way of you actually enjoying something. But usually, if you are open to having these experiences, you're going to feel something aesthetically. And yeah, House of Leaves so far has not made me feel anything aesthetically. It's still on my shelf, and I will finish reading it, and then Ruzi, I will spend an hour giving my final review on it. How about that? Harrison ended up resenting Han Solo. Oh, accidentally brought us back on topic. Would you call Stormlight Archives mythological? There were parts of Malazan that, once again, for me, it's hard for me to say. But Malazan, for me, has glimpses, but for me it would be 80-20 in favor of modern. Malazan is written by an archaeologist, anthropologist, who's very interested in sussing out psychology of individuals and the growth of culture and magic systems over time. He is into evolutionary processes. He is looking at the evolution, literal evolution, of magic within a specific world among different races. Some of his races are literally almost based off of indigenous people. Okay? So Malazan, in my opinion, is extremely modern. And this is why I was like, if you're going to do anything for TV, fucking do Malazan. You got women, equal representation of women and men. You have lesbians. I don't know if there's any gay people per se, but you got lots of men being men, you got lots of women being women, you got your lesbians, you got your other shit going on, you got cannibals, you got crucifixions, you've got double crossing, you've got body possession. I don't know. There's just a lot going on in Malazan, honestly. It's very modern in my opinion. Yeah, Wooly. I think Lord of the Rings is extremely mythical in these aspects. And one of the reasons why I really like Peter Jackson is because he let those mythical moments breathe. Does chat remember that one scene I showed of the passing of the elves, right? So they have Frodo and Sam. They hear singing. They rush over. They watch the elves go by. And it's so... You feel... And Sam says, I don't know why. It makes me sad. And I'm sad because this is the passing of spirituality and art. And like, this is the representation of the best of humans. That's kind of like the elves represent like the spiritual nature of humans, like today. Craft work, artistry, right? This represents all that is good is leaving. Now, that doesn't mean the Shire isn't good. That doesn't mean the Hobbits aren't good. That doesn't mean that the people in Bree have no value. I'm not saying that. But there's a loss of elevation, in a sense. And you see this loss before your very eyes. And you understand that something meaningful is going. And you feel sad. And that's why I'm saying there are some very pretentious modern day writers out there who try to say something meaningful or who try to have meaningful moments, and it just comes off as preachy and fucking pretentious. Oh my gosh, white noise. I cannot even. But white noise is full of these moments where they're trying to say something poignant and it's horrible. Don't read white noise. Malazan uses archetypes that don't exist in our cultures. So, archetypes that don't exist in our culture. Can you give a case in point, Ruzi? I've only read like the first 4 books. So try to pull from the first 4. Damn, I need to be an accredited scientist to be a good writer, just like Frank Herbert. I don't know. I don't know, Sim. Probably just need a lot of practice. Memories of Ice would struggle on TV. I mean, everything is struggling on TV right now, Ruzi. Right? Man will get a PhD just to avoid reading in order to increase the writing skill. Malazan is a spray and pray story. Yeah. Malazan is very complex, but what I'm suggesting is that if they did it well, okay, of course, but if they did it well with modern sensibility writers, with a focus on realism, with a focus on nitty grittiness, with a focus on this and that, it would work, right? We wouldn't have to worry about having an aesthetic moment, or if there was an aesthetic moment here and there, it would be okay, right? But like trying to take and a missed opportunity is The Witcher. In my opinion, I think the way The Witcher, at least the one book I've read, is extremely very modern. Like, it's just very, very poppy, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. It should have been easily translatable. They should have been able, like, how could they fuck this up? The fact that they did is just a travesty, honestly. Okay, cultural meaning of Fenner. I'm gonna look it up. Fenner. Allison? It's the god of war. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is war. The boar of war. Shield anvil. Okay. Let's try that. Okay, so shield Kovian, shield anvil of the Grey Swords of Fenner's Reeve. Is this beyond 4? Now, this... Ruzi. When I say archetype, I mean the base fount from which all things can be conceived, okay? I'm a firm believer that human thought is fundamentally limited. We only have a limited amount of things that can be quantified. Like, it's not endless, is what I'm suggesting. Oh, I remember Itkovian. Oh, I thought he was really cool. What about him is not archetypal? I mean, what about him is specifically, specially archetypal that's not been ever covered by any human throughout history? Leo, also the elves represent the unknowable and unreachable world. Yeah, they represent spirituality or the human soul to a certain degree, because they can use magic against the rational and encyclopedic world of men. Yeah, so in many ways you could argue that the elves are literally what I'm talking about. They're the aesthetic, numinous, I think that's a word, numinous, spiritual nature of humankind, of knowing this is important, something's happening here. The elves leaving is just like the skill education fading from society. I don't know why. It makes me sad. This man takes on the grief of an endless legion of undead Neanderthals. I remember that. It's called the Scapegoat. Scapegoat. Carrying. So in Scapegoat is a thing where a goat would be sent into the wilderness, and they would lay the sins of the people. You know it, Ruzi. You're a PK, right? So this would be similar to that. It would be probably like a sub thing for that. Yeah, so it would be something similar to that, though. Carrying grief. Let's say... person carrying grief. How would I even search for that? It would be similar to that of a scapegoat if it was an archetype. If it was an archetype. Shadow grief? What in the world is shadow grief? Interesting. I did not know that there were shadow losses. Who knew? I will look it up, Ruzi, but here's my guess. It's not an archetype. Or if it is an archetype, it's something I would have to research because I don't know one off the top of my head. But that's my point, though. Is like when I read book 3, because I read book 3 and I read about Itkovian, once again, that was one moment that I did not feel anything in. I really don't think that Erikson is attempting to create archetypes. Or, what I should say, isn't accessing our archetypes. He might be creating something in his own book, but it's not linking to our archetypal unconscious or whatever. His people in his book might have some kind of made up archetype, but that archetype is effectively meaningless because it has no connection to our world. When I'm talking about archetypes, I'm not talking about made up shit. I'm talking about like real lived experiences that are funneled through motifs. So here's an example of an archetypal moment is when that one sister killed the other sister. Yeah, but Ruzi, that's effectively not helpful. Tolkien just rewrote and combined a bunch of myths and made one his own. Yeah. So Tolkien was gutting from older stuff and then cobbling together. Yeah. Let's put it this way, Ruzi. When I was reading his first 3 to 4 books, I caught a case of depression. That's for sure. But there were a couple moments where I thought things were very fascinating. So for me, one of these moments was when the two sisters fought each other, but the one didn't know that the other one was her sister. Because she had been so transformed and people were wearing shit and, people couldn't see people who they really were. So the one sister kills the other sister. Spoilers. So for me, that was actually an archetypal moment. For me, that was a very strongly archetypal moment. I love that moment. I felt something during that moment. That moment was meaningful because it's about someone trying to do the right thing, right? For the good of a certain group of people, actually doing something that they don't want to do, but they have done it, but they don't know they have done it. And it was extremely powerful moment. That is archetypal. That's what I'm talking about. It's not about... You could make a world where people have their own archetypes, but that's not helpful to me as a reader, if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm making sense at this stage. But, yeah. More category error. If it exists in a culture, it has precedent. Yes. Yeah, so maybe I have to look. Like, maybe there is a myth out there. Once again, I have not been able to study myth. That's... I'm not saying it's a good technique. Yeah, once again, I actually have great respect for Malazan. Okay, when I read Malazan, I came away being like, holy crap, he's very, very good. Okay? Not saying Malazan is bad. What I am suggesting is he is largely a modern writer. And his modern writing comes from a very modern perspective that these things evolved over time, and he is essentially stripping some of those things away to just moments where people are being people, which is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. He's doing what he does best. But he still has some good moments. Like, there's another moment in book 2 where a certain person has betrayed a group of people and some very terrible things happen. And I thought that moment was extremely powerful as well. Yeah. And of course, there's one character who dominates the beginning of one of the books and his journey as a tribal warrior, and how his friends are basically decimated because of his pride. I think there were moments in there where you could see a glimpse of something happening. Guy's an anthropologist. He's building new cultures, and it goes to weird places, but it works as world building. It's not weird that it would be hard to draw your own meaning from it. Exactly. Okay, so this is where I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say. There are moments in his writing that are mythological. But it's, what did I say it was? 80-20 in favor of more realistic exploration. Okay? And there's nothing wrong with that. That's totally fine. But it's 80-20, right? So that's why I'm like, why can't we just do something like that? Like, why can't we adapt that? Yes, it's hard to adapt, but why don't we just try it? Failing at everything else anyway. But even though I said it's 80-20, there is that 20% that I experienced when I was reading it that I thought was incredibly powerful. There were some powerful moments in there, right? There was this one part where a ghost brigade showed up, and it was extremely powerful moment. And I was like, oh wow, that is, like, I was blown away. I had to sit back for a bit, right? So he has his moments, but in the process of trying to build certain archetypes or certain concepts, I think he becomes very modern. Once again, I don't want to say that that's bad, and it was very fascinating. I stopped reading after book 4. I got so depressed. Like, I became mentally I was mentally and emotionally drained. Like, I was done. I was like, I can't do this anymore. Because I think when I read, I go there, and I am in there, and I'm in their bodies, I'm in their skin, and I become them for a while. And that is one set of books where you need some distance to remain mentally healthy. And I became extremely mentally unhealthy after reading those books. So even though I have great respect for the writer, I have great respect for the world building, I have great respect even for his writing style. Is fantastic, right? Like, he has a very strong writer's voice. It's just it's very hard for me to read it. After finishing The Silmarillion and watching the movies, I almost cried when they showed the White Tree of Minas Tirith. Myths of Middle Earth made me want to cry for a goddamn tree. Yeah. So, Leo, that's where I think reading some of his back stuff actually gives more weight to what you see in the film. And the fact that they took the time to put that in the film and to actually have the camera move around it so you could see what was going on there, I think that's where I think Peter Jackson was still achieving some kind of heart there, as opposed to what's having. I mean, imagine a modern director trying to portray those women in book 3 that have sex with dead men after a battle. Yeah, wasn't there a whole scene, Ruzi, where there was some king that they had taken the city and they basically ate him, and he's like, his chest and his they cut off his arms and his legs. Wasn't it like his chest is on the table or something? It's wildin'. Are we spoiling Wooly, by the way? I think we might be anyway. Sorry, Wooly. Just mute us. I should have put spoilers on. Anyway, we'll stop talking about Malazan. Okay, we'll stop talking about Malazan. All this to say, Malazan is very modern. Even though it's very fantasy, it's very modern. There's some moments that are very mythological, but it's very modern. And it's clear that the author is trying to make things make sense on an evolutionary, scientific, anthropological, archaeological lens. And there's nothing wrong. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But this is where I'm saying is, you got all of these modern writers. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. And they're trying to use an IP which, at the height of its power, was actually largely mythological in nature and not modern. Maybe we should get to anger-inducing? Yes. Okay. Well, we're not going to get to anger-inducing. We're going to first watch this guy. Has anyone here heard of Greg Owen? Has anyone here heard of Greg Owen? So I was minding my own business, and I was checking my YouTube studio, setting up for shit, and it says they have recommendations from YouTube to content creators saying, oh, you might want to watch this for inspiration. So this says, who is this even for? The Acolyte episode 3. And I watched it. I watched this and I felt like I have met someone who has started asking the same questions I've been asking. And I've never heard of this person before. How's tonight going? Well, I'm spicy. I just said that people who don't feel aesthetic moments in mythology are dead inside. Ruzi and I argued again. But Ruzi and I are always arguing about things because Ruzi and I are both literature majors and we have ideas. You should watch Disparu's review of episode 3. Well, what I like about this guy, chat, this guy goes places. I'm so excited. I was literally rocking back and forth. I was watching it with my brother, my sister, and her hubby. And I was literally like, we had to pause because I had to talk. So I'm going to talk through it with you. Let's see. Shay. Oh my goodness, Shay. We're looking at the Acolyte or the Wokalyte. And here's the thing, okay? When I came and started doing my videos, I'm going to be honest with everyone, I really wasn't aware of BookTube. I heard that there was something out there. I heard about Book Talk. I heard about BookTube, but I never really went out and listened to other people, okay? all of the videos up until now have been literally just me shouting into the ether because I thought I should have looked it up, honestly. I should have had faith in humankind. But I honestly felt tired of how right-wing, or, you know, the right-wing side of culture war was talking about shit and not asking the right questions. And so I thought, hey, you know what? I'm going to ask a few questions. I don't know the answers, but I'm going to ask these questions. And then I'm going to theorize about these answers. And that's what started the WoW videos. That's what started other videos. And then this guy comes along. That if I show this life or act on it, I'll be placed in a cage. Oh, Wooly, that makes me sad. But I kind of understand that. You know, Ruzi, you are absolutely right. It's amazing how Jon Favreau managed to salvage Star Wars' reputation after the movies, and Disney still just torpedoed it again. Okay, so this guy is not going to go for the low-hanging fruit, chat. This is so exciting. I'm so excited. Let's watch. Okay, watch this. Oh my gosh.
How am I supposed to work up the energy to be, like, entertaining for you when I've got this show to work with?
Okay, first off, thank you to this Chad, Greg Owen, OMG, because he has suffered for us and he is bored, but we're going to get excited.
Alexa, play Nuck If You Buck. Okay, the show sucks and I don't have a lot of material. Let's get weird. All right, episode 3 of The Acolyte is out, and this was supposed to be the episode that would destroy Star Wars forever. I don't really think that it would be accurate to say
this guy's editing is like blows mine out of the water. My editing is like a little amoeba. This guy's editing is like a shark.
Say that anyone was excited for this, but I definitely harbored a morbid curiosity. There may have been some canon breaking, but just let me tell you this first. This might...
Okay, let's have a poll. So this guy's called Greg Owen. Okay, I'm going to put his name in chat. Greg Owen. Okay, and now let's get into talking. Okay, let's do a little poll here. I'm going to do a poll. I'm making up a poll. Actually, Party, can you do a poll? Oh no, Party's going to go rest. Okay, go rest, Party. I will do the poll. We're going to do a poll here. Okay, now do notice the verbs I have used for this is were, okay? So once upon a time, you were a fan. How much of a fan were you? Okay, go rest your eyes, Party. Rest up. She has a massive, it almost sounds like a migraine because she was saying she wanted to puke earlier. Okay, so let's see here. So this is how much you were at some point in time. Were you really into it? Were you excited? Are you excited? Some people might be still excited today, right? Then there's people like my mom who actually kind of loathe it, but yeah. And then there's some people who just don't know. Are these options mythical? The IP was handed to a yes. Terrible second object. Oh my gosh. Do you remember the original VHS where you could see where they like rubbed the film tape so it looked like there was this weird burn underneath the car that was supposed to be the land speeder? So we got 11 votes out of 19 viewers here. If you haven't voted, I'm going to give you a little bit longer because let's re-listen to this little section here. He says, or he asks, okay, he asks this question.
Harbored a morbid curiosity. There may have been some canon breaking, but just let me tell you this first. This might be the most boring half hour of television I've ever witnessed.
Okay. So, he's talking about how people have been excited for Star Wars. And the reality is that many of us are Star Wars fans usually. Some of us might not be, but there are many of us who are. And they have taken what is almost like a fairy tale or a child's story, something deeply rooted in nostalgia, in memory, and they've shit on it. In the words of Asmongold, it is now a salad of dicks. And according to Greg, apparently this episode was boring. What's the difference between poll answer 1 and 2? Number 1 is yes, I'm a huge fan. Number 2 is I hate Star Wars. And number 3 is I don't even know what Star Wars is. Which one of you gas agents did that? It was probably Epic. Let's all be real here. Okay. We got 13 out of 18 votes. We're doing good. We're doing good. I just want to make sure everyone gets their votes in. D-Rock, hey. You watch this dude. Oh my gosh, I found him. When did I find him? 2 nights ago, and I was beside myself. I've been beside myself for a while now. Yeah, his editing is phenomenal. I cannot wait to show where he goes with this. Okay, so I'm going to end the poll. So this is the poll now. So basically, we don't really have any real haters probably in here. But we have a bunch of lovers and a bunch of don't carers. Now, this guy is saying that's boring, but let's get into it.
And while it was playing, I had 2 questions. First, who the heck is this even for? They keep saying that it's for women, but I don't even believe that. This episode, this whole show so far, contains nothing that would appeal to a mass, casual female audience.
Guys, he's going where I've been talking. Okay, so the big question that I had about the whole big question that I had about Rings of Power and The Witcher and stuff was, who is this for, right? Because when I am critiquing something, I don't critique it based off of does it appeal to me. I critique it based off of what is it intended to do. Is it intended to do something a certain way? Now, of course, I'm going to have visceral reactions to something because I just simply dislike it, right? And that can happen, okay? And that's your personal bias. But who is this for? And apparently, they have been saying that this show is for women, okay? So we need to judge this based off of what modern women want. Okay.
The second thing I was wondering is, how does a show this poorly written get made? This episode in particular was quite simply terrible television, just awful dialogue, direction, it's inefficient. It's crazy how inefficient. This entire episode is next to useless. Star Wars name and lore aside, this is just a bad show. Let's jump in. First things first, I need you to pull the thread of the like button. It still didn't make sense in the show. It doesn't make sense now. The thing that's been gnawing at me this entire week is how many companies don't have a single clue what their audience wants. It's especially bad for existing franchises who ought to know what their fans want.
Okay. So It's for Larry Fink. It's crazy, but women don't like pandering either. Who would have thought? Well, women are okay with certain kinds of messaging in their writing, and I know this because I read fan fiction. It happens all the time. But you know a quality writer from a non-quality writer and how they slide it in. And women are very critical of shit. So if things are not sliding in subtly, then they're also gonna check out. I wanted to play devil's advocate that there are messed up people that would like it, but I don't believe it. I know some people who legitimately like Rings of Power, okay? And they happen to coincidentally also be female. But I from what I understand, Acolyte is only one step above Madame Web. It's for director Leslie Headland. Is it not intended for all the malcontent children riding the street about anything they're told to write about? You are probably right, Shay. It's probably just for them. And then guess what happens? Nobody watches the show. Disney's like, surprise Pikachu face. There's systemic istophobes out there. No. It's just that most of us people around the world don't want to watch bullshit. It's for modern death cultists. Everything else is dressed in front. Yeah. Okay, so this guy is going to get into... It's not even working for women. Okay, and this is fascinating because I have been trying to make this point, and I thought maybe I was crazy, but no, here we go.
Look at Furiosa, which many people say is a fine film, but it's got low ticket sales. Why? Because who was asking for that? Who wanted Mad Max without Max? Or in the games industry, whoo boy, this past weekend had a couple of showcases where these companies showed they don't have a clue. Take the formerly bloody dark fantasy with morally gray warden choices, Dragon Age. After a decade, the fourth installment is here. And what exactly am I looking at here? Is this like an old trailer for a World of Warcraft expansion? Is this a new hero shooter I don't know about? Is Paladins making a go of it? Is this a new season? It's like nobody knows their own audience and refuses to simply give them more of what the...
Awaken to a world of wonder in Final Fantasy XIV Online.
Speaking of a game that gives people generally what they want, except Kaiten for Wooly, because they know Wooly wants it, so it's no Kaiten. But speaking of a game. Yeah.
Okay, almost. Nobody knows what the people want, but...
Okay, so this is where he is absolutely correct. So my question is, there's so much data acquisition these days, right? These huge companies have to know what people actually want, right? Or is someone like rug pulling some of these industry leads and being like, no, this is actually what people want? Or is it because the industry leads are too scared of being like, brought to court legally because they're looking like an istophobe, right? Whereas the Japanese, who thank God that they're in their own country, are safe from anything that's going on in North America for the most part. Of course, they're still getting affected, right? They're still getting affected, but they can still kind of hold the line. And that's why we got Final Fantasy XIV. That's why we got Final Fantasy XVI, which was like giving the middle finger and being like, you know what? No, we're going to have gay representation. And guess what? Fuck you, Saudi Arabia. You're just not getting it. So like, if we're going to talk about people standing by their morals, that was one thing. But then if we think about it from another perspective, we got Elden Ring, who like everyone knows, like they are giving the people what they want. Even Capcom has been largely giving the people what they want. Did chat see the new model that they're replacing that Silent Hill 2 So they did the Silent Hill 2 trailer. That trailer was. Do you know, actually, it wasn't just the body. The body was fine. It was the head. Did anyone else? ESG scores. I am actually familiar. Asmongold would have us believe it's only about the environment. I disagree. I disagree. He has chronically low T. Wooly, what they don't know is that you sound the way that you do. So if I ever get a chance to say anything, I'll say, I know a man. His name is Woolly Ram, and he should be the one reading your ads. That's what I'll say. But wait a minute. Oh my gosh. I'm doing fucking top chat again. Fucking hell. Okay. I'm going back up. Well, they said it's for women and lesbians, so why should I, a straight male, watch something that isn't for me when I can just watch shonen anime made for me? Exactly, D-Rock. Exactly. Guess what? Some of us women, I hate to say this, but some of us women, we don't want to see that either. We actually we don't want to see it. We're not interested. It's not made for us, like my particular brand of woman that I am. Disney Lucasfilms are trying their best. I firmly believe that Star Wars 8 was not poorly made. It was made by someone who wanted to destroy Star Wars. One day, I will wade into Star Wars 8. Disney Lucasfilms are trying their best for the coveted 0% rating. Yeah. So what I really liked about Greg is he touches on what I was thinking, right? He touches on two industries here, right? He touches on video games, and he also is looking at other shit going on. And he's looking sideways. He's looking horizontally, which is what I was doing. And I'm looking at these things that are happening throughout an industry because all of these people who are writing are coming from the same sources. And so then you have to ask yourself, is it related? Is this what is happening? But then I have to ask, surely these leads, these studios should have people in charge that should be telling them, hey, this is not what the people want. So someone somewhere is either being lied to, or someone somewhere is ignoring monetary benefits for ideological pursuit. You got to give them, I guess, some bonus points for conviction. Yeah, Ruzi, I've also refused to watch episode 9, but maybe I'll have to sit down and watch it. I'm going to be frank, after episode 7, I was hopeful. I was like, okay, there's some weird shit in here, but Poe is cool, Finn is cool, and then look what happened to Poe and Finn in episode 8. I couldn't even. 9 is a literal piece of bear excrement. Shay's getting salty. Right now I'm watching I Was Reincarnated. Oh my lord. I'm not even. It's great. Okay, but keep recommending stuff. Do you really not know what's going on here, Chieko? What do you mean? Do I not know what's going on here? They know what we want, but it goes against the religion to supply it. Part of me thinks these things are making money on a metric that is not observable to us. It has to be Epic, or they're stupid. Like, I how could you, as a company, who? Where is this? Right? I heard episode 9 has ships that can't go up. Okay, yes. So Ruzi asks about ESG scores. And so I do know about ESG scores, and I know that they have become a metric for basically defining whether a company is environmentally friendly or is socioculturally friendly or politically, like where they might be leaning on certain things. if they're treating their people right, or if they have diverse hiring practices or diverse representation. And there's part of it that is like, okay, this could be helpful to a certain degree, but we all know that it's about making money. The ESG is going to define whether a certain group of people are going to get money because they've ticked off some boxes. And that's where I also think is horrible, because there are people who legitimately want to be like, I would like to have a proper, legitimate, real representation of what a homeschooled person looks and acts like in a modern time. But no, are we going to get it? No, we're not going to get that. So the reality is that it's very skewed, and it's not really about actually representing people. It's about meeting quotas and standards in order to make money, and how that representation happens then comes off as really shitty and shoddy. Some of us women. The goal of new culture is not to make money. The goal is to actively ruin the old and attempt to reprogram pop cultural taste. Yeah, so we got to ask ourselves, right? We got to ask ourselves, how are they not knowing what their audience wants? How are these video game companies and film companies and TV shows not knowing what people want? And my answer is they know what people want, but they're fucking themselves anyway. The Sweet Baby Inc. chick tried to extort the Black Myth Wukong developers for $7 million. Finn would have made it. We would have had another Black Jedi to replace Mace Windu. Finn was robbed. Poe was robbed. I wanted a pilot who was in the Force as well, like Corran Horn. Poe was going to be the Corran Horn replacement. Finn was going to be the Mace Windu replacement, and Rey was supposed to be the Mara Jade replacement. This is what should have happened, but we didn't get it. Sorry, Poe could have been the Luke replacement, and Poe and Rey should have ended up together. In an ideal world, if I had written them differently. And I would not have hired Daisy Ridley. I would have hired the girl who did, what's her face? The girl who did Nebula. I would have hired her for the Mara Jade replacement. Have a spunky girl who is, fast talking and savvy. Something like that. The only explanation is that some billionaires are paying them all under the table to push an agenda. That makes sense, Shay. That could be it. For example, the Gates, perhaps, propping up a whole thing. Give in to the dark side, Jack. They secure loans at favorable rates. Yeah, that's what I figured. And so in order to keep afloat, because no one wants to eat their crap, right? They're going to go in there. Think about it, okay? Imagine this was not about race and diversity, okay? Imagine if the ESG scores was how religious are you? And if you had a number of Bible quotes, or if you had a number of Buddhist mantras in your thing, or if you had a monk walking across the back of the screen, or if you haven't had an Orthodox or a Jew somewhere praying at some point in your movie, you automatically get some diversity, religious diversity check mark, right? And only people who could get these special loans to stay afloat were people who would feed. We had this kind of culture in Europe a long time ago. We fought hard to separate church and state, and to separate ideological values from making things unequal. And now we're back again. This time it's a new church. It's a political church. It's really dumb. I'm convinced Sylvanas' Shadowlands cinematic face is based off Daisy. Oh my gosh, Shay! No way. That is insane. No way. Oh, that's... Oh man. kind of like their bloodline is their destiny kind of thing. Yeah, look, D-Rock, there was so much they could have done with the characters that we got in episode 7. They shit the bed. There were so many ways they could have done it. I can't even. The Soviets were using cinema for propaganda and banning everything from the West so people wouldn't have an emotional outlet and be dependent on the estates. I guess this is the same. Leo, this is exactly what I'm saying. They're stripping quality stuff for state messaging one way or the other. And to me, it's a crime either way. It doesn't matter what side of the political spectrum. If you're doing it, it's not good. Like, stop it. And in the case of the Soviets, right? The Soviets, well, what were the Soviets? Well, they were communists. What's communism based off of? Marxism. What's Marxist concepts about materialism and about theology about? Marx believed that religion was the opiate of the masses, that it nullified people's anger against oppression. That's actually a lie, but never mind. So he argued that removal of religion was part and parcel of empowering people to rise up and kill people. And guess what happened during the overthrowing of the status quo in Russia? What happened to the nuns? Does anyone talk about the rape that went on during the here? I have a book. My brother gifted it to me. It's called Beasts, Men, and Gods by Ferdinand Ossendowski. Okay, and Ferdinand Ossendowski was part of the pro-royal, pro-whatever. Now, once again, we have to all be real here, right? We all have to be real here. The Russian life was shit, right? And underneath the Tsar, it was more shit. Okay, so was the system before the Soviet Union shit? Yes. Was the system after the Soviet Union shit? More or less, yes. So this guy, he is basically booking it, because if he goes back to Moscow or whatever, he's a dead man. Okay, so he's making his way through the wilderness, and he comes to the massive river. Okay, and this is the Yenisei, I guess, is the longest river in Asia, and it is flanked by canyons. Okay, so imagine steep cliffs going down into this massive river, and this massive river has been iced up, but now it's spring. Okay, so now it's spring, and the ice is starting to melt and break up, and the river is jammed with ice, and this ice actually tears into rock and earth and trees as it rushes along this river. Okay, now I'm going to read you a section, and I want everyone to I'll try my best reading here, but imagine this in your head. Okay, this is post overthrow of the Tsar. Okay, so watching this glorious withdrawal. Oh my lord, I can't even read aloud because I'm reading online. Oh my lord. Okay, watching this glorious withdrawal of the ice, I was filled with terror and revolt at seeing the awful spoils which the Yenisei bore away in this annual retreat. These were the bodies of the executed counter-revolutionaries, officers, soldiers, and Cossacks of the former army of the superior governor of all anti-Bolshevik Russia, Admiral Kolchak. They were the results of the bloody work of the Cheka at Minusingsk. Hundreds of these bodies, with heads and hands cut off, with mutilated faces and bodies half burned, with broken skulls, floated and mingled with the blocks of ice, looking for their graves, or turning in the furious whirlpools among the jagged blocks. They were ground and torn to pieces into shapeless masses, which the river, nauseated with its task, vomited out upon the islands and projecting sandbars. I passed the whole length of the middle Yenisei and constantly came across these putrefying and terrifying reminders of the work of the Bolsheviki. In one place, at a turn of the river, I saw a great heap of horses, which had been cast up by the ice and current in number not less than 300. A verse below there, I was sickened beyond endurance by the discovery of a grove of willows along the bank, which had raked from the polluted stream and held in their finger-like drooping branches human bodies in all shapes and attitudes, with a semblance of naturalness which made an everlasting picture on my distraught mind of this pitiful, gruesome company. I counted 70. Okay, I'm going to write the name of this in chat. I highly recommend it. You could probably read it for free somewhere online. It's called Beasts, Men, and Gods by Ferdinand Ossendowski. And that is the work of the Soviet Union. Okay. This is what happened behind the Iron Curtain. And these people believed that having things was more important than behaving like a human. And I don't like it when either side, obviously, when either side takes part in this kind of madness. It's gross, and we have to remember, not as judges sitting on the side going, oh, they're bullshit, they're shit, they're blah, 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 right? We have to look at that and say, how can we sometimes get caught up in that? And the Soviets didn't want their people to question the status quo, to question the material worldview. And so they used art as a tool to push propaganda only. And I read this in university. I read it when we were reading Walter Benjamin, who was a German Jew, who was from the School of Frankfurt, and who was also kind of basically a Marxist. And he was also pushing forward the idea that art had no spiritual meaning anymore, and that it can only find redemption through political propaganda. And this is what we read in a second-year course. This is what our professors were telling us, to literally go out and be activists in our daily lives like we were missionaries. Like this is like a whole religion. It's like a cult. It's insanity. Real communism has never been tried. Well, I mean, real capitalism has never been tried either. I don't think any kind of form, of idealistic form, can ever be fully attempted. Because human nature is fundamentally broken. So the good things that happen, like the positives of communism, which is to make sure no man is left behind, right? That's the positive of communism. Communism is, in my opinion, the final, the state, the mother state, right? Why do we call it mother state? Right? It's because it's the final, communism is the final form of feminine energy. It is nurturing. Oh, Ruzi is being sarcastic. But once again, I want to talk about how communism is about not leaving people behind. There's a positive thing about it. But at the same point in time, it is incredibly toxic. I'm sorry, Ruzi. My bad. I'm kind of, yeah. I should warn chat. Should I put a warning? Woman leading into do or do not, there is no try. Yeah, it can't, because humans are greedy creatures and fundamentally flawed. And the same thing goes for, by the way, same thing goes for capitalism, right? I'm sure if anyone here has watched Asmongold, he talks about it fairly coherently, I think, how capitalism has been fundamentally warped by political and government interference as well. Like, it's just not going to. These systems are ideals. We can attempt those ideals, but it's not gonna work. Well, I think Marx Ruzi was more of a philosopher, wasn't he? But his philosophy was, I think, flawed. But that's one. My disagreement with Marx cannot be necessarily illogical because it's teleological and it's theological. So the philosophy, I think, is subjective in a sense, right? So you either do or you do not believe that the materialist world is all that exists. If you do believe that it exists, then it really comes down to, are you a materialist or not? Do you believe in another life or not? And then from there, you got to go, right? But if you don't believe in the spirit world, if you don't believe in God, if you don't believe in an afterlife of some kind, or an unconscious of some kind, or a cosmic force of some kind, or a Tao of some kind, or a Messiah of some, like, if you don't believe in that kind of stuff, then like this is not something you can like read, like it's a subjective matter of faith, I think. Like it's deeply philosophical and theological. No pure idea has been successful. Compromises to rules are mandatory for society to exist, otherwise no one would agree to it. Yeah, there's a fundamental issue with human nature that does not allow, like, do you know, like, that phrase, that's why we can't have nice things? I think that applies here. Capitalism derails when corporate interests gain undue control of the government, something like that. Yeah. Notice that Plato couldn't describe his utopia, neither Thomas More, neither Marx, because there isn't one. Yeah, once again, this is we're getting into a subjective field, I think, because this is a matter of faith, I think. Like, whether or not you want to believe in this or not is up to you, right? I'm not here to tell you that. I'm not interested in telling you that, but what I am interested in is in looking at the fallout of certain things. Kurzweil's to the singularity. Yeah, Marx, I have some issues with Marx. I think he's caused a lot of trouble. Because Marx was talking about things, and stupid people and also very smart people took his stuff and went places with it. And I think that was a problem, ultimately. But let's get back to watching this guy talking about stuff. And to kind of sum up everything that we're trying to say here is, I am also fundamentally disinterested in shitting on something that's meant to be for women. It's what is going on that made it not happen. Like, why is it so bad? I see how we're not even far enough into the video to see past Chico Sprite yet. I kept the red foot. Yeah, Shade, maybe I should have taken a sign that the internet was messed up to not have gone on stream today, but we're going to try to survive the PMS together. But part of my issue is, once again, like, if we're writing for women, why can't we write for it properly? And someone is clearly deciding to sacrifice monetary gain for their personal beliefs and convictions. And I got to give them kudos for that, right? It's hard to see these kinds of people having this kind of conviction, but at the same point in time, it's also a little bit worrying, shall we say, because now, like, how could they not know? Like, why can't we just make something for fun? Why does it have to always be about the message? But anyway, okay, let's see here.
To simply give them more of what the...
Okay. is this Warhammer 40k or is this Doom? Yeah, I have the Communist Manifesto on my shelf. I read it to mold. If I want to start balding, that's where I read it. I'm already in full-on mode. The PMS moved over days ago. Stream, I got the salt. Shay and I are vibing. This is the new Doom. Yeah. Doom.
Okay, almost. Nobody knows what the people want, but Disney Lucasfilm is among the nobodies, continuing to pump out Star Wars shows that are not for Star Wars fans. They say they want to appeal to women, but there are several problems with that argument. Let's look at the episode, which features young versions of the good twin Osha and the evil twin I'm going to call Fema. They live with a coven of witches. Girl power, right, ladies? Is this what you're wanting? Wait. I forgot the best part. I know what the ladies like. Lesbians. That's right. These two are lesbians, clearly. Now, we don't know about anyone else. There are no men. So, I don't know, maybe it's like a convent and everyone here is celibate? Look, if there's one thing that I know for sure about women and TV, it is that they hate romance of any kind except lesbian romance. This show is sure to draw ladies in by the bus full. These ladies also use the Force.
Okay, so let's talk about let's start peeling this onion back, shall we? Because even at this stage I recognize this is sarcasm, right? But what I find so fascinating is that there are shows that have a very huge cast of women, right? There's like Grey's Anatomy, there's Bridgerton, there's Sex and the City, right? There's Friends that have a large portion of females in there. But guess what? They also have men. And this is where I think somebody has gone very wrong, because you really do need to have men in there somewhere. Now, what if the show is literally being written for lesbian women? I mean, I hope the lesbians can weigh in and let us know what they're thinking. I'm not a lesbian myself. I don't identify as that, but I know some people who are bi and I've met some lesbians, of course. My favorite lesbian show on YouTube is The Panic Button. If anybody wants to watch based lesbians talk about stuff, and these are fairly progressive young women, The Panic Button is a fantastic YouTube channel that I watch, and they are fairly based. They are these two lesbians. I'm not sure if they're partners together or not, and they talk about issues where lesbians are feeling like their space is being invaded. So there are lesbians out there who might have opinions on something like this. But if this is intended to make that ka-ching from a normal, and I don't want to use that word normal in a derogatory sense towards lesbians, but I mean to say casual female viewers who might be, let's say, straight, then I don't know how to say this, but the show is, it might be lacking on a very fundamental basis. It's a good question. Literally, who is lesbian romance for? Do lesbians even like it? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I have some sisters who enjoyed the 100 epic. Like an organic lesbian romance in the long running can have the kind of, oh, that's cute going for it. Well, I mean, look at how many people are like shipping Gaia and Reen in Final Fantasy 14. Like, everyone's like they're roommates, but we all know exactly what was going on there. Could it be that some women are jealous of the women having everything because they're prettier, like cool boyfriend and friends or career? It's possible, Leo, possible. But here's the thing. Even if you're jealous of other women, like having things that you don't have, you can romance and having that sexy man is your escape. You replace that main female character and you're with him. And fuck those bitches. You know what I mean? But anyway, it's crazy. I don't know if anyone is like just inherently excited by it. Straight women want topless Chris Hemsworth. Basically, Ben, if they don't want topless Hemsworth, they want topless Tom Hiddleston, or they want a small king, like the Korean boys, okay? Like, there's a whole scad of male types, right? Or in High School Host Club, right? There's a whole scad of types that women find attractive if you write them well. They don't have to all be buff. They could be, you know, more slender or more short, but stocky, like, you know, our resident librarian. But the whole point is, like, they want a man sometimes just being a man. The height and the muscle mass is just added bonuses that kind of, you know. Speaking of large casts of women and vibing, I was in a WoW guild with 24 some women on the roster once, and somehow we ended up synchronized, like apparently not a physical thing? Anyway, ooh, Shay, that is so wild. I have always wondered. Like, I have always wondered. Good night, Epic. Rest well. Have a good work day tomorrow. Yeah, I wonder if women syncing up their periods is like a psychological thing, Shay. That is very wild. Emmett sexual. Oh, Tab is in chat now. Let's just agree we all want Henry Cavill and be done with it. And see, here's another thing. Like, it's not that hard to find a hot guy and just shove him in there. But the problem is, can you write him well? And we're going to get into that. Okay, so let's see.
Some call it a force.
Sorry, they wield the thread.
We know the thread is not a power you wield.
Okay, it binds the universe, and you can pull on it to change things, which feels like wielding. Sounds like, and seems to work like, the Force, but, you know, tomato, tomato, homeless, unhoused, right? Here's a demonstration. Please note, this is not a Force push. But here's the thing about the thread. It's not a cord, so multiple strands are stronger. Here, watch as these two linked sisters can't be pushed. Okay, well, they still got pushed, but it looked harder, right? Do you see the difference? Not the Force.
Okay, so if you're a whole bunch of women and you have your own feminine energy, this makes sense, right? Because feminine energy is about relationships and bonds. So you could see how they're leaning into this kind of archetype of, you know, togetherness is oneness, kind of the power of friendship kind of motif. However, it looks kind of, let's all admit it, everyone in chat, it looks kind of lame. It kind of looks lame. You know? Sounds like an AES to Diamond, of course.
You know, you weave it, and then they make these hand motions, and these two sisters grow stronger when they link up? Oh, these are space Aes Sedai. Okay. Oh, and they sing about the thread.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
I don't know how they film that with straight faces. Okay. So maybe these powerful, strong women aren't doing it for you ladies.
She's a powerful leader. She's a powerful leader. Yes.
I know what you want. It's so crass, so base, but fine. You want a hot dude on screen. Whatever. This show has that too. And he's shirtless. Yeah, there he is. Yord. This is clearly what a casual female audience is showing up for, right? I'm making a distinction between female Star Wars fans and casual female audience because Star Wars already had a large amount of female fans. Like, you think...
Okay, so here's the thing. When people come out and they're like, fine, we're going to give you what you want, it's very patronizing. And this was my issue with the Little Women story. The Little Women, Greta Gerwig. Did anyone here watch Greta Gerwig's Little Women? They're in a cult? Yes. Yes. Did anyone here watch Greta Gerwig's Little Women? Deck did not. Anyone here? This demographic of mine, probably not. No. Okay, so Greta Gerwig, who did the Barbie movie, did a version of Little Women. Now, you must know, first off, that Louisa May Alcott was a very different kind of woman for her time, and I deeply respect her for that. She was... her family was part of what we would basically call a kind of a cult, sort of, the Transcendentalists, which was like an American fringe group from the Christian angle. Anyway, Louisa May Alcott, when she wrote Little Woman, she brought it in, and guess what the publishers told her? The publishers said to her, what is this ending? Because in the ending, Joe is just Joe, and nothing has happened. And the publishers told her, bro, you need to put in that relationship with Franz because otherwise the women aren't going to like it. So after much harumphing, she put in it, and guess what happened? It was a hit. Everyone loved it. And it is now considered to be a staple of American classics. So Greta Gerwig decided to respect the authoress and show and discuss how this was a thing behind the scenes of Little Women. And so do you remember how I talk about respecting the author? Well, Greta Gerwig does this technically, right? So she respects the author, that would be Louisa May Alcott, by having this moment at the end of the film where usually at the end of Little Woman, Jo realizes that she loves Franz, and she runs up to him before he boards the train, and she tells him the truth, and they kiss, and they have happy ever after, okay? That is the point of, not the point of the story at all, not at all, but that is the end of Little Women, okay? And Louisa May Alcott didn't want that end, but she made that end. And so Greta proceeds to rub it in our faces that this is the reality. And so she has Jo take her story to the publishers, because there's like this meta thing where Jo is taking the story of her life to her publishers, and the publishers tell her, you got to put in the romance. And then it cuts to Jo making the decision to go after Franz. Then it cuts back to her publishers arguing with her. And then it cuts back to Jo meeting up with Franz, and then they have the kiss. And so Greta is the one who did Barbie? Yes, Leo. And so basically, I respect Greta for bringing to light the fact that Louisa May Alcott was essentially bullied by her publishers into putting romance into something that was not intended to be a romantic book. And that sucks for Louisa May Alcott, okay? Like, as a writer, I understand you don't want to have to do that. That sucks for everyone, right? But what Greta ended up doing in her bid to share Louisa May Alcott's struggles as an authoress in a world that was dominated by male interests and male perceptions of value, okay? And also realistic, let's say capitalist requests or requirements, right? Because they wanted her to make money and they knew that romance would make money, right? So here's the thing. Greta is trying to show this struggle for a young authoress. And I think that's a very valid depiction to make. But because she intercuts it with the romance, I came off feeling patronized. Deeply patronized. It was like, well, we know those little women, you know how they need to have their romance, so we're going to just slap it in there, and that way it's going to sell. See, modern women, we put in the kiss just because you need it. And it was just like, oh, holy shit. Just, like, it rubbed me the wrong way. And I'm not even a Little Woman fan. I'm not necessarily rooting for Joe and Franz. I myself, as a single woman who, you know, not to get too TMI here, but I've never actually dated. Like, I just haven't found the right one. You know what I mean? But, like, I am not, and I myself, as a writer, I have fought, not like fought too hard, but on occasion, I've had to argue with people commenting on my fan fiction that there's not enough sex, or the romance isn't enough there, or like, why can't you describe his genitalia, right? Like, I've struggled with, as a writer with that, so I understand what Greta is trying to say. Greta is trying to say something reasonable, but the way she did it was so patronizing. It was like, well, we got to put in the kiss because that's what all the normal women want, just like the publishers meant, right? And it just felt very patronizing. I recommend everyone watch that movie and come back and let me know if I'm crazy. I guess Greta thinks women are stupid. It felt that way. It felt that way. It really felt that way. In the movie, there's an amazing moment where Jo realizes that her drive to be independent and creative had made her alone. You see, Jo is, in some ways, like me, consumed with her animus. This makes her highly creative, highly independent, extremely intelligent, but alone. And so in Greta's film, she shows how women who try to go for this path are going to be lonely at some point, unless you're like dead inside. And I'm like not dead inside aesthetically, but like emotionally, I'm kind of like, I don't know, like I'm fine. I've never felt lonely. Maybe because I don't know, but like generally speaking, most women think that this is what they want and they don't actually want it. Let's all be real. And Jo has this moment and she shows this moment. So Greta was trying to say some good things. And Greta was trying to say, look, Louisa May Alcott was pushed into doing something that was inauthentic as a creative. And this is terrible. But the way she did it in the film came off as patronizing to ordinary women who want to have romance. It's okay if I, as a creator, am like, look, I don't really like romance, but, you know, to make money, I'm going to write some romance, right? But it's a whole other thing for me to say these bullshit women, I have to write this bullshit romance, these king, you know, and then like talk down at these women who, in my opinion, yes, they lack taste, but it's not, it just felt bad. It didn't feel, it vibed off wrong for me. But maybe I'm just super sensitive. Isn't it intentional? It's not like an author has never patronized an audience, but usually some kind of columnist and don't take a novel to do it, yeah? Or a whole movie based off of a novel. Yeah, it was just weird. Shay, it was just weird. I recommend, there is a fantastic YouTuber, if you are into costume or period stuff, there were some fantastic critiques of Little Women and how Emma Watson was talking about how she didn't want to do corsets. So almost all the time, her clothing looked weird because she wasn't wearing stays. And the reality is that most actresses who talk about corsets are talking about actual boned corsets, and they're talking about tight lacing, which was a thing, but was not a thing in Little Woman and would never have been a thing. And so she was actually saying no to stays, which are actually just fine to wear, are not at all harmful. Women would literally work the fields in stays, and Emma Watson, is telling everyone, oh, blah, blah, blah. And so then, like, the makeup, the hair, the costumes, and at one point you can literally see them wearing Ugg boots. So the period piece people had a field day with Little Women. Yeah, I'm not isolated, Wooly. Loneliness is a feeling, yeah, and definitely. Bernadette Banner, oh, Miro Kos, mwah. Yes, you know it, I know it, everyone knows it. Bernadette Banner and Carolina, what's her face, from Poland. Phenomenal. If you ever want to watch an interesting piece, you want to watch Carolina's review of Carolina Zabrowska's Persuasion. So this one here, Why Does Hollywood Hate Gentle Characters? Netflix Persuasion Review. She does a phenomenal look. Here, I'm going to mute this. She does a phenomenal look at introverted characters. So she does one. She's from Poland. And Hollywood needs to stop portraying introverted, shy, kind characters as boring, because these new characters are actually boring. Why do we think that kind and gentle people can't be passionate and interesting? It's as if they view traditionally feminine characteristics as being less than. I adore Anne and Fanny. They actually were a big part of my learning to accept and cherish the gentler and softer side of myself. Chat, if you have time at some point this week, I highly, highly recommend watching this video by Carolina Zabrowska. And she talks about how Hollywood is allergic to introverted and gentle characters. And I think it's partially because writers are told that extroverted, loud characters or drive plot better. And it's tougher to sell a quiet, gentle character. So I highly recommend taking a look at this young woman. She comes at it with a fairly apolitical frame of reference, which I appreciate. And she talks about, I feel like having a gentle and shy character is frowned upon in today's society because you're only taken seriously if you're loud and assertive. That's probably why they've avoided to portray Anne as such, which is why I'm wondering why they even bothered adapting this particular story. People underestimate how tough you need to be in order to be polite, passive, calm, and quiet. There's strength in those qualities, knowing when not to and knowing when to speak up and doing it with class, all of those things. So the journey of the character in Persuasion is basically that of Grahatia. Grahatia is this form as a male, which is neurotypically it's neurotypically atypical for a male. But this is the kind of character who struggles to stand up for herself or to appropriately there were people like Zabrowska and like Bernadette Banner who roasted Little Women because they couldn't even get the costumes right, because they were so concerned about being air quote politically correct about corsets when they weren't even understanding the difference between a corset and stays. It is literally mind-blowing. So anyway, that's me ranting. Yeah. Okay, so maybe chat should keep a number on how many tangents I'm going off. But now you can see why I was freaking out about this video, because this video had my brain literally like flying off into the ether into like 10 different directions. Because if you can't even get if you can't sell the women, why are women going to want to watch shitty women or shittily characterized women? And then you get this guy in here and they're not even doing that right. And then you're like, what are you doing? And anyway, Greta Gerwig, I'm a little worried. Greta Gerwig is supposed to be doing Chronicles of Narnia. I'm so worried. I'm beyond worried. The corset complaint in Hollywood is overbaked, IMO. Yeah. It's a lot of people not knowing what they're talking about. Let's be real here.
Lord, this is clearly what a casual female audience is showing up for, right? I'm making a distinction between female Star Wars fans and casual female audience because Star Wars already had a large amount of female fans. Like, you think that Jenny Nicholson girl is some outlier? No. Of all the nerdy hobbies, I'd wager Star Wars has the highest percentage of female fans.
I would say, I'm going to argue something, but maybe Shay will disagree with me. You let me know, Shay. Would you argue that Star Wars or Star Trek has a higher female fan base? I know for myself that I was more into Star Wars as a younger girl. Shay is like going, oh no. Yeah, Shay. Give Narnia to Peter Jackson? Yeah, I don't know why they aren't. I don't know. I don't know, Leo. I don't want to know. I'm so scared. I'm not going into Chronicles of Narnia, Greta Gerwig. Once again, I think Greta Gerwig is intelligent, okay? And this is why what happened in Little Woman was like a what the heck? Was it purposeful? In which case, that is dick. That is a bag of dicks. Tab hates Star Wars with a burning passion. Tab, I'm going to fly down to Mexico City. And we're going to have words. Peter Jackson isn't Vogue with current Hollywood. No. And neither is his wife and his other friend, clearly. Nothing to fear. We know. We won't watch it. Yeah. I'm going to watch from the sidelines. I might give it a view myself, but I have a feeling. I want it to be good, but I just get worried. I would say as a younger woman, I like Star Wars. As an older woman, I like Star Trek. Maybe it's because I didn't have access to TV, and so we were only able to watch films. And my first Star Trek film was Star Trek #1. It was on TV. That was fun. But then I watched the whale one, which is what, #4? I love the whales. That one was funny. When what's his name? Chekhov is trying to ask about the what was it? Oh, and he's speaking through the phone. Anyway, it was just hilarious. So here's my thing. Star Trek and Star Wars seems to have been able to pull at female interests. Yes, the nuclear vessels. Nuclear vessels. Nuclear vessels. And it's like a Russian asking about nuclear vessels. Like, you had to understand like the whole political like climate at that time to really get the whole thing, but yeah. So Shay, I'm an X-wing girl. I'm all about the X-wings and the Wraith Squadron, Rogue Squadron, stuff like that. Alameda. So here's the thing. He is absolutely right. Right? This is the same thing as WoW, okay? This is the same thing as WoW. WoW and Star Trek and Star Wars have always had, I think, a larger male viewership. But there has been a steadfast, heavily invested female fan base. And what they're doing to these worlds, to the lore, is not making your standard Star Wars fan, male or female, very happy.
truly is something for everyone here. There's romance, there's drama, there's awesome laser swords, there's comedy, there's action. There are complex, well-written characters of many ethnicities and both genders. There's a reason this franchise has been a worldwide phenomenon for decades. The ratio of women to men in the Star Wars fandom is way higher than something like Warhammer or military shooters or Magic the Gathering. So when Kathleen Kennedy talks about a female audience, she is clearly ignoring the existing one, and she wants a new, casual one that is not familiar with the franchise and just will be easily attracted. And she's using lesbian witches and Timothée Chalamet here, who gets embarrassed and walked on constantly by X-23.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I don't know, maybe I'm being too hasty with my judgment. You know, maybe I'm simply behind the times, because there's a new trend in dating. Seems like about, I don't know, 40% of all internet headlines now are either, look at this wacky thing Gen Z is doing, or Gen Z killed thing. They killed the Jell-O mold industry. Why aren't Gen Z eating Jell-O molds? Well, this time it's the former, because there have been some trending articles about Gen Z women who are into sexy rat men, which is apparently a compliment. Sexy rat men. I'll add it, I guess. According to this article in The Guardian, among many others, those darn youths are about to enjoy a hot rodent boyfriend summer. I just don't think Thanos did anything wrong. How am I supposed to take this seriously? What do they look like? The article tells us, imagine if vermin were sexually attractive. Imagine being sexually attracted to Stuart Little. Hold on, it continues with examples.
Okay, now let's stop right here for a second, okay? How do you think these men feel? Like, maybe some of these men are gay and they don't care. But, like, how would you feel as a man who is tall and slender to hear yourself being referred to as being a rodent? Like, how is this okay? But anyway, it's a thing now. Timothée Chalamet, by the way, is manning up. He's losing his twink, and people are talking about it like it's a crime. Like, it's like, oh no, he's not looking like a twink anymore. No, he's becoming a man. He's putting on weight. He's getting muscle on his face like a normal man. Like, leave him the fuck alone. He looks fine. Barry Keoghan, I don't even know. Jeremy, okay, let's look at Barry Keoghan. Let's go in here. Barry Keoghan, Irish actor. He has gorgeous eyes. Does anyone here get the feeling he's like Ezra Miller, but maybe not on crack? Atomic is greater than nuclear. Supposedly, WoW has a higher female player ratio as of recently. Yeah. I mean, they seem to be working hard for something. It would kind of it would be an attempt at making sense on some level. Did someone just pay to have his fetish publicized? I wouldn't give a crap. People in school called me worse things. Yeah. So I feel like this guy looks like Ezra Miller before Ezra Miller went wild. I do not think he looks like a rat. He kind of looks gay. I'm not going to lie. But that doesn't mean he looks like a rat. Okay, who's the other person? Jeremy Allen White. See, I haven't looked up guys for a long time. Doesn't he give you Gene Wilder vibes? Isn't this Gene Wilder? Yeah, maybe this is a new term for bish. This guy reminds me of Gene Wilder. What is he wearing? He needs to stop. He just looks like Oscar Wilde or Gene Wilder. He's normal. He looks like he muscled up a bit. He's got boobs now. Or like muscled boobs. So he's clearly trying to man up. He doesn't want to be a rat person. He's muscling up. Okay? He's muscling up. Okay, last person. Josh O'Connor. Can't believe I'm looking up guys. I wonder what this will do to my YouTube app. How is this guy a rat? Do they just mean skinny guys? These poor guys. But anyway, they'll survive. They're rich. Okay, let's keep going. All right. He could scurry up my drain pipe. I'm telling you, some women are thirsty.
Timothy Chalamet.
This is what we call the female gaze right here, gentlemen and ladies. This is the female gaze. And if you come to me and you tell me the female gaze doesn't exist, I say
Total
bullshit.
Sexy rat. Jeremy Allen White, who I don't know what they're talking about, we actually know he is the bear, is apparently sexy on 4 tiny legs. They obviously didn't see Iron Claw. Josh O'Connor, quote, he could scurry up my drain pipe.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
If trying to be sexy, please do not refer to any part of your anatomy as a drain pipe. Jenna and Hoda from Today had to discuss this on air, and I'm fairly certain that they both went back to their dressing rooms and stared at their journalism degrees while getting blackout drunk.
If somebody comes up to you and says, hello, sexy rat man, they're also calling you a hot rodent boyfriend.
Yeah, so these are what they look like. These are some of the features. They're svelte.
Yes.
Angular features and bodies.
Not necessarily conventionally handsome, which makes them even hotter.
Yeah, so try to look like a smack-addicted rat, I guess.
Sexy rat man.
Let's look at this
calling you a
list.
hot rodent boyfriend.
Yeah, so these are what they look like. These are some of the features. They're svelte.
They convey the opposite of toxic masculinity. Okay, chat. There is 1, 2, 3, 4. They publicly love on their partners, but in a slightly weird but sexy way. Yeah. Okay, we're going to start a poll. Shay can also take part in this, even though Shay is of the fairer sex. We're going to say, how many points do you check off from this list? We have 4, 3, 2. Okay, wait a minute. No, I gotta go 3 plus 2, 1, 0. Start poll. How many do you check off? Svelte, angular features and bodies. Not necessarily conventionally handsome, which makes you hotter. They convey the opposite of toxic masculinity. And they publicly love on their partners, but in a slightly weird but sexy way. Those 3 look like children. Maybe that's why they're going to the gym and doing steroids. Look, Leo, this is where the thing is. Some men, and I had some brothers like this, okay? They were weeds until they hit a certain age, and then they kind of were still weeds. I have one brother who basically looks like a beanpole with a little tummy because he has a dad bod. I mean, that's what's going to happen when you're like, you know, a CIO of your company and you have 5 kids. Like, this is what's going to happen. You're not going to be running a 6-pack. Ain't nobody got time for that. So I don't think we should be shaming guys who aren't conventionally handsome. But at the same point in time, this rodent boyfriend thing, this is a niche. This is not normal. Okay, this is not a typical. This is a passing trend and fetish. This is not a normal, conventional woman's interest. Now, I will admit myself to be kind of attracted to guys who are more slender and not super fit. I'm actually not, I'm not, I don't need a guy to be super tall, but be careful. Google's going to think you're straight now. Yeah. They're going to be like, oh, so you like boys. I feel bad for the actors as human beings. I mean, yeah, Leo, we talk about women being objectified. What's happening to these men is also not right. Publicly love on their partners. What does this mean? Hug them, hold hands, kiss them in public. I'm going to be frank. I don't want to see people kissing in public. I don't care what sexuality you are. Stop it. I don't want to see you making out in public, but apparently if you don't care about looking cool and you'll show your partner that you love them in public, this makes you a rodent boyfriend, which is ridiculous, by the way. From the feminist perspective, there is no female gaze, since the male gaze is not about a male human looking at a female. It's a male construct forcing the female acceptability. Yeah. Someone hand these girls an anime manga book and force them out of the womb closet into them. Shay is on fire tonight. That's great. Keep it up, Shay. Shay is holding the line for us women. I literally don't. Okay, let's see how many people have voted in here. We got 4 votes. We've got 19 viewers. So let's see if we can get a few more votes. We got this checklist here. How much can you check off? Can you check off more than 3 or 2 or 1? Like, for example, do you like to show some kind of emotional feeling towards your partner? There's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with, not being toxic. I think it's good if you are not toxic as a human, right? Forget toxic masculinity. Like, just don't be a toxic human, right? Once again, some people in chat, like, I would not consider myself to be conventionally beautiful. I do not think so. I looked at the Silent Hill 2 character and I was like, okay, I'm better than her. Right? But that's a low bar. But honestly, like, oh, we got a rodent boyfriend in here. We got a hot rodent boyfriend, maybe, unless someone's trolling us. Checo's demographic is either mostly girls or checks no boxes. So I look like a Dorito chip. Does that count? You could give yourself a 1, Leo. Give yourself a 1 for being skinny. We used to make fun of how pretty FF protagonists are, how their perfectly coiffed locks remained in place after a battle. Yeah, same thing with, like, Tifa's white and black harness with her boobs. Like, boobs get sweaty. There should be sweat. But we accept that as fantasy. But this is weird. This is a weird thing. Because, like, why even this thing in the middle here? The toxic masculinity thing. Anyway, so we're going to have just a couple more waits. We're learning about rodent boyfriends. We're watching the Acolyte episode 3 review. And the question is, would women like this guy over here? Okay. Let's mute it and play it. And the answer is maybe not.
Look like a smack addicted rat, I guess, fellas. I don't know. I got married young, before social media was huge, and I really feel like I caught the last chopper out of Vietnam. But I think book talk disproves hot rodent summer. What is that sentence? I wasn't joking last video when I said that I was reading some SJM and others. I'm trying to figure out why these...
Oh my gosh. And this is where I start to lose my shit. So before we get into this, let's end the poll. Let's see where we're at. Oh my gosh, I'm disappointed in chat. There's only like maybe one person who might be hitting 3 or more boxes. We most of us here are not hot rodent men. Fail. You cannot be part of the hot rodent men summer. Look, if he wants to hold the hand of his wife, he'd probably get 1 check mark. That's about it, right? So now you might be wondering, what does SGM stand for? And this is where I start losing my shit, because SGM stands for Sarah J. Maas. And does anyone remember what person, hint me, may have covered recently, hint, State of Fantasy, Sarah J. Maas. Okay, Sarah J. Maas is an authoress. So let's see what this person is saying about Sarah J. Maas.
Books are selling by the tens of millions, seeing huge success, yet these shows and movies with strong female leads are not. My results are not conclusive yet, a few more to read, but so far, I've noticed a trend in the men. Book boyfriends, they're often called, and let me tell you, the guys in these books, they don't look like Yord. And they don't act like meek little Yord getting walked on by Padawan X-23 either. The guys in these books are so manly, it's almost comical. And they are enormous in all the ways that you might use that word.
Everything I saw was big. Everything was big. It was a bunch of tall men being active. They were changing light bulbs, putting shit on shelves.
Just say when. Just say, seriously? Are you serious?
Yeah, these are man's men, almost laughably stoic and tough. And if another man hurts you, ladies, his eyes will darken and he will visit violence upon them.
Okay, and this guy is not joking. If I could, I would show you some of the PowerPoint templates my work gave me as air quote training for writing romance novels as a ghostwriter. And there was a section where they were like, modern female readers are feminist, but the female character has to have flaws that the male character is going to compensate for. So they, no matter how much they want to hand wave it away, the reality is that your average casual female audience wants to at least have drama in interpersonal relationships, and they want to have fantasy. And no matter what feminist thing you can say, you cannot deny biology, and your biology is going to sometimes, at least for 3 days or a week of the month, you're going to want something. Now, that something might be a tall glass of brooding man who might come from, the interior of Africa, or it could be a slight Korean, young man. You could be Grahatia. It could be Tom Hiddleston. It could be Henry Cavill. But these people need to stop denying female fucking biology. Like, stop it. Let's just all come out of the closet and admit it. Just admit it. Just say, hey, you know what? We also have a female gaze. We also want to just have fantasy. We also just want to have fun. We also just want to, have something to look at on the screen. No matter what they say, Robert Jordan Push It Home point was right. Can you elaborate on that, Shay? Can you elaborate on that? But do you see what this guy is saying? He is saying what I was saying. He was saying, if we want to appeal to women, you better not just have a good, strong female character, but you need to have a good, strong boy character. You need to have a guy And like not just Joe Blow who might come in and get stomped on. You want to have a competent male that you can literally throw yourself on. He may be able to carry you over the threshold, maybe not, but he's going to be a bro. And this to me is why even I am scratching my head, because we know this is a fact. And I was looking at statistics for romantasy. I was looking at what's happening in the fantasy genre. I was making some, I was just noticing patterns. And I'm looking at this and I'm going, okay, we have a lot of these critics on YouTube talking about the state of fantasy films, fantasy TV shows, but none of them are talking about the state of fantasy books. And the reality is I think there is this ill-conceived notion of trying to write stuff for this casual female audience who is, let's just say, low common denominator, wanting just the biological stuff, please. But these women are being cucked. Even these viewers are getting cucked because they can't even be true to what they want because it's not politically correct. It's insanity. Just give them what they want. You know, screw having a convent of women. What you actually want is a monastery, and then you have one girl there. Reverse harem, girl meets Jedi colonist. The guys haven't seen a female for weeks. Will their Jedi training hold? She's going to have to choose the bachelor. They're going to have a Force kid on the sly. Like, it writes itself. It just does. Like, if you're going to write the equivalent of Bridgerton in Star Wars, which, you know, more power to you if you want to do it. There are so many ways to do it. This is not one of them. Now, once again, does this mean that lesbians can't have, like, a moment to shine? Sure. But I'm wondering, are even lesbians happy with this? Because it's making them look ridiculous. How Wheel of Time starts off with some heavy men versus women vibes that look like they're pandering to one audience, but then blow it out of the water to hammer home that characters need their other halves. Ooh. That's good. That's good to hear. They don't want to appeal to women. They want to and are succeeding at defiling it. Yes, yeah. Other white men. I can almost hear Bully's voice saying that. Don't. These people want money. Yeah, and this is where I'm saying is they're screwing, and this is what annoys me, okay? Fine, you're writing for casual female audiences. Fine, then just fucking do it right. Stop preaching to these women audiences about how they should think or what they should do or all of this nonsense. And stop giving them bullshit. Stop being so afraid to write a strong male that it takes away the fun for the women. This is like Greta Gerwig again. It's like, I know what you should want more than you think. It's making up our minds for us, like moms. So a lot of people say, oh, this is about individualism to the extreme. It is not. It is masquerading as individualism. It is actually tribalism masquerading as individualism. And this tribalism is a feminine energy that's driving all of society, and it's essentially mothering the life out of us, mothering the joy out of us. It's like a literal killjoy. We can't even have a hot man on screen behaving like a man. Lord forbid. I'm not even a Henry Cavill. You know, I'm not like a super Henry Cavill fangirl. Like, physically, he's fine, but, you know, like, it is what it is. Like, he's fine. My personal favorite that I fantasized a lot about was Tom Hiddleston. Tom Hiddleston was my fan. I think it was because he was reading, like, Sophocles in ancient Greek, and I was just like, you know, like, as soon as a guy starts, like, speaking in an ancient language, I'm like, oh, excuse me. Anyway. However, I remember watching Henry Cavill put together a computer on Instagram, and I recall Anna, that Star Wars girl, was watching it, and I thought it was all very funny, right? It was all very, very funny. But then I went to his Instagram, and I started looking at the comments on the Instagram, and I was pissed. I got more and more pissed because there were women there who were like, yeah, my husband was putting together the computer, but I was never so interested in it as I am now. And I'm like, what? Anyway, Instagram hoes are thirsty. Let me tell you. It was the way some of them, like, it's fine if you're thirsting on a guy. It's kind of like the guys thirsting on waifus. You know, it is what it is. It's biology. But it's, for me anyway, it's one thing to be thirsting on a guy. It's another thing to openly state that you cared more in this moment for this person than you did for your own husband, your married partner. I just thought that was, I don't know. I got a bit judgy. Let's just say that. You know, Leo, I think 50 Shades and Twilight were the dying gasps of common sense in their own way. Were they shit? Yes. But they were the light. Why do you think they're so popular? Why do you think everyone loved it? Because it was like the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. Those were the heyday of rom-coms. Rom-coms were like chef's kiss, right? I don't know if anyone has seen How to Steal a Million with Peter O'Toole and Audrey Hepburn, right? Mannequin, Bridget Jones's Diary, the most trashiest of trash films. Bridget Jones's Diary, I love that shit. I want to see men fighting like idiots over a woman. I think it's hilarious. It's funny. It's interesting. Sandra Bullock recently came out, well, not recently, but a few years ago came out with The Lost City of D with Channing Tatum. It was hilarious. I recently watched it with a friend because I was complaining. I was like, there's no rom-com. She was like, did you see Lost City of D? I said, no. So I watched it. It was so good. Why? Because it wasn't pretending to be anything else but what it was. It wasn't putting on airs and telling us, oh, you need to think this way, or you need to feel bad if you want to have a hot man, you know, step in. Wooly literally has like a little pulpit, and he's like preaching. He's preaching hard. Keep it up, Wooly. He's putting together a PC. One of us, damn it. Yeah, and this is where I was sitting here and I was thinking, what if we reverse this? What if Henry Cavill was a woman putting a PC together and a whole bunch of men were on there? You know, like, it wouldn't have flown. The double standard felt real. That's why I'm a bit critical of my sex. I'm a bit critical of how they behave sometimes, but the guys are also very terrible. Like, sometimes the way guys talk about. Anyway, let's get back in here. So he's talking about how these men are failing to even fulfill the very basic, trite stereotypes that are achieved in writing like Moss.
His eyes will darken, and he will visit violence upon them. And when I say these books are successful, perhaps you don't understand the extent. According to her website, Ms. Mass has sold over 38 million copies. Colleen Hoover has sold well over 30 million. In 2022, she outsold the Bible in America. Julia Quinn's site says she has over 20 million in the US alone. What do they write about? Romance. Competent women meeting their match in the manliest of men. And then they usually do it. By contrast, Leslie Headland has sexless witches and idiotic skinny guys. Women might be more couth about it than we are, boys, but that milder sex is still super horny. In Mass's Court of Thorns and Roses, the main guy is Tamlin, who is gigantic and muscled, and whose two sole emotions are murderous protective rage and slightly controlled rage. The first time that the two main characters meet each other's meet, he does what Fresh and Fit and Sneeko and DJ Khaled and apparently Batman won't do, but Alf and Michael Douglas will do. So take that for what it's worth, fellas. 38 million copies. Sarah
So what do you guys think Tamlin does with that hint? My sister, her hubby, my brother, we had to actually Google this. We have a theory what he's referring to. But does chat have an idea of what this guy thinks Fresh and Fit and Batman and Tate people won't do, but Michael Douglas and Alf would do? Alf, the alien. We had to look it up, but maybe chat has a better idea. Ben has no clue. Yeah. Oh, hello, Will. I don't think I've seen your name before. Welcome to channel. If I haven't called out. Yeah. What's another name for a cat that begins with a P and ends with Y? So I guess this Tamlin, let's just say he goes down on a chick. And that's a thing. It was a thing in Outlander as well. Yeah. Yeah. So apparently, this very strong, very masculine male also is pleasuring this woman in a way, in many different ways, I'm imagining. And this is what women are consuming. Yeah, well, this guy eats a different kind of cat. There are some men who don't like giving it to their ladies. Yeah, absolutely. And there's some ladies who don't like giving it to their men, right? But let's just say socially speaking, unless you run in certain specific circles, it is assumed largely that women will be doing it to the guys. But no, apparently Michael Douglas was famous for going down on Catherine Zeta-Jones, apparently. So take that for what it's worth. We had to do the Google because my bro-in-law knew the elf thing, and then we had to go to Michael Douglas to figure out what Michael Douglas did. Who wouldn't go down on her? Well, I mean, like I said, some guys, like you said, Leo, some guys don't feel comfortable with this, right? In the same way, some girls don't feel comfortable about doing certain things with their male partners, right? Or their female partners, or any partner, right? But the reality is that women, regardless of whether their partner is wanting to do it or not, apparently a lot of women are reading the book regardless of this being in it, and I presume that some of these women actually enjoy this to a certain degree. So if you think about it, just like men have their fantasies about women doing certain things for them, women have the same kind of thing. But remember, in my other video, it's complicated with other social, cultural, emotional, and physical gates that have to open for them to be ready to do it actually physically. But if we're just talking about having fun in your head, right? Just having fun at home alone, this is a whole other thing. All bets are off, and women are there to enjoy it. Angrily goes down? Well, Dex, so I highly recommend reading Ogas and Gedam's book, the what's it called? I reviewed it. Oh my gosh. Oh, I can't believe I just blipped. But anyhow, in their book, they talked about A Billion Wicked Thoughts. In A Billion Wicked Thoughts, they talk about how women are fantasize about men who have this outer shell, but inside they're gooey. And this goo is what they break through to reach. And once they reach that gooey center, that is the pinnacle of female desire. So the man is angry some of the time, but at the right moment when he needs to be, he is responsive and he is going down on her. These guys could be in the closet. Yeah, maybe. So in terms of behavior, yes, Deck, but usually the idea, do you know the Beauty and Beast archetype? That's what we're talking about here. It's the Beauty and Beast archetype, where the female transforms the male over time. Let them goo, my dude. That's a whole new meaning. Yeah. So if you're wondering, this is actually a huge thing. Once again, I've done my fair share of ghost writing romance novels, and this is a trope of the man is emotionally dead inside. Maybe his wife died, maybe his mom screwed him over, maybe his dad left his mom and they've had a tough life and he's now a CEO and he can't show his emotions, but guess who comes along, right? and that's the kind of thing that you go for. I can fix him, exactly. So Tamlin is that kind of guy where you initially see this huge facade and then underneath there's a different thing that will shine like a little filter. But most of the time it's just he's a tough boy. And so then if we think about in this capacity, if we think about something like the Acolyte, what are they doing? Mass is what I would call competent, Leo. If you look at my State of Fantasy, and if you look, I don't know if the live is up for it, but we also read samples. I don't think Mass is anywhere near as terrible as 50 Shades of Grey, but I don't know, Will. I don't know. But Mass, on a technical level, Leo, I think is probably fairly okay, like fairly standard. But like she's not a Steven Erikson or like technically whatever you might think about George R.R. Martin's overall books, like his sentence structures, well, he has some good editors. Or he is himself a very, very erudite person. These chat is better written. Yeah. So this guy did exactly what I thought, right? He thought, who is this audience for? And then he thought, is this audience for casual women? And then he asked the question, what do casual women want? And then he looked at, this is what they want. And then we look at Acolyte. And then we can say whether Acolyte is achieving it or not. And the answer is no. But let's keep going.
Will do. So, take that for what it's worth, fellas. 38 million copies. Sarah has never, ever, ever described a man in her books like this. And neither has Laverne Spencer. Here's one of her titles, The Endearment. The guy in this one is a Swedish lumberjack, okay? It's not subtle. Colleen Hoover has never written a man like Jord. This fall, her book, It Ends With Us, will be a movie. And here's the guy, love interest. You want to bet it makes dump trucks of cash? Remind me, how did the Marvels do with the female audience again? Julia Quinn doesn't write Jords either. She's the one behind the Bridgerton books. I can't show you a lot of that show. Here's an innocent scene where the two main characters are getting ice cream.
He, like this author, is still waiting on the only suitor of note.
Janthir, A storm looms over that place.
Cucked by Guild Wars 2? What a crime. What a crime. Let's go back. We gotta watch this scene in its sumptuous glory. Man licking spoon. Man licking spoon. Boys. It's like it's like YouTube knows that I play MMOs, Shay. I'm just waiting for a War Within commercial. Where is WoW? And the other day, Sim sent me to Wowhead, and guess what was on the side panel of WoW? It was a crime. A crime against WoW humanity. Let's see if I can find a screenshot I took before Wowhead crashed. This is a picture of Wowhead. How did this happen? This travesty. This horrific travesty. This was raid gear that Sim was trying to show me, and then basically WoW started dying on Sunday night. I think my internet was burping. No. What we're talking about is this right here, okay? We're talking about this over here on Wowhead. How did this happen? How did this happen? Wait a minute, it's rated teen for partial nudity? Okay, I will admit that there's like one character that keeps getting nude for various reasons, but like they don't actually show much booba, and you don't see any, of the downstairs. Sexual themes, use of alcohol and tobacco. Yeah, there's a lot of drinking, violence, language, and blood. Yeah. Yeah, Square Enix is clearly paying major advertisers, and it's showing up on Wowhead. It's hilarious. Yeah, we're gonna leave. Okay, so let's watch this scene. And guys, maybe you should take some tips from this. I want to see videos of guys on my Discord eating ice cream like this. So like take your girlfriend out to McDonald's and proceed to molest the spoon. Let's go.
Are getting ice cream.
He, like this author, is still waiting on the only suitor of note.
I can't show you other parts or describe the book parts. They definitely fog up some carriage windows. Hey guys, how would you describe most of Bridgerton? Yeah, that's about right. And it's not just the books. Women turned into Reacher, Terminal List, and Jack Ryan, and it wasn't entirely for the plot. They wanted a zaddy. Why is there a Z? So if Kennedy and co are trying to attract a new casual female audience, they're probably gonna need some eye candy and some romance. I don't know, like maybe, what if there was like a rugged, handsome scoundrel of a man who can't be pinned down, but a tough woman with authority is his match, and he can't help but fall for her. Nah, there's no way that would ever work. Something else women like that isn't carnal is character. You can watch the first 3 episodes of The Acolyte, that is an hour.
So, we're now going to get into the actual literary aspect, okay? But I do want to go back to this part, okay? What some people need to understand is like having a strong female character isn't a big deal. Leia was extremely mouthy. One of her first lines is "Get this walking carpet out of my way." When she's like blasting past Chewie. What did Chewie ever do to you? It was great. She was fantastic. She was funny. She actually had humor. She was quippy. And he wasn't really respecting her in that way. And all I can say is that there is nothing to kill the mood than someone harping on about consent. I remember recently I was I I may have been reading a certain kind of novel, and one of the characters kept asking the other character if they were okay while they were consummating a certain scene. And I was so annoyed by the end. I was like, I skipped. Like, let's all be real here, okay? I skip a lot of sex scenes. I find, anyway, I'm not going to go down that road. But I don't find sex to be very interesting. That's just me. I'm just a weirdo. But sometimes you get in the mood and you're like, okay, well, let me tell you, there's nothing more. Like, you might as well just douse yourself with water if you're constantly asking, if the characters are constantly being asked if they're okay with this. Yes, we're okay. Just get on with it. So anyway, just do it. Casually turns out commercials as good as WoW cinematics. Shadow Legends. Oh, Shadow Legends. Like Raid Shadow Legends? Raid. Like Internet Historian? You've got raids. I love Raid Shadow Legends. Pint and Internet Historian do some of the best Raid Shadow Legends stuff ever. Casually turns out commercials as good as WoW cinematics. Recently an uptick. Oh, is Ben saying no to eating ice cream in a sexy way? Ben, you're never going to find her. Recently uptick of guys licking spoons on Crime Watchers. Non-fetish fetishes? Yes, Ruzy, I Woke Bay and Dadbod. You are right. Yes, nailing. Yeah, this is by no means like, I don't think it's as big as people want it to be. It's not. You like Timothée Chalamet. I actually have, respect for him. I think he's growing into a man. He's getting his manhood, right? He's growing up. He's getting weight on his face. He's not my favorite, but he's nice. But I honestly think if you stick Timothy next to, let's say, Chris Hemsworth or Henry Cavill, or even Jonathan Bailey, who acts, or Tom Hiddleston, it's more than just looks. There's other things that have to happen. Like David Boreanaz from Bones. So good. There was an episode of New Girl that did a flashback to Jess's prom night, and she was dating the president of the feminist club. What? And he kept asking, How did a guy end up... Okay. He kept asking, can I kiss you between each kiss? And she just got fed up and left. Wow. Yes, based. But New Girl was at a time where people could have a discussion without being called istophobes. Just got to Heaven's Word Trial 1. Ooh, congratulations, Ben. Chalamet is a bit twinky, but he has a traditionally handsome face. Yeah, so apparently Chalamet is losing his twink. He is starting to, there's like a word for it. And people are lamenting the disappearance of Twinkie Chalamet. And I'm like, he's just going through the man phase. He was a boy and now he's becoming a man. It's like Tom Holland. And the guy who's Harry Potter, what's his face? It's Bish, period. They just don't want to call it that, or they're ignorant. Bish is the thing. Yeah, and Shay, I also think people are going to have different interests, and the reality is nowadays we are supposedly supporting the weird or the off, like the strange, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like, people can like what they want, but they're giving voice to what I think is a minority. Let's all be real here. See, Ruzy, this is exactly what I'm saying. You put Henry Cavill into a movie and you let him be Henry Cavill. all the women are going to be there to see him be Henry Cavill. And all the men are going to be there to see him be Henry Cavill. And this is why I did not get the Ghostbusters remake. Because my argument was that why would we want to go see a bunch of women? Now, that sounds misogynistic. And I do not have internalized misogyny, okay? Chat, I'm fine. What I am suggesting is, like, if they had one male lead with a bunch of female sidekicks, I think we would all be there for the male lead's growth journey. Everyone would want to be there. And then the women on the side would be fantastic counterbalances to the guy's journey. They could even be the ones teaching him how to be a better person. But, like, holy moly, they shit the bed. R.A. Morley, hello. I heard Henry Cavill. What are we talking about? We are talking about women not being allowed to like manly men. And so we can't even put a manly man into a TV show because, Lord forbid, the women feel less than because the manly man is being a man. When all of us normal, and once again, I should be careful about how I use the word normal, but most casual female audiences, that's all they want. They want eye candy. Give them fucking eye candy. Like, just give them... How hard is this? How hard is this? Just give them eye candy. And the guys, if it's well written, the guys will be there because they want to enjoy a guy being a guy. Like, this is not a huge issue. You could have... Anyway. Henry Cavill is a nerd that works out, my people. Wooly, do you remember the story that he told about himself on the Graham Norton show? Henry Cavill used to be an overweight, pudgy kid. And he worked out and he grew up and he transformed. It's like a whole ugly duckling story. And the reality is that on the inside, Henry Cavill is a very normal bro. WTF, I've been female all my life and manly man is 11 out of 10. Can you explain that, Morley? While Morley explains or like elucidates on their comment, can we go back to Lord of the Rings and just have nearly a dozen guys on screen instead? Shay, one of my favorite female characters is Éowyn. Éowyn is my spirit animal. I too, like Éowyn, felt like I was missing out on life because I was a woman. And I went through a period of my life where I did not want to be a woman because I firmly believed that being a woman meant I was missing out on good things. And the day that I began to realize that it's actually not about me and my feelings, it's about me helping people and being a better person, was the day that I was able to release some of the burdens I had taken on myself. And I don't want to say some form of internalized misogyny, but I had put unnecessary expectations on myself. And part of those expectations were done to me because of experiences I experienced as a kid, but some of those expectations were put on me by other women. And I was very, very sensitive to how women would talk to me like I was failing my parents because I wasn't marrying and I wasn't having kids. And so it was my fault that my parents had a kid when my mom was 46. So my mom was 46 when my youngest brother was born. There's 24 years between myself and my youngest brother. So between number 1, number 10, there's 24 years. So I was in church and a woman came up, took her kid and was like, the reason why your mom is having this baby is because you didn't give her grandkids. She told me that at the Sunday school door. Okay? A woman told me that, not a man. a woman did. And no man has told me to smile at work. Women have. So, all I'm saying is that I've had a lot of aggro as a woman. I've been told by women as a woman that I don't perform good enough. And that's where my problem lies. It's like women have been telling other women, hey, you don't need to have this kind of entertainment, right? Just like Greta Gerwig at the end of Little Woman. She was making a good point about creatives, but she was patronizing women who just want to enjoy a certain thing. So, Shay, I firmly believe that for me, Éowyn was my spirit animal. She represented a woman who had to learn the beauty of nurturing as much as the beauty of being strong and courageous. And Éowyn did make a difference, but she also learned how to find happiness with really one of the most sensitive men in Lord of the Rings. What I think the films did fail with was Faramir. So Faramir was a nerd. Faramir was a bookish young man. They did show very well in the extended versions how Faramir was always disappointing his dad, comparing, him to Boromir. But Faramir was essentially Gandalf's little tiny side pupil kind of person. And Faramir was a gentle soul who was atypical compared to a lot of the other men in the book. And who does he pair with? He pairs with a strong woman, which would be Éowyn. But Faramir himself, just because he's quiet and thoughtful and introverted, does not mean he's weak. He is equally strong. He has overcome much. He set aside his concerns and fears to almost die for his country. So Faramir and Éowyn, for me, are the top romance of the century for me. I just love them so much. Men aren't allowed to like womanly women. Yeah, basically. There's nothing scarier than a fitness nerd. Wait, women don't like manly men? Huh. Oh no, Sim has been sniped by Saint Susan. Yeah, I don't know what Sim is doing, but he does tend to put little hyphens in front of his stuff, like 4chan, so apparently it's telling you. She has him on a timer. Hell yeah, look at Warhammer 40k. It's literally giant buff dudes in armor fighting other buff dudes in armor, and that player base is like 95% dudes. Look, and I played Eve Echoes, which is like the mobile version of Eve Online, and that was like 98% dudes. But some great guys, some not so great guys. Susan personally, yeah, she's going after all the neats. I think Henry's just the main character in our real world who dictated women don't like manly men. Manly men characters are awesome. Okay, so R.A. Morley, here's the weird thing, okay? So this is what I was asking, right? This is what I was asking as a ghostwriter, as a reader, as a literature graduate, right? This is what I'm asking, okay? Why the heck is the Acolyte shitty? Okay? And it turns out they are trying to write it for women. Okay? But why is it so shitty? Because just because it's written for women doesn't mean that it has to be shitty. Like there has to be something else going on. There has to be something else going on. So it turns out this amazing person called Greg Owen, he takes a look at major authors, okay? He's taking a look at Sarah J. Maas. He's taking a look at like men like Han Solo who have traditionally been very attractive to women. He's taking a look at Bridgerton. He had a scene from Bridgerton. And this commentator is noticing that the money is being made, but this money is being made by creators who are following tried and true stereotypes and tropes and archetypes. And one of the most powerful archetype is the competent woman and the competent man finding each other and challenging each other and fighting each other. Okay? This is a common thing. This is a common trope. So Han Solo and Leia, right? Everyone wants to see this, and even guys will sit down and enjoy something like this if the male lead is very, very strong. But for some reason, there's an ideological impulse to pretend that's not what women want, because a woman is a feminist, and a feminist don't need no man. As Gloria Steinem quoted somebody else or whatever, you know, a woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle. False. But this kind of need to be politically correct is literally killing the fantasy on multiple levels. No one is as nerdy as Cavill while being normal. He's been blessed by the tism. Yeah. Oh, Chieko, you're Naoto. There's a whole correlation on how more women are on both birth control. So having higher estrogen level and having higher levels means seeking out more feminine men. It's possible, morally. I also think that women are being lied to, or they're being shamed into being silenced. Okay, so I do think a lot of women are unable to stand up to crowds. So secretly they're reading this shit. They're reading it hard. But when they leave their bedrooms, they're totally modern. It's like they've been lobotomized into having a kind of like a schizophrenia where in the privacy of their homes, they're lapping up Korean dramas. Chat. Let's look it up, actually. I'm pretty sure Netflix funding more K-dramas. Bloomberg. Boom. Mic drop. Netflix outlines 2.5 billion Korean bet as K-drama mania grows. People are wondering, oh gee, why are they canceling Shadow and Bones? K-dramas, probably. Right? Why are they killing my favorite fantasy on Netflix? K-dramas. Netflix Inc. promised to back and cultivate Korean showrunners and studios behind viral shows like Squid Games. But it's not just Squid Games, okay? Let's all be real here. This is not about that. It is earmarked for K-drama. Don't pretend it's Squid Game, Bloomberg. It's not Squid Game. It's K-dramas. Now, of course, there's going to be some people who are going to want to watch something more like... Okay, let's see. This initiative underscores how Korean programs like The Glory have in past years emerged as a surprising catalyst for Netflix. Koreans are probably also cheaper to hire. About 3/5 of Netflix users, three fucking fifths, have watched a Korean show, and viewing time for those programs has grown 6-fold in just 4 years. Why? Why? Why do you think, chat? It's because we're not making rom-coms anymore. Where are these women going to get their fantasy? So anyway, about 90% of the viewers for Korean romance genre content hail from abroad. Hail from abroad. Netflix in April pledged to spend $2.5 billion over the next 4 years in the country. So they're literally just giving money to Koreans and saying, please write more. But the boom has drawn protests from local content creators who complain they haven't shared proportionately in that success. Well, I don't know. Maybe you should write a fantasy story about a very hot man and a very hot woman getting it on. And then maybe you might get money. It's called the new ESG rating. It's going to be called the ERPG rating. Let's all be real here. I'm raging. Because I've been trying to say this for a while now, and I've been thinking about it for a while now, and this content creator comes out and says what I've been saying, that there's a ton of women out there who are shelling money out. They're ready to give their big bucks to see hot stuff on screen. And what are they giving us? They're giving us rodent boyfriends. Now, I'm not saying that, Tom Hiddleston and Timothy Chalamet aren't hot, right? But they're not even letting the men behave like men. So I'm going off. Okay, let's see. Ruzi, can you explain Naoto? I don't recognize that name. I also think as well for me, R.A. Morley, I am a neurologically atypical female, so I actually appreciate males who are kind of gay, like kind of emotionally available. That's because I am not that way, and so I seek my complement, and my complement is a guy that is more emotionally awake. But the sad fact is that a lot of those guys are kind of gay, so then yeah. Her weebification is not yet complete until I play Persona games. Wooly, I want to do it. I have heard that the stories can be very, very good. My mom was 42 when I was born. Ooh, Ruzi. Yeah. Women can have babies in their 40s. It's just, yeah, women are just terrible to each other. Yeah, they are. Classic church Karen. Oh, everyone's talking about my Sunday school experience. Yeah, look, I just was like, well, here's your kid. Have a nice day. Have a blessed Sunday. I told my mom was raging. She was, excuse me. We had Martin because we love each other. And I was like, okay, Mom, that's all right. Doxing my brother. Women do get jealous of other women way more than dudes telling women how to be. Yeah, I have met on one hand 3 men who were complete assholes. One of them unironically said women shouldn't be allowed to drive. He was a complete and utter asshole. But I have met equally horrific and terrible women. And unfortunately, because I think, I'm a woman, I'm a female, I present as female. And so females have a tendency of talking to me. And they tell me shit. Or I'll overhear shit. And then I'll be like, oh my gosh, I did not hear that. I get the most misogyny from other women, but ironically, most dudes are down to help and encourage. R.A. Morley, I did a stream a week or so ago where I did Elden Ring, and my chat were stars. They were propping me up. They could have been like, get good, Strummer, and they could have been so negative. Everyone in chat was so positive and so helpful. And almost everyone in here is a guy except for Shay. And I guess Morley is also female here. My grandmother started asking if I was a lesbian at 13 because I didn't have a serious boyfriend yet. Female expectation pressure is real. Whoa. Really? Now, I'm not going to lie. I also had family members, not my parents, but I had some aunts and uncles who asked me a few questions. It was kind of like, that's none of your business. Farmier is a nerd that is proficient with... Faramir was apparently really into reading and stuff. Like he was always trying to tag along with Gandalf when he would visit Minas Tirith. And so in the books, he was way more philosophical and thoughtful. SGM, my arch nemesis. R.A. Morley, is SGM your arch nemesis? Yeah, Bridgerton is good at what it's doing. It's got some of my sisters hooked. Have I seen it? No. Is it my jam? Not really. If Bridgerton was about cat boys who are gay for each other, I'd be there. Hashtag Fujoshi. Hashtag. I think the problem is looking at needing a man when what's needed is someone who is the FMC's equal in some capacity. Yes, so what's happening, Morley, is that they're mistaking complementarianism as needing or weakness. When you complement each other, it's not because both of you, either one is weak. It's because everyone has strengths and everyone has flaws. And what happens when you remove the flaws from the female, then why does the female need anyone in her life, whether it's another female or whether it's a male, right? That character then becomes not a character, and it becomes a not even a mythological character. It doesn't even become an archetype. It just becomes an asshole. I haven't seen Korean dramas, but Xianxia is lit. Is Xianxia, is that C-dramas? But I've always been the weirdo with niche taste, so I have zero shame admitting it. Hey, you enjoy your niche taste. I'm a Fujoshi, so, you know, it is what it is. How long until Netflix modifies K-drama for Western audiences? The hope is that it will stick in Korea, but even Korea is going through some necessary social changes, and that could skew the pendulum the other way, in which case K-dramas will fall out of practice and everyone will move over to Bollywood. Oh yeah, there was a big issue in the Korean entertainment industry where Netflix came and just bought everything with their giant money bags. Yeah, I bet they did. Korean dramas probably don't have ideology. They don't. Most Korean dramas don't. They do talk about social changes and things that's going on, but yeah. Ruzi, Chieko raging. I am raging. I'm raging because we can't have good writing, apparently. We can't let normal, average lesbians or even straight women have the fun that they want. We gotta have ham-fisted messaging. We gotta have shit men. We have to have... now, this content creator is going to talk about how even the women characters and the men characters are not even being developed adequately. So, like, it's forget even not having romance. It's not even good on, like, just a base generic level. So, yeah, I am raging. I'm raging hard. But I'm also what's the word? I'm also PMSing, so, yeah. TMI, I know, but it is what it is. Could it be that they want women to be unhappy, so radical feminism never run out of clientele? No, you see, Leo, rad femmes are actually also on the back foot. So rad femmes, feminists are not right now. Feminists are split themselves. There's two parts to feminism now. So we have the TERFs, and then we have the woke feminists. And then we could say there's a third group of feminists who are just normal. We're standing on the side over here, minding our own business. We're celebrating the fact that we're generally equal in society. We are generally, you know, getting paid equal amounts. We have equal opportunities in Canada and America, generally speaking. We normal feminists are doing fine. I feel bad for the TERFs. I think the TERFs are right in speaking up about certain spaces designed to protect traumatized and disempowered women have been opened to predators posing as a certain group of people. So, yeah. So rad femmes, we need to be careful how we use that term, because rad femmes are split right now. And so you have a lot of lesbians who are going, wait a second, just because you have male interest doesn't mean that you're a man. You just might be a lesbian, or you just might be like a neurologically atypical woman. So the feminists themselves are no longer walking in solidarity. And you should know the difference between them, because there is a difference. The ugly kids, because plastic surgery is not hereditary. Yeah. Chieko, according to Twitter, men being men is just the patriarchy. Yes. Women being women is the matriarchy? Question mark. Naoto is a character from Persona 5. Where the fuck do I buy Dawn Trail? Oh, Ruzi. I mean, I guess it's alright if women drive, maybe. I don't drive, but I was annoyed because I know some good female drivers, you know. Where do you buy Dawn Trail? You buy it on the site, but you don't buy it on the Square Enix site. You buy it on the Final Fantasy XIV site. So you go here, you go Google, you go FFXIV, okay, and then you go store. All right, so you go down there. Then you see Final Fantasy XIV online store. Oh, wait a minute. No, you actually have to go to Square Enix store. Square Enix store, actually. Okay, so then you go to this. Look at that. Took me right there. Do you want a shortcut? You go Google Dawn Trail special site. Okay. Go to Dawn Trail. This is the Dawn Trail special site. It's taking forever to load. Pre-order. Click. What product do you want? Do you want the standard? I recommend a digital collector's edition because it's a little bit more, but you get to have a mount with it. Okay, then you choose your platform, and you choose your Square Enix store, unless you're going through something else. I don't know, Steam. Then you proceed to the store. Okay, and then you're going to pre-order here. Okay, you're going to pre-order. So let's say we're doing a digital collector, but if you want, you can just do standard for $40. Okay, you pre-order now, but when you pre-order, it's going to ask you to log into your Square Enix shit. So yeah, that's how you do it, Ruzy. Just go to the Dawn Trail special site. It will guide you. I'll have to look up Naoto, Ruzy. I'm sorry you're having trouble at home, but there's no reason to project your insecurity onto me. Turkish dramas. Oh, I've heard that Turkey is stepping up for sure. Yeah. Make sure to visit the right region. Wooly is correct. Oh, we're all hoping that your Steam Deck will arrive. I have horrible niche taste. Warcraft aside, I like low fantasy sci-fi works that read like high fantasy and vice versa. Okay. Chat's telling me what to do. Novellas are good as well. Those Persona games are creepy. Okay. Maybe I should try one out. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Like, I am of a firm belief that people should pursue what they enjoy. It's just when other people use that vehicle to preach about something, and I don't care what you're preaching about, like, make sure that your preaching is nice and subtle so that, you know, like a teaspoon of sugar makes the medicine go down. Don't make it ham-fisted. And it just feels like, as well, on top of being ham-fisted, they're not even allowing women to have these fantasies that we should, that like a large part of us enjoy. And then on top of that, as if to make things completely worse, sometimes people come out and kind of make low-key statements about you wanting to have that kind of more traditional dramatic romance, and they try to pretend like it's some kind of dirty thing. Like, you don't really want that. That's not what you really want. That's not, you know, highbrow. That's not, like, meaningful. And it's just terrible. It's just really sad. And I say that as someone who is upset about the fact that fantasy has been largely skewing towards romantasy, right? I'm not happy about imbalance right now in the publishing industry that's favoring romantasy. I'm completely championing genfic. I'm completely championing fiction that will appeal to general audiences. But even I am saying, why are we talking down on women who want some romance? Like, stop it. Just let them have their romance. So, okay, so Acolyte is bad because it's not achieving its audience for women, because they don't even have good men in it. They don't have real romance in it. There's nothing there to really catch the female gaze. Now we're going to find out another thing is the lack of character development. So let's watch this.
Is his match, and he can't help but fall for her. Nah, there's no way that would ever work. Something else women like that isn't carnal is character. You can watch the first 3 episodes of The Acolyte, that is an hour and a half of television, and you still won't find any characters. This has got to be some of the worst writing I have seen in a very long time. This entire third episode is a flashback to the mystery of what happened to Osha and Fima. This should have been small flashbacks in the normal show because they didn't have 30 minutes worth of story, so they kind of fiddled with the margins and triple spaced after every period. Leslie claims to be a huge Star Wars fan. Well, maybe she is, I don't know, but she didn't learn any lessons from the prequels. One, don't rely too much on child actors, they're terrible. Two, a morally ambiguous Jedi story doesn't need to be told. The whole prequel trilogy was about how the Jedi's philosophy and arrogance was a weakness Palpatine could exploit. This whole episode heavily features not just amazing writing and dialogue, but also amazing child actors.
The Jedi are bad. The Jedi are good.
We are once again showing the Jedi to be horrible, stalking these two kids, and basically acting like a galactic child protective services, trying to steal the kids away. Jedi are corrupt cops and social workers now. Never mind that these two kids are the same age or maybe older than Anakin, who the council said was way too old to train. How did the Jedi find these kids on an abandoned planet? Now, don't answer that. Doesn't matter. They're stalking the kids, and the witches don't want them to go. We do the thread thing, which sounds mystical, but makes absolutely no actual sense. The Jedi are going to test the girls for Force abilities and then take them away. Oh, okay, so the Jedi are the evil Shan-Chan to the Space Aes Sedai. Got it. Strong Lida tells them to lie, which Fima does, but Osha does not. Fima is angry at Osha, and so, logically and very reasonably, says this.
It's not up to you. You can't stop me. Yes, I can. How? I'll kill you.
What is with...
Boy.
How? I'll kill you.
Boy. That escalated quickly.
She locks Osha in her room and burns her sketchbook. Then, suddenly, the whole door is on fire in this stone building with a metal door. I'm seriously thinking that these writers have never seen fire in real life. Just like last week, it's not about the physics of fire. It's about the boredom. It's about the laziness of this writing. Oh, look, suddenly there's a giant blaze. Don't you feel tension, viewer? I don't. And I don't care if a single person in this whole place dies, because I don't know or care about any of them. I have zero connection to one single character after 90 minutes of show. Again.
Okay, so this is, I think, something that some people have talked about as well in terms of WoW, like some of the new stuff. Is like, you have these people who seem to be attempting to do this drama that pulls in casual female audiences. But in order for that to happen, things have to be psychologically meaty. Okay, you need to spend a lot of time. And unfortunately, in my opinion, some of this can verge on wallowing. And it doesn't matter if you're writing FM or MM. Okay, so I was reading an MM book recently, and one character who should be in control of his life was wallowing for 3/4 of a chapter. That was about 1,000 words spent on him just thinking in his kitchen about the character that he wants to rail. Okay, let's not get into the details, but this stuff annoys the shit out of me, okay? Like, I'm like, okay, there's introspection and then there's wallowing, okay? But guess what? Guess who is here for every emotional beat? In fact, sex scenes are almost never purely sex scenes. It's actually more about the psychology of the sex scene than the actual sex scene. Some sex scenes barely have any actual description. I was trying to write something, and someone came to me and was like, can you just make it a little bit more, just emotionally strong? Like, I just don't feel the connection between these two people that I was writing. So I was ghostwriting a book, and the client had a request, so I had to go back and rewrite a couple of my sex scenes because I was writing them kind of like a bro. I was kind of like, and then, And then, like, I had all the details. I was, like, anatomically correct. I like, looked at other examples of how to write, you know, let's say sex on a desk. And then I talked with a friend who's, you know, married with kids, and asked her, like, how would you go about having sex on a desk and this kind of thing. I was really trying my best to get it realistic, but no, that's not really what they want. They want emotional stuff. So this is where, if you are writing something about drama, it's not just about having a sexy hot guy on screen, which they failed at. They also failed at creating actual psychological movement and meaningful change within the plot, which is what women are there for. And this is one reason why I was saying Final Fantasy XIV is clearly a mishmash, a glorious balance of male and female energy. You can see that things are working in that story because they do let the characters sit around and talk about their feelings with you. They do let the characters emote. They do let you even emote, right? And they let the music also do the talking. But if you don't spend that time and then you just pull along, it's like you're in a dance with the reader and they're just dragging the reader around, expecting the reader to just emote. This thing is happening. Emote. And it's like, actually, no. Propaganda isn't good media. You know it, Ruzy. I just recall the author of Full Metal Alchemist thinking, Armstrong is her ideal man. It must sparkle and be fun. Also, you should start with Persona 3, possibly the recent remaster. Wooly, could you let us know in Discord? Let me know in Discord and gaming chat. Whoa, Chico's voice is suddenly bouncing between metallic and not in my ears. Okay, I'm going to check my level. I'm going to check my levels. Sorry, chat. I'm just gonna take a look here. Okay. I'm going to keep, I don't know what app is interfering with my Microsoft microphone levels, but yeah. Sorry, stepped away. And yes, I've decided that SJM is my nemesis. Sadly, I'm not cool enough for her to even know I exist, so this is a one-way relationship. I just hate how any man who's not subservient to her FMCs is auto-evil, and any interesting character is a tool for torment, so the FMC can progress the plot. It's dumb, and I hate it. Wow. R.A., are you a writer yourself? Are you, R.A., do you do writing yourself? I'm a ghostwriter, but I'm in the process of writing for myself. I'm trying to extract myself from ghostwriting. LMAO, yeah. Who can doubt the genius of Arakawa Sensei? SJM stands for Sarah J. Maas, the writer. Anatomically correct emotions and psychology. That's what romance novels are about. Oh, Logitech. And Tab is coming in. So I have a Logitech mouse and I have a Logitech keyboard. Would any of them fuck with my levels? I removed my Discord browser that was effing with my levels. Is there another level thing that I should be considering, Tab? Can I reach out to you on Discord, Tab? So that you can chat with me about this? Because my levels just keep bouncing up and down no matter what I do. My mouse is Logitech. And I have a Logitech keyboard. See? Am I going to dox myself by clicking on my Logitech? Let's see. Oh, my Yeti is coming in as Logitech. Why is that? Gab. So smart. Are we on the same chat? How many tangents have I gone on? Oh, party, you missed so much. You missed so much. Party, you missed so much. So this guy, he asked the same questions that I did. Party, check this out. Check this out. I'm just going to rewatch this clip with Party.
I've noticed a trend in the men. Book boyfriends, they're often called, and let me tell you, the guys in these books, they don't look like Yord. And they don't act like meek little Yord getting walked on by Padawan X-23 either. The guys in these books are so manly, it's almost comical. And they are enormous in all the ways that you might use that word.
Everything I saw was big. Everything was big. It was a bunch of tall men being active. They were changing light bulbs, putting shit on shelves.
Just say when. Just say, seriously? Are you serious?
Yeah, these are man's men. Oh.
What did you think, Party? This guy's editing, he is such a good editor. Goals. Goals, right? Anything after 6 is just criminal. So, R.A., are you, Morley, are you an author or a writer of some kind? Are you self-publishing or something? Check how many profiles you have. Oh. I'll check later. I'll just keep my levels open and I'll watch those levels like a hawk. Is Morley new? I guess Morley is new, maybe? I don't know how Morley found us. But Morley is here now. Morley, are you in my Discord? Do you want to join our Discord? Our Discord is a bit wildin'. I was away for a bit. By my count, we're on a tangent from a tangent from a tangent. You know, this guy had my brain exploding. It's just, he is so right on so many accounts. Like, how can people not understand this? It is easy picking to talk about the woke stuff. It's easy picking to crack a joke about Wokalyte. It is less easy, but infinitely more interesting to talk about how they're failing casual female viewers. And it's infinitely more interesting to look at it from a literary angle, to look at it from an educational standpoint. I popped in maybe 2 times before, but I tend to hardcore lurk until I'm like, okay, these people are cool. Well, I'm glad that you're thinking that our chat is cool. We have disagreements. I can start raging. I've gotten into tussling fights with a variety of different people. Okay, so Morley is a fantasy writer. She's working on her 5th novel. So let's check it out. Unless this is not, like, I don't know if. Okay, so this looks like a fantasy book. A Beauty and Beast retelling set in a feudal area, Sino-Asia-inspired fantasy world. New adult fiction for readers 17 plus. Is this you have some good sentence variety. I'm like just quickly reading. I'm speed reading. I wouldn't have put a comma there. Smack your editor. one thing, just as a writer to a writer, is I would move up some dialogue. I would move up some dialogue sooner. But that's just me. You can just ignore whatever I have to, just ignore me. But that is fantastic. So let us put in. How did Man in the Mirror happen? What in the world? Wow, there are a lot of Morleys, but not a lot of your Morleys. How do we... Usually you should be able to just click on it, but maybe you don't have an author's page? Okay. So I think... Okay, let's see. You'll probably see a lot of Yowie Catboy pics in there, so just don't step on the picture. I have been good, Tab. I have been good, okay? I have not shared any of my Catboy pictures. You've maybe seen some, but yes. Honestly, I'm kind of amazed you've never encountered another YouTuber talking this way before. Shut up, Tab. We're trapped on this video. It's a standalone fantasy romance. So cool. My previous 3 are part of a series. My editor takes away comments, but once in a while I want to rebel and keep an extra. We've been visited by the next heroes. So everyone, if you read R.A. Morley's sample, I can definitely say from a ghostwriter standpoint that I'm seeing some very nice sentence variations. There's wonderful sensory detail. This feels like it has that almost like flow that's very similar to kind of that Asian feel. So if that interests everyone, check out A Dance of Mist and Fury by R.A. Morley. I'm going to just drag this over here to my thing. R.A. Morley also has a YouTube, and you could check out her YouTube where she's talking about literature as well. That's fantastic. So give R.A. Morley a sub if you think you see something there. One of these days, I will leave ghostwriting behind, and I will write for myself. Come on, Chieko, 3 hours for 70% of a 10-minute video? Yeah, I'm sorry, Willie. Things are crazy. What do you think about Sweet Baby Inc. trying to extort 7 mil from the devs of the new Wukong game because they don't want to use them for references? I think the Wukong devs should tell them something in Chinese. And cozy adjacent. Yes, for sure. Yeah, so everyone, let's continue and let's find out why Acolyte also sucks on a whole other level.
The margins and triple spaced after every period. Leslie claims to be a huge Star Wars fan. Oh, maybe she is, I don't know. How the Jedi's philosophy and arrogance was a weakness. Palpatine do the thread thing, which sounds mystical, but makes absolutely no actual sense. The Jedi are gonna test the girls for Force abilities and then take them away. Oh, okay, so the Jedi are the evil Shan-Chan to the Space Aes Sedai. Got it. Strong Lida tells them to lie, which Fima does, but Osha does not. Fima is angry at Osha, and so, logically, and very reasonably, says this.
It's not up to you. You can't stop me. Yes, I can. How? I'll kill you.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
She locks Osha in her room and burns her sketchbook. Then, suddenly, the whole door is on fire in this stone building with a metal door. I'm seriously thinking that these writers have never seen fire in real life. Just like last week, it's not about the physics of fire. It's about the boredom. It's about the laziness of this writing. Oh, look, suddenly there's a giant blaze. Don't you feel tension, viewer? I don't. And I don't care if a single person in this whole place dies, because I don't know or care about any of them. I have zero connection to one single character after 90 minutes of show. Again, that's going to be a casual female viewer problem. Master Squid Game saves Osha and thinks Fima died, but we know that's obviously not the case. On their way out, they pass a bunch of dead witches with no wounds or burns, all in one area, so we don't really know what happened to them. The fact that the Jedi were there to save the girls and the fire got so big, so quick, suggests that they're the ones that started it. Jedi bad, remember? In 30 minutes of television, what did we learn? Well, Osha wants to see new things, which we already could have guessed from her traveling mechanic lifestyle. Fima didn't start the fire, which we also could have guessed from the guilt-stricken Master Squid Game as he described her setting the fire, and because Fima wants to kill them all, and because Master Terriblebeard said they thought they were doing the right thing as he drank poison from guilt. The girls have two moms, which we knew from episode 1. The girls can wield the Force, or thread if you want to call it that dumb crap, which we learned in episode 1. The Jedi are the bad guys, which has been constantly beaten into us. This episode could not exist, and we would know all the same things we did last week. Incredible writing. No plot or character development or deepening in 30 minutes of screen time. The only mysteries are how the women created the girls. There are big electrical units here. Was it science? Was it the thread? Does anyone care? Probably not, because we don't care about these characters. I think this will all be key jangling about Darth Plagueis with, creating life or whatever. Oh, and we've got the mystery of why the Jedi were really there, looking to kidnap kids. Why did they start the fire? Again, don't care. Oh, who's the big bad guy? Will I care? Doubtful. All right, there's Acolyte episode 3, and I had to do the absolute most to try to keep this video entertaining. This episode was so boring. I could have just told you the plot synopsis, but even that probably would have put you to sleep. This was wretched. I don't know enough about Star Wars canon to know if the thread thing or the creating life really destroys canon or whatever. I can just tell you this show is not worth watching. The pacing is terrible. The characters and dialogue are flat, and the mysteries are not worth solving. Did your morbid curiosity get the best of you? Have you seen it? Are you updating your predictions about what silly plot twists they'll try to do? Let me know in the comments. Episode 1 and 2 review is right here, and there are affiliate links below if you want to use those.
Okay, so this is Greg Owen. If you have not seen Greg Owen stuff, he covers a bunch of different things. He covers games, he covers stuff. He's a bigger, obviously, he has a much more polished and bigger stuff. Here is the video. Give it a like. Give him a subscribe. I'm doing an Asmongold. Yeah. He seems to be more balanced. And I think he seems to be much more balanced in terms of thinking about certain things. He covers Sweet Baby Inc., so I don't know what his... what his take would be. But, I mean, if you look at these things here... Yeah. Yeah. Morley. Ghibli has amazing setting, varied character archetypes, unwholesome love stories, and friendships. Honestly, if someone says they dislike Ghibli, I wouldn't trust them in general. Yeah, that's kind of basically true, Morley. I knew this one guy. He was older than me. He was the only guy in my friend circle when I was living in China. Everyone was trying to hook me up with him. And one day we were chatting, and he told me that anime was from the devil. And I was like, okay, all right, you got problems. And then a couple weeks later, he told me that he would never own a cat. And that's when I was like, we'll never. It was like the Taylor Swift song. We'll never, ever, ever, ever be together. I think they did, and then revealed it to expose Sweet Baby Inc. Also, the Wukong game looks awesome. Like a Chinese myth, Dark Souls. Look, I actually need to watch more about what's going on with that because I love that shit. Sweet Baby Inc. is a dumpster trash fire. Hard for me to follow. Which one lied? Which one tried to kill the other? Who knows? Sim. The one that's killing Jedi is the one who tried to burn the place down. It's probably like two parties who hate each other getting played by a third party, which is basically kind of like what's happening in the first trilogy of Star Wars. Sim is on another profile because Susan sniped him. Wouldn't this scene be better if witches got angry, used the dark side, and used force fire to set it on fire? And that could explain it spreading faster? Yeah. Look, there were Force witches in, is it Dathomir? Which one is it? I know it's Courtship of Han and Leia. The Courtship of Princess Leia. A lesser known book. And in this book, there are Force witches. Was it Dathomir? What was the name? Yeah, Dathomir. Oh, wow, look at me go. Okay, so Dathomir had a whole bunch of Force witches. And there's this part where they lasso Luke, and I was like, oh, is Luke going to get rapade? But no, he didn't. They just tied him up. They couldn't believe that he could use the Force because on that planet, only females could. So they called him a male witch. It was hilarious. It was fantastic. And it was all about who was going to get Leia. There was Prince Isolde and Han. And then there was Luke. They discover the remnants of the Starborn Training Academy, the Chunthor. The knights failed to retrieve the library due to interferences by the witches of Dathomir. But even the Dathomir had, like, the witches had two groups. And there were, like, the Night Sisters. And then there were the good ones. Shortly thereafter, Solo and Leia marry. Spoiler. Having realized during their intrepid journey that they do indeed love each other, Isolde also gets his happy ending as it revealed he has fallen in love with his captor, Teneniel Joe, and asks her to marry him. They then have a daughter who ends up actually banging Solo and Leia's first son, Jason, and they have a kid together, and then Jason goes to the dark side, and then the daughter, I think, is killed or dies, and Jason goes to the dark side, and hence, like Han and Leia, after Jason is killed by their daughter, Jason's twin sister, Jaina, Han and Leia have to take care of Jason's daughter. So they have to hide their granddaughter's name because the world can't know that the kid of Jason Solo, who was like, I forget Jason's Darth whatever name, but anyway, it's a whole thing. And why do I know? Because I was a Star Wars maniac. I was insane. The day that Mara and Luke had a baby, I ran downstairs and I was like, Mom, Mara and Luke had a baby. And Mom was like, who's Mara and Luke? I was like, Mara Jade and Luke Skywalker. And Mom just stared at me. She was like, they're not real. And I was like, okay, whatever. So witches do exist. They're called the Witches of Dathomir. But they're not necessarily lesbian. But they were pretty kick-ass. Okay. They're going to make the black girl Darth Plagueis' master. Oh, Ben. That would be Yeah, that would be it. I don't want to set the world on fire. It was Darth Bane that brought on the rule of two. Rip Sim, well, at least you have Discord. Oh, okay, they're my own mod. My own sister. My beloved sister in mod. Throwing me under the bus. Yeah, exactly, Morley. I was like, get out of here. Not that he was asking, but... Yeah, Luke and the later, if I recall correctly, D-Rock, they were fighting the Yuuzhan Vong. And the problem with the Yuuzhan Vong was, like, they were voids within the Force. So Luke had to destroy one of the organic ships. So since he couldn't reach the organic ship, he instead used the Force to crush the organic ship with the Force, like with his mind. Luke was mind-blowing. And that is why, you know, like, people can come to me and be like, episode 8 is, you know, a cinematic masterpiece. I don't fucking care if it was done by Martin Scorsese himself. I would tell him to shove it up his ass. Like, I can't even talk about it because I start losing my mind. Because Luke was the guy who liked hot chocolate, and he was a farm boy at heart, but he had this massive power. And at one point, the Siths on that planet were like, how did you get away with not being seen all this time? And they were like, literally, they basically told Luke, we knew you were coming because Luke's presence in the Force was literally like a supermassive quasar black hole. So they could literally spot him anywhere in the universe because he was like just this energy beam that was like, and they'd be like, oh, that he's coming, hide. So like they could tell he was coming because he was like literally beaming like the heart of a galaxy. Like, he was just insanity. And what does a man like that who achieves that kind of power, like, what brings him down? Well, I thought the authors were really smart. What brings him down is the death of his wife. And he just struggles emotionally toward the end with depression. Anakin Solo dies, yes. Chewbacca dies, and Han goes on this whole journey of becoming an alcoholic. It's a whole thing. Don't you know that Pokemon are actual devils? Well, I think they're based on yokai, and then it just went off the rails. Darth Cadus. Oh, there we go. That's the name. Harry Potter uses real black magic. Yeah, and if I read Harry Potter, Wooly, I will start summoning Satan. That's how it's going to happen. Yeah, see, a lot of people who hand wave away episode 8 have no idea what Luke became. Like, they have no idea. It's sad. Luke also beat a pseudo-god in Abeloth. Yeah. Zoiella, the old EU is better than what we have now. Absolutely. Yes. And then Leia ignored Chewie when his BFF died on a movie. Yeah. 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 The movies were such a miss. Such a miss. If they had just had Luke being depressed because he lost his wife, killed by his own nephew, I'd understand. They just made him bitter and weird. Like, anyway, I can't. I will literally start ranting if I start. Yeah, no. Okay. Now we'll never see Luke in his prime because he's dead. As someone who is actually a Star Wars nerd takes over, we'll never see Prime Luke or any of those stories. No, we won't, D-Rock. It's gone. It was done. They had a chance. They had one fucking chance to get Carrie Fisher before she, you know, did her Carrie Fisher stuff. Morally living on the edge. Morally living on the edge. Luke was breaking a lot of rules, for sure, right? Like, we know that the Jedi had gotten into this monogamy thing. Luke was like, no, everyone start making kids, make them now. Right? Luke was doing a lot of things that was very different. Luke is kind of like, to me, what what's his face from Grimm is like to the Grimms in the Grimm show. If anyone has not seen the Grimm show, they should try it. They had so much chance to make so much money. I don't know what happened. Somebody shit the bed. Morally, in fairness, someone said that if I give him his favorite food, he'll make me magically gifted with horses and the guitar, so it seemed like a good idea. Yeah, meanwhile, young me stopped speaking in a language because I wanted to be a pony. Yeah, I was a bit odd. Luke was like, nah, I'm gonna use my... Yeah. Here's the thing. I feel like this was such a missed opportunity. If they had followed a male and... let's say a male and a female Jedi battling desire while on a mission, and they have a moment where they give in, and then they end with a bittersweet ending. I think more women would be in for that, even if the ending was more bittersweet. But they're not even giving that. So I really liked watching this video for a couple reasons. Number one, I felt like someone else is asking, how does the CJ Maas crowd, so how does this casual audience crowd exist in this paradigm? And what is it doing? And I think none of these women who are reading Sarah J. Maas, okay, none of these women are wanting or asking, I want Star Wars to be this way, okay? But they're being courted. And this is a problem. Because, number one, they're being courted poorly. And number two, this is ignoring this other fan base that includes other women. And it's destroying something that other people... Yeah, it's destroying what other people like. I think Party saw Puss in Boots too. Party. You saw Puss in Boots too, right? I think Party cried in Puss in Boots too. I'm pretty sure she did. Okay, chat. We now have come to a part of the show where we got an hour, maybe two left. And we have a choice, as usual. So our first choice, let's just put a bit of this on. Let's put that on. So our first choice to watch for tonight is watch a WoW cinematic. The second one, I would like to propose is in celebration of the death of booktuber's epic fantasy. So, let's do a poll. That's the PayPal decide. So number one, what do we watch next? WoW Cinematics Part 4 of, and then what's the next one? In celebration of epic fantasy death. And add option other thing. Strummer. polling. Zoella, which do you think is the strongest for you? Tab, what is this? What is this? What will I love? Carl Urbanski? I'm going to need insurance. Can you explain, Tab? Oh my lord, Tab is trying to trigger me. Is it on Discord? Yeah, how many votes? I'm gonna check votes. Other thing. What other thing? What is Carl Urbanski? Sorry, just woke up from being snug in a... Okay. So, we have a choice, everyone. Are we going to watch some WoW? Are we going to watch this video about celebrating the death of epic fantasy? Are we going to watch something else? Yeah, R.A. Morley, I was in a obsessive state about Star Wars. I think I read probably at least 40 books, maybe more. I read a lot. And I loved each time. I loved each one. And some of them I read like 6 times, 10 times. I'm a huge fan of Star Wars. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. The new Star Wars killed Star Wars for me. I watched Rogue One. I watched the Solo film. I have some takes on those that people on both sides of the aisle won't agree with. But overall, and I heard Andor is really good. But I can say that they destroyed a fan because of Episode 8. Episode 8 felt patronizing. Once again, there's something about things that sometimes happen. If I feel patronized, I'm out. I'm gone. Okay, so we got 20 viewers in here. Viewers, we have a poll up. What would you like me to look at next? Okay, Wooly is pushing for this one. AFK Journey, Wooly? Really? I thought you would want me to. So we got this here. RPGs, high level make-believe. Yeah, I liked Rogue One. I liked Rogue One a lot. I loved Rogue One a lot. Solo, there was a moment in Solo where the Kessel Run in Solo had me molding. The Kessel Run with the robot had me molding. But there were aspects of Solo. What people may not know is that there were aspects of the Solo film that were ripped straight out of the Han Solo trilogy. It surprisingly, like the first 3/4 of it was probably the closest authentic story to the DCEU. Bizarrely enough. It seems the way of modern screenwriting is to tear down the beloved source material in favor of appealing to uninterested audience. No, you're absolutely right. And you know what's really gross and weird, Morley? Is like, okay, let's take Andrzej Sapkowski, right? He's this European bro. He's writing the Witcher series, right? He's making money. He gets it translated. He's making more money, okay? He makes some poor mistakes, in my opinion, in terms of his business. He's clearly embittered about that. But, you know, he's raking in dough. They get his books to be adapted, right? So he's heading to Netflix, and these ducking showrunners, right, apparently behind the scenes are shitting on Andrzej Sapkowski. And I remember in sci-fi class hearing people shitting on Stephen King because they are making money. Lord forbid, right? Lord forbid that White Noise make less money than Andrzej Sapkowski or Stephen King. I'm not a fan of Stephen King, but you know what I mean. It's this pretentious assholery. It's like, get out of here. Stop it. Now, don't get me wrong. I like me some lit fic. I like well-written stuff, as long as it's not pretentious. If you are heavy-handed and you're clearly writing a certain way to make a very certain point about something, I get squirrely. And then you have the temerity to turn around and then yoink someone's IP because don't even get me started. So I'm not going to say names or details because, NDA. But I was in a situation where I was doing work for a client and I had an editor who kept rewriting my sentences like to an extreme degree, to the point where admin had to step in. And I reached out to them. I talked with them a little bit. And it turned out that they had attempted to take the writing test to be part of the writers. And they had passed, but since then they had not been able to get any clients because breaking into ghostwriting is very, very difficult. And basically it was so hard for them. Their best way was to edit other people's writing, and they could get their rocks off that way. And I was just like, get out of here. Like, stop it. Get some help. Rosie's mom is watching episode 9. Oh my lord. Don DeLillo, I hate that son of a gun. Yeah, right, Leo? I had to study white noise, and I wanted a lobotomy by the end of it. Give me my time back. Yeah, exactly, Wooly. So once again, I have no love lost for Sapkowski. Sometimes Sapkowski sounds like a bitter old man, right? But imagine shitting on an author and thinking you could write better. Like, yeah. It's shitty. Like, no, like that, it's downright disrespectful. And it's arrogant, honestly. What do they think they're doing? if they deserved to have their own stories being told, they would probably be self-publishing at the very least, with some modicum of you know, response, some audience. But are they? No. So I agree with Asmongold on this one. They're hijacking something because they can't make it on their own. So it's really shitty. So okay, so we're going to make a decision. We got 10 votes out of 20. We have equal parts to WoW and Death of Epic Fantasy. And we have a higher vote for Another Thing Strummer. So it looks like we're going to be doing something else. Yeah, exactly, Morley. Exactly. We can look at somebody who we look up to and we can be like, oh gosh, like not even look up to, right? We can look at, like, J.K. Rowling is my personal arch nemesis. I'm not like one of those I hate J.K. Rowling transphobe kind of thing, but like J.K. Rowling was the person I wanted to do better than, for sure. B.R. Myers wrote the Reader's Manifesto. Oh, wow. Okay, I gotta look this up. Reader's Manifesto. B.R. Myers. A Reader's Manifesto. Okay, I'm gonna look it up. Are we going to talk about TTRPGs? Because I'm working on learning Roll20 as we speak. I can't talk much about that because my knowledge of Roll20, like I've used Roll20, but I'm pretty shit at it. I was a newbie player. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let it sit for a second. I'm going to go away. I'm going to go to the bathroom, more specifically. Oh my gosh, Tab is sending me shit. I'll look at it later, Tab. Okay, I'm going to go AFK for a second. I'm going to go fill up my water bottle and stuff, and then I am going to come back, and we're going to determine the other thing that we will be watching. BRB. Okay, chat. Dawn Trail. Launch trailer still living rent-free in my head. Zoella, are you ramping up for that? He is also part of OSR. Okay. No, Ben. I saw one section of it with the girl. But I have not. No. I will. I will. At some point. I'm savoring it, you know? I'm savoring it. I want to... I'm also traveling to hang out with Party. So, if I want to download the new Final Fantasy stuff, I need to make room on my Steam Deck. My Steam Deck's internal storage isn't great because I bought the lower tier. So I'm going to disassemble part of my Steam Deck to take out the old NVMe SSD and put in a new one. Okay. So we have equal parts WoW, equal parts other thing. Wow. We're having a tie here. Ooh! Look at this! Wooly! Wuthering Waves is killing it globally. Okay. I'm going to move that over for later. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll watch this one next week when I'm at parties. We'll exit that. I feel like I'm choosing... Oh my gosh. Sim. Sim is like my de facto... My de facto... Sim. Oh, Party. Being a mod. Heart, potty. Party, potty. Yeah, I will watch the launch trailer at some point. Maybe on a day when Party is not around, / when I feel like it. I just wanna, I don't know, savor not knowing certain things. I'm excited about the mount though. There's some mounts in there. My body is ready. Okay. I'm torn, chat. I want to see what this high level make believe is about. Oh, Duck is also trying to avoid spoilers. Yeah. I want to go in with like 0 expectations. You know what I mean? Oh my lord. Just stay away, Duck. Go AWOL. Don't even look. I put WoW in the stream. I feel like if I don't do WoW, my stream title is shit. You think I can speedrun 26 minutes? I don't know, chat. I don't know if I can handle more WoW. Bruzy. Oh my lord. Is chat fucking with me? Is chat fucking with me? I can't believe this. Yeah, I feel like chat is literally messing with me on purpose. They're saying, "You." It's all talk about RPG, pen and paper RPG. Oh my lord, Morley. Okay. Okay, you know what? We're going to watch this. We're going to find out what this is. And then we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I just feel terrible when I make commitments.
Everyone, this is the RPG Pundit, the final boss of internet.
Okay, wait a minute. Let's see what this person is doing. This is a smaller.
That's shitlords, and this is my second take of this video. I have got a headache. I don't know why. I'm not a guy that gets headaches very often, but I slept in today, which is usually good, but you know how sometimes it can disrupt you a bit. And then when I got up, first thing I did is I went over to the RPG site, which is a really good place to go to check for RPG news and discussions and really interesting debates. But basically, I've spent my time since I woke up fighting with some assholes on some thread that are actually discussing about like my previous video, you know, about the video where I'm talking about the OSR and how it is as a design school and about subjects of compatibility. And so you have some asshole saying that, oh, because Pundit, your games are games that have...
What is OSR? What is OSR? Oh, Sim, is it you? It sounds like you. No, I'm kidding. What is OSR? Is it... The only thing that OSR reminds me of is old school RuneScape. But that's OSRS. Old school revival. I have no knowledge of this, Wooly. Games that play like D&D 1st and 2nd edition. Okay.
Have single value saving throw tables and you don't use gold for XP, then that's absolutely no different than having some dice pool game and calling that OSR too, right? Like that's the argument that these dumbasses are trying to use to defend the idea that either... I don't even know what this guy's point is. Like, is he one of the OSR fanatic, like the old grognard fanatics, somebody who listened to too much James Malazewski shit, or is he a Bro-SR guy or something like that, who are trying to say that no, only the original old school games are valid and every other game is bad, you know? Or are they the other type of guys, the guys that want to say, no, anything can be OSR. OSR is a feeling, right, so that they can sell their shitty dice pool game as an OSR product, you know? I don't know which of the two this person is, to be honest, but it's just been annoying, right? And then I go and I find a comment on a video I did a while back, which is not exactly on the same topic, but it is somehow similar in some ways, right? I said, I did a video a while back where I was talking about how RPGs are not meant to create stories. They're not... The point of an RPG is to make a story, and RPG worlds should not be story worlds. And there are some people that are so far, so deep into the inherent context, let's say, of the default assumptions of how so many people play D&D today, that they literally cannot understand what I mean, right? Because they think, well, the adventure has a plot, right? So your character has some kind of background, so that's a story. Everything is a story, right? This is, of course, these are probably millennials, right? I mainly blame postmodernism. So there's a difference between...
I would disagree with that, actually. And you know why? Because I experienced this firsthand myself with the extremely progressive group running a D&D 5e edition. Okay, so let me talk about it, all right? I don't view myself as living life the same way other people live life. I live life by running simulations in my head and then deciding whether I want to go forward with the simulation that I've run. And usually these simulations will have outcomes, and I will make those determinations based on that. That's how I determine how I experience life. Now, a lot of people, let's say people I move in certain circles with, let's say Christian circles, they'll say, oh, oh my goodness, you're a very straight-laced young woman. You've never gotten drunk. You've never smoked. You never slept around. You're a good person, right? And the answer is no. I made those decisions because I ran simulations on them and I decided that they are not effective ways to live one's life. It had nothing whatsoever to do with morality or personal conviction. It was literally a pragmatic choice, a conclusion that I arrived at after watching other people mess up. And I realized on my own, I was like, you know what? This isn't for me. I don't want to do it. And that's one of the reasons why I don't get super judgy about people doing or not doing something. I just, like, a lot of my decisions are based on these simulations. And what that means on a fundamental level is that I don't live in my body half as much as many other people do. I live in my head. It's very cerebral. And that means, therefore, a heavy part of how I enjoy something is if it makes logical sense, if it is linear, and if it is controlled. And this is one reason why I like narrative stories and narrative storytelling. Now, how does this play out when I am engaging with content? What it does mean is that when I approach something, I am looking for patterns and things that make sense. So when I walk into a game like Elden Ring, where the story is in the living, where the story is in the world and in the environment, you're asking someone who does not engage on a sensory level in the real world to engage in a sensory level in a pretend world. And there's a level where that's not intuitive to me. It's not to ask me to care about particulars that are hidden in an environment or what have you is very hard. Similarly, if some story is too heavily focused on drama and socialization and relationships and RP, if it's too heavily reliant on that human interaction, that is draining on me as well. So, how do you think I reacted to being in a certain role play group that was all, and I mean all, about the role play and simply living as characters in the world? The story was tangential. We would eddy around the story. The story actually got fucked because certain people made certain decisions because it was true to their character. They were really living their best life. And by the end of it, I was playing Dorf Romantique while letting the other 3 to 4 players talk as their characters. And I'm saying this as someone who is creative and loves writing. Right? So these people were progressives, by the way. They were progressives. And they went on story arc journeys but not really. Most of it was about making friends with polar bears and starting an inn. And what else? Yeah, we actually wasted a lot of time talking. And my character was more based on me. And by the end of it, I was out of my mind. I had joined thinking we were going to be doing a Cthulhu adventure. Okay, so let's see if I can find it. Yeah, Icewind Dale. Here we go. Here it is. This is what we were trying to play. Icewind Dale. This is like a Cthulhian dark adventure where you're supposed, like, my character got infected with a mind flare and started bleeding from her eyes at one point, but no one noticed, and until almost too late. I'm going to end the poll, by the way. And yeah, this was something else, okay? And this is where these people who, by the way, were progressives, and they were young, they were millennials, like they were in their mid to late 20s, early 30s, but mid to late 20s for the most part. If they could, do you know how long this campaign took us? It took us 2 years. 2 years. And I think we took a small break because the DM, who was pretty awesome. I like the DM. And of course, I liked my bestie who was playing it with me. But for 2 years. Now, I think we took a break for 6 months. We took a break because the DM got pregnant. 1.5 years, we lived in this world once a week. Yes, Wooly. Okay, so I'm going up. Wooly says, the reason I find this interesting is because there's a deep connection between OSR and the design logic of FromSoft. Yes, you're supposed to find the story through the world, not through an on-rail story. I got that connection right away. And I'm not saying that's bad. What I am trying to suggest is that equating it to a generational issue is... I don't know if it's a generational problem. I don't think so. Because generationally, we can definitely say that right now, if we're going to blame certain current trends in fantasy, it's because of shitty education leading to people not really engaging with story on any real level. Like, even a linear story is not being engaged with. So I actually don't think millennials need on-rail stories. They certainly don't seem to appreciate good ones, as can be seen from certain better written video games. First time that happened, except for during the final boss previous campaign, which doesn't count that way. Yeah, so Ruzi, during our playthrough, because mistakes were made, one character basically died, but the DM for whatever sake hand waved it away because yeah, it was one particular character was out of control and spawned it, and let's just say like things escalated because of one player in our group. We were all victims. Morley is going into broken characters, so she doesn't have to roll as much. Way to go. Argument can be made that engaging in long-term planning and having a high time preference is part of being a certain sort of good person. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. I did all those things, and you're not missing any, believe me. Yeah. Well, pacifistic bard elf who needs no sleep and has high passive perception, who's just the soccer mom of the team. Oh, wow, Morley is living her best life over there. Yeah, some people prefer certain classes. Ruzi, you played Icewind Dale? It was the first campaign I ever completed. OSR is orthogonal to what you describe. Can you okay, I'll watch more of the video, maybe he'll explain more. Is the opposite. Yeah, okay. I consider myself, well, I guess I'm not quite Gen Z. I think I call myself a Zennial because I'm not quite Gen X, but I'm older than most millennials. So I call myself a Zennial. But yeah, these young people were very young. And they eddied around the story and they couldn't handle parts of the story. Let's just say in Icewind Dale, they made a few choices and then had to face those choices in a very real way, and they didn't like it. And I was molding. Yeah. Oh, Ruzi was GMing. Oh, okay. Sim, I think you and we are clearly just got too much tism in our bones to enjoy it. Okay, so we're going to go back because this is an interesting thing. We've been talking about this for a little while. What kind of narratives can exist? And there's one narrative, which obviously I prefer, which is more linear. But there's another narrative, but I don't think liking a linear narrative has anything to do with lack of education or lack of sophistry. I think it has to do with how you interact with the world and how your brain works. However, I will agree that you need to use a muscle. Just like guys have to use a muscle to enjoy certain kinds of literature, women, or my type of brain, whatever thing it is I got, has to use a muscle to also allow ourselves to enjoy more experiential-based storytelling. So let's go back just a little bit and see if he clarifies it, okay? We're going to see if he clarifies what he is trying to define. Because at this point, it's not 110% clear to me what he's talking about.
I mean, right? Because they think, well, the adventure has a plot, right? So your character has some kind of background, so that's a story. Everything is a story.
Oh, and by the way, D&D 5e. So my friend and I had played Pathfinder before we played D&D 5e, but I hadn't played it a lot. And in Pathfinder, your stats and everything really helps you determine who and what your character is. Whereas in D&D 5e, we were given like these almost like Guild Wars 2 level type questions, and we were encouraged to like just free form our backstory regardless of what class or regardless of what skills our characters had. So we were just free forming these stories. And it was tough for my friend. She struggled with investment in her character. She couldn't see the link between her because I guess in Pathfinder, like there's a deeper connection between your stats and how you build your character and your character story. And so there was a free forming aspect to it. And I ended up. My backstory, the thing that I made up, ended up not even mattering. Like, it didn't matter at all. how long were our D&D sessions? They would go anywhere between 4 to 6 hours, maybe, or maybe 3 to 5 hours. It felt like forever. But it could have been just 3. Maybe it's just 3. But it felt like 3 to 4 hours. Yeah, bro. These people were chatty Catholics, okay? We come to an orc thing. So in this campaign, you come to an orc tower. Well, someone has the ability to train and talk to animals. Can we talk to the polar bears? Can we make the polar bears our friends? Can we have the polar bears? Can we remake the orc tower to be a thing that we can ride around on throughout this open world area? And then we got sidetracked with the polar bears and these little spritey things that we found, and then there was a whole drama over somebody killing a baby yeti. It was something else, let me tell you. That was an experience. The story we learned incidentally, by the way. It was hardly on rails. The DM had to gently guide us back sometimes, and people would forget things. So like somebody forgot that they were flirting with this woman who's lost her son, and then they proceeded to kill everybody in this small village, one of whom was the son, and then weeks later, we had to go back to this poor woman and be like, yeah, your son's not coming back, because one of the people in our parties decided to escalate a fight without the rest of the party's permission. And yeah, we ended up slaughtering a whole bunch of brainwashed people, like basically like tempered individuals. And then we had to go around and make apologies. Well, not my character. My character was like, hell no, not making apologies. Yeah, he did, but he was brainwashed at that point. Like he came into contact with the stone, and then he got a voice in his head. It was fascinating. It was a whole thing. Okay, let's keep going.
Story, right? This is, of course, these are probably millennials, right? I mainly blame postmodernism. So there's a difference between fiction and history, right?
But postmodernism would actually want to break down linear narratives. Like postmodernism is all about breaking down traditional approaches to things. So once again, I'm not sure if it's postmodernism at work here. I would say maybe there's an anti-male brain thing that's coming in and trying to force into what is a more parsing, exploratory, experiential storytelling. They're trying to force in linear storytelling that might appeal more to female brains. So it could be the typical run-of-the-mill female interests intersecting with male spaces and trying to take over. That could be a thing. That could be a thing. But I don't know if it's specifically postmodernism. Okay, I'm probably making Wooly lose his hair.
Fiction and events, that sort of thing. And so what they're missing there is an understanding of what is meant here. I don't mean that you don't have, like, because this person in the comments said, well, I wouldn't want to play in a completely sterile environment where there is no context. No, that's not, that wouldn't be anything. Nobody plays like that, right? Well, I mean, I guess you could do a dungeon crawl, but even there, the dungeon crawl is still the world, so to say, you know, so it still applies, right? The only, the thing that is actually under discussion is not...
Is he making himself drinks? I think he's making himself drinks. It was probably around 70 hours total for me to run Icewind Dale. Ruzi, we were not on rails. Things got whack. We got whack. You know that blue-eyed guy that shows up at the house? Yeah, things got whack. My favorite RPG was Lunatic Kind-Hearted Paladin, raiding a moose fighting on Glamourer Pajamas. My friends told me it was so wacky because I'm so serious normally, and the character was wild. Tab, they clearly have not seen you in Belmont. I did not have a blue-eyed guy show up at a house. Yeah, I don't know. Things happened. That's all I can say.
It's not to say that there isn't a world, it's to say that what is that world? Is that a real world or is it a story time world, okay? And this is the thing that I'm trying to respond to. So I gave them a response in the comments, and then I thought, because it was a very long response, that it is in a video, right? Because I think I wrote it pretty well, and I think that's that I might add a few other details to it here. So first off, before I continue, you can see we've got over here we have Arrows of Indra and Social Encounters and the Old School Companion 2, all of which are OSR. They're all compatible. Other things that are dice pools are not OSR. I don't know why people can't get this through their head, or that are any non kind of D&D mechanics. Doesn't matter how much you feel like they should be. No, sorry, right? Social Encounters on the Silk Road is a product that lets you handle, in fact, it deals with the question of OSR compatibility. It lets you handle social skills in a way totally different than having just like social mechanics or social skill roles, like a diplomacy check or something like that. Instead, it's based on the reaction roll tables of old D&D, but with a whole bunch of frameworks for different types of scenarios, whether it's haggling, intimidation, debate, information gathering, rumor mongering, all sorts of stuff, how people will interact with your characters based on a whole bunch of different potential modifiers. And it's basically a big DM tool for, like, if you're playing an OSR game, you don't want to have, like, just some guy get a +5 diplomacy roll and suddenly they can do whatever they want. But you'd rather actually have a combination of something that is mostly about how your characters role play with the NPCs, but that takes into account the world and the context and the personality of the person they're dealing with and the interests and motives and all of that sort of stuff. Check out Social Encounters. It's been a really big bestseller for a reason. Arrows of Indra, my earliest actually OSR game, right? It's still great. You can check it out. It's also on drive-thru, and Arrows of Indra is also on Amazon. I think Social Encounters is on Amazon too. The one that is only on drive-thru is the Old School Companion 2, which has 26 adventures in it that are for OSR gaming. They're mostly for Lion and Dragon, but you can use them in any OSR context in any OSR game. And of course, check out Baptism of Fire, which has been a bestseller all month, right? It's been doing fantastically well. It's still at the top. Well, last time I checked, it was second place in the top print bestsellers of drive-thru RPG. And it's a fantastic game. I love getting all the social media posts people have sent me, showing how how cool their book is and how excited they are. I still haven't gotten my books. You'll all know when I've gotten my books, believe me. But yeah, check all that out, and check out the Pundit Files. As of the time of this video, the current Pundit Files is number 12, The Mendicant. But I suspect that when this video actually comes out, it might be the next one. And I'm trying to remember what the next one was. I know I sent it already. Or no, maybe I didn't send it yet. Shit. But I finished it already. It was, I'm like 3 or 4 issues ahead. So anyways, check out the Pundit Files, whichever one it is. The Mendicant is another really great adventure in the style of the adventures in the Old School Companion. But there's tons of other stuff too, right? Like there's the Invisible College 1930s campaign. There's the fantastic jousting and horse supplement that is the biggest of all the Pundit Files issues. And there's tons of other stuff. The martial artist class. every issue has a different theme, and they only cost each of them $3.50. All right. So back to the topic. So this person had said, basically that, like, how is this not a story? Everything that you're doing is a story, right? And my response was this: is your life a story, or is it the real world? Is Cinderella the real world, or is it a story? Okay, because that is where you can begin to understand, right? Because most people just assume
good Lord, these ads.
That, RPG is make-believe, which it is. But then they assume that make-believe is a novel, which it isn't. Make-believe and novels are two different things. Okay? Because in make-believe you can make things real. In a novel you can't. A novel is a very inferior form of storytelling.
Of course, I'm going to disagree with that as well. Once again, it depends on how you're engaging with the novel. If you suffer from not being able to visualize anything, if you are, let's say, how can I say this? If you are a certain kind of brain, I think novels will go over your head. It's kind of like Sim talking about myths not making sense. It's like that. It's some people can't appreciate it. Get YouTube bread, bro. Yeah. His product explanation is dry. It is relevant. Yeah. Okay. And so in the homebrew campaign, I started after finishing Icewind. I set out to build a world rather than a story. The hope that the players would reveal what aspects of the world interested them, and then I could open the story possibilities to them based on that. My life is a story set in the real world. We make sense of our lives by applying narrative to them post hoc. You can make believe real. Okay, I'm going to lay it out for what I'm understanding so far. We have two kinds of storytelling. From what I understand, OSR was more about experiential. This is OSR. Experiential world exploration, where you would experience a story that you would make together by interacting with a breathing, living world. This would require you to have a level of curiosity as a player. You would have backstory. The world would not be empty. Things would be going on around you, but it was much more open and it wasn't so much on rails. Now, the question is, why did it become on rails? And that is a good question to ask. I think that is a fair question to ask. Is it because people are less educated? Possible. Is it because the thing became mainstream and casual interests had to kind of dumb this down because GMs couldn't handle this level of detail required? Possibly. Is it possible that the people who create these kinds of programs or like RPG modules, a lot of the people who did the licensing have left or have been forced into fringes, while corporations have hired on people who don't know what they're doing? Social reactions were determined by dice rolls and charts. Yes, he mentioned that before. So we are going to put down here, dice rolling determines more. Would that be correct, Wooly? Dice rolling mattered more. Is this true? Like it's about number crunching. Like your numbers mattered. Heavily depends on the game master, says Shoal. Wait a minute, who's Shoal? But hello, Shoal. Google already milk your data enough to pay them more. Oh my gosh. Tab. Tab is going undercover. But very smart, Tab. Very, very smart. But it's too late. I already know that you can be my hero, right, baby? Anyway. Can we say, though, that dice rolling determines more, Wooly? And Shoal? And Ruzi? And then we will say up here, this is more loosey-goosey. Could we say that? Like this new D&D? So let's put up here new RPG. New RPG. Is it more loosey-goosey? Like it will depend more. Let's say maybe it's not loosey-goosey, but more dependent on character. Okay, so he's not being super tight, but he's talking about a very specific approach to it. Right. An old rule on the same master. A game master will cheat. This is no mean for us to cheat, but to move the game. So a 20 doesn't mean you'll override the story, but how? Okay, so in my experience playing D&D 5e, let's say I rolled, there were certain parts of Icewind Dale, from what I understand, if my rogue hadn't rolled a dex, I wouldn't have crossed the rope. And then I wouldn't have touched the crystal skull, and then I wouldn't have been infected with a mind flayer. But is it suggesting that even if I rolled poorly, I would have crossed, but I would have just crossed poorly? Is that what's being said? Urbanski is utterly opposed to cheating. It makes the world unreal. Okay, so he is very much no fudging. Okay, we're putting under here parser bro. And up here, I'm going to put ERP degen. And break it down further. Female brain. This is going to make me sound sexist, but hang in there, chat. Male brain. I actually don't think this has anything to do with education. Might play a part. Attention spans might play a part. Maybe wokeism might play a part. I don't think postmodernity plays a part. Only tangentially. I literally think that D&D 5e is an expression of female interests and skewing, once again entering a male-brained space that was focusing on number crunching. Am I somewhere on this beaten track? Am I making sense here? Yes, we actually experienced that, Ruzi. Yeah, and apparently, like, if we failed, there were certain parts we couldn't go to at all. Okay, so Shoal can't speak much because he's into Pathfinder. Yeah, a lot of the people I knew were into Pathfinder, not D&D 5e. Pathfinder is a bit more... Let's just say we were rolling for wind in a cave at one point. Ruzi, do you know how there was like 7 towns in Icewind Dale? Because our group decided not to push the sled dogs super hard, I think 5 to 6 of the 7 towns were decimated by the dragon because animal cruelty. My group was wildin'. That's all I'm gonna say. It was an interesting one. Okay, so Wooly, there was an attempt to appeal to the mythical wider audience. Okay, so let's put down here. Let's change this to casuals. And then we'll change this here to hardcore. How about that? We'll take the gender stuff out. But my guess is that the casuals are more linear and story focused. And probably exemplify female energy in a male space. Because I think that these no fudging parsers are like parsers. Like, this is the same brain that doesn't want to fudge dice rolls is probably the same brain that's running a parse in an MMO. It's the same interests. The same personalities. Have I played a lot of D&D? No. I've run in maybe 2 or 3 campaigns, only one of them completed. It took us 2 years. Well, let's not say 2 years. Let's say a year and a half. There was a 6-month break in between. It was a thing. It was a thing. Let's just say that. We were running D&D 5e. I was running a half-elf rogue with a bow. And she was a stone-cold bish who got infected with mind flayers and ended up bleeding out of her eyes and would have died. Yeah, it was a whole thing. So, okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going, and let's see if my theory keeps progressing.
Are a very inferior form of substitute creation, let's say. Whereas make-believe is a very powerful form of substitute creation. It lets people get into realness, right? Like you can make believe so hard that you think you're there, right? That's the difference.
Once again, I've made believe so hard in a book that the characters were so real to me that I went downstairs and I told my mother that 2 characters had a baby. And by the way, in case you're wondering, oh, this is like, 16-year-old Chieko. No, I was in my 20s. I was in my 20s. Yeah, Pathfinder. If you love parsing, play Pathfinder. We had a hunter who had a roll for wind in a cave. It was wild. It was very interesting. However, if you're going to ask me what requires more creative make-believe juice, daydreaming or reading a novel, obviously daydreaming because I'm making shit up completely. So when I say daydreaming, by the way, I'm not talking about, oh, I'm going to do this and I'm talking about full-fledged stories in my brain that will often take years to complete, like a saga, or for like 2 years I will regurgitate a specific world and specific characters within that world in multiple variations. So my daydreaming life, it's not maladaptive, not yet, knock on wood. But I can easily spend at least on in more healthier mental periods, I'll only spend like half an hour to an hour. But in unhealthy periods, I've spent like 2 to 5 hours daydreaming, like living stories in my head. And those stories are linear and they feel very real. But for some people, for some people's brain, the only way to achieve realism, remember, we're coming back to realism. Loosey-goosey. Not needed to be real. See where I'm going with this? This is obvious. There's links. It's a personality thing. Maybe a male-female brain thing. But we'll see.
Okay, one is much older, right? Make-believe has been around since we were human.
Well, yeah, and that's what led to... Anyway, let's keep going.
The novel is called the novel because it is novel. It's new, right? It was only invented around the 1700s, and so far I'm still convinced it was mostly a bad idea. There are some very good novels, of course, but still mostly it's been very damaging to society that the novel is the central form of literature over and above mythology or chronicle or religious text, you know?
I do agree, but I don't agree that novels have to be linked specifically to something separate. Obviously, fantasy, for example, was an attempt to bring the mythological into the novel space. I'm like low-key, heavy breathing, like that, like that cat gif. This guy's like triggering me a little bit. But I will take his point that modern storytelling is a problem. Modern storytelling is a problem. But modern storytelling, FYI, was largely determined by male interests for quite some time, although female interests obviously were percolating in the corner for centuries, but they were shit on for having their interests. And modern storytelling is more linked into this. Actually, because it's, if you look at narrative writing leans into realism. So narrative writing is a form of writing that's taught to, like, I teach narrative writing on the side as ESL teacher, right? This is narrative writing. Narrative writing is here. Psychological truth. Okay. And then up here, once again, this also will include as well some forms of narrative writing, but it is more of a personal perspective. And of course, once again, this kind of realism, right? So this kind of realism has been affecting writing for a while now. Okay, OSR is not perpetuating myth, necessarily. It's perpetuating people's experiences, which is very individual. We live the stories in our head. It's just that we think there's only one story and that it's always been real. Are you talking about your own life? Okay, I'll let him speak some more. Let's hear him out. But I will take his point. We're going to put down that mythology and religious texts have taken a shitter. And yes, it has taken a hit, but it wasn't just novels that did that. Far from it. Darwinism did that. Marxism did that. A few couple wars, people being disenfranchised did that. Novels did not do that.
So it's not good. It's not good for people. So this is the thing. When you're role playing, you are not telling a story. Okay.
No.
You are playing make believe, and to play make believe, you have to enter a real make believe world. All right.
Yeah.
There's this flawed understanding of RPGs that has been brought on by theater kids, actors, and failed novelists, that RPGs are meant to create story. They're not. RPGs were originally a type of make-believe that, well, they were derived. Let's start with where they come from. They come from war games, right? War games were a type of make-believe.
And there we go. It's a gendered thing. It's a thing. Okay, let's keep going.
They were a tactical simulation, a very serious type, right? I mean, originally, Kriegspiel and so on was being used to train actual military men, And so the idea was a make-believe that did not tell a story. The last thing they wanted was a story. They wanted a simulation of the real world, a make-believe of the real world where they could see how effective somebody would be in command of a force of an army, or how effective that army.
I think this would have been particularly powerful and empowering to men in a time period when they felt very disempowered. This is equivalent to men playing video games and feeling like they've achieved something, because in the video game they achieved something, but in real life they have not achieved something. And this has caused pay-to-win stuff to be extremely horrific to these kinds of men, particularly, and I'm labeling men because men are part of this particular fantasy, where like they, how can I say this? Pay-to-win creeping in actually takes away the male feeling that I can have agency in this world. Instead, it's people who have money have agency in this world. And that's why pay-to-win is actually really disgusting. But anyway, let's keep going.
Army would be in a type of situation in a battle. Okay? It's not to tell a story, but to simulate a real-world situation. Now, notice, by the way, a lot of today, well, as I'm filming this, I believe it's still Memorial Day, and a lot of soldiers tell war stories, right? But you wouldn't say, oh, well, the reason there's a war is so that we can make up stories, right? That's not how it goes, right? That is not the point of war. The point of war isn't to make a story. The point of war is some terrible thing has happened and it has to be fought, and then, after the war is over, old soldiers have stories. They have war stories, right? So the original...
Or we have stories about the war to make sense of the war. That also will happen.
Context of the war game was not meant to tell a story, but to simulate a real-life situation, that is to say, a battle. D&D expands this into an entire world. They're simulating a world. Although really, originally, it was, at the very start, it was like you were simulating a multi-level environment that had challenges and monsters in it, right? A scenario, right? A quest, let's say. But it very quickly grew to simulate an entire world, right? The campaign setting. So when this is being done right, a D&D game is not a novel. It is a real world. It becomes a real world. And the more you play it, the more real it becomes. Just like that is the power of make-believe, right? A novel, you can love a novel. You can be like obsessed with a novel. There are lots of people that get obsessed with novels, right? And it's been going on for a long time. I mean, there were literally thousands of teenagers that killed themselves after Goethe's novel, Young Werner. So, this has been going on a long time, right? But it doesn't become more real, right? It becomes more intense for you, something you're more connected to, but it's not real, and you don't start people don't generally start imagining themselves in it. They might imagine lessons from it that they apply to their real world, sometimes well and sometimes badly, but they will, they'll still understand that that's just a story, right? But when you're playing make-believe, if you go deep enough, you forget. There's a moment where you slip out, and suddenly that world is the real world, and the world that you come from is far away.
Okay, so I made a mistake one time of no-lifing Keys to the Kingdom, which is a series of 7 books, and I no-lifed, I think, 5 of them over the course of a weekend. I was in China at the time, and after spending, I want to say, 48 hours of reading and subsuming myself to the point where I forgot to eat, drink, or go to the washroom, I stumbled out of my apartment and I looked around, and it was like the wildest out-of-body experience. Like I wasn't even me anymore. So I've actually experienced this reading books. But once again, I can achieve a certain state, mental state, a suspension, to the point where I am not me anymore. But I recognize that it's very possible that there are people out there who are unable to achieve that. Good night. Good night, party. Rest well. I'll see you on Wednesday. Well, I'll see you probably before then, like in terms of typing, but yeah. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe it depends on the person who's engaging with the material. That's my takeaway from this, is I think this person, I think this person is experiencing something better through one mode, and he's unable to understand how other people might be experiencing it in another mode. But he's not wrong entirely, in the sense that there are going to be people who are not going to feel like it's real until they're living in it. Yeah. It's not going to feel real until they feel like they're in it. But once again, it also might be because I don't feel real or like I'm living in it in the real world. Like when I'm at a party or when I'm with people, I don't feel like I'm there, if that makes sense. So for me, once again, this might be my brain problem, right? And the same thing happened to me when I was playing Elden Ring. I felt a serious disconnect because I don't engage with things around me the same way that other people do.
That world is the real world, and the world that you come from is far away, okay? And that is how you end up creating a real world in a context of this. It's a world not of a novel. In novels, worlds and the people that are in them exist only to serve the plot the author has decided, right? A world in a novel is a flat world. It doesn't matter how great you think it, how much lore you toss on top of it, like some of these masters of shoveling lore, like, Tolkien or George R.R. Martin or something like that. They put in a lot of lore. It seems really neat. It seems really realistic. But at the end of the day, Westeros only exists to tell the story Martin wanted to tell. And when that story isn't being told, it doesn't exist. There's nothing.
He has not. Once again, he is limiting what the readers can do with the material after the material is written. And I have to disagree with him there, once again. Because there's very, very clearly a way for many people to revisit and remake certain things for themselves and make it alive for themselves beyond simply just reading the book. So, yeah.
Thing to it, right? It's a shell. It's a Potemkin village, we call it. Potemkin village was, there's this guy, the Empress of Russia was coming to supervise his territory that he was controlling, and he decided, he knew that she expected great reforms, right? And so he decided to put in the fronts of all the houses, as her carriage passed by, these beautiful fancy facades in front of all of everything. He would have, you know, a couple of, you know, a group of fat cows, and then he'd like have them quickly move to other places where she would be, so it would look like the cows were fat everywhere, right? She'd have well-dressed peasants that would smile and wave at her, but were, you know, they're actually just the same group of well-dressed peasants, stuff like that, right? He did his whole facade to convince her that the area that he was supervising had what was very prosperous, when in fact it was a miserable hovel of a place, right? And
oh my lord!
Because it gives me more time to build my.
Oh my gosh!
I'm all about it.
Novel worlds are that. They're Potemkin villages. They have no real substance. Okay. In an RPG, though, there isn't supposed to...
Depends on how you define substance, and depends on how you value what you define as substance.
To be a decided plot. In your life, there isn't a decided plot, right? You don't have, like, you don't say, I'm alive to be a story, right? And my story, by the way, is this, right?
Well, he's not been in my brain, but...
That's not how it works. You're alive. The story will be what's left after you're gone, right? That's what the story is, right? The story only gets made from you living in a world that does not have your story, right? So you're not supposed to. The idea is you're not supposed to front load the story. The DM isn't supposed to be the one that creates a story, right? If there was a story, if there was a decided plot, then we wouldn't roll dice when we play. If we did roll dice, then it would be either because we're really bad at playing the world, or because the dice don't actually mean anything because the plot has already been decided, right? So either if you're saying, okay, no, RPGs have story, right? But you're rolling dice to determine events. Either those events cannot mean anything, right? Because the story's already been decided. Or you have a really shitty system of telling stories, because the randomness of the dice will not create an effective story. It'll create but what random dice are really good at creating is effective, real-world, unexpected events. It doesn't. There's no way that the dice will know what is the best result for advancing a plot line, but they will always know what is the best probability, if you fed in the right probability factors, of whether someone will get stabbed or not, right? And they...
This is a fair point. If you're going to have dice rolling, there has to be a level of randomness. But if there's a level of randomness, then the story won't make sense. That is a fair point. So fundamentally, if you're looking at TTRPGs specifically, we could say that TTRPGs, in the style that he prefers, which is the OSR style, is going to make the dice mean something. Let's put here, dice means something. Yeah, actually, I've already put it up there. Dice rolling determines more. Let's say means something. Up here, it's more dependent on character. Dice means flavor, right? So yeah. So I understand in some ways what he's arguing. What he is arguing makes sense. No, Sim, what he's trying to say is, if we're going to go with dice, we have to rethink what makes a good story, because totally randomized story will probably not make sense unless somehow it's like an AI type galaxy brain GM. The chances of completely randomized stories being like completely procedurally generated rooms in a roguelite can become repetitive or weird. And so you could see here where he has a point in the sense that TTRPGs fundamentally or foundationally with this OSR approach, it makes more sense on a logical scale because the dice is intended for you to navigate the world. It is not flavor. This has the, let's say, the simulacrum of choice. And this has choice. Real choice. Now, what I dislike about what this person is doing is how he has, from the way he's verbalizing his words, he appears to be valuating one thing over another. That to me is a problem. But is it a problem to point out that it doesn't make sense to have dice in a story that is on rails? Kind of, yeah. I can see his point there.
But they will always know what is the best probability, if you fed in the right probability factors, of whether someone will get stabbed or not, right? And they don't know if that guy getting stabbed is useful or bad to the plot, right? That's why if you have like this masterful plot that's based on the one halfling in your party, and then that halfling gets stabbed by a goblin for 3 points of damage and dies, then you've screwed your whole story, right? So the dice are useless for telling stories. And our game is a game that uses dice because it's not a game for telling stories. It's a game for simulating a world. It's really good at simulating a world because it means nobody, not the DM, not the players, nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. Unless the DM cheats by actually making all dice rolls mean nothing. Okay, so the DM being a storyteller is directly opposite to what actually functions in the mechanics of playing a game. A DM is not supposed to be an author. A DM is supposed to be God, but not like a petty, vengeful Zeus-type God that interferes with or tries to thwart the characters. It's not an oppositional game where it's him versus you, right? And nor is he the Presbyterian God that has already decided everything that's going to happen since before the creation of the world, and all of you are just helpless puppets of him, right? He is the correct one that he is the deist God, the Masonic clockmaker God, right? The God whose job was to create the world, and he did all the work at the beginning, right? Before.
Dicey mentioning predestination. Scottish Presbyterians have done so much damage to people's understanding of predestination. It's really depressing. But anyway, let's keep going. I will agree as well that DMs, so here, let's put down here, danger of DM entering God mode more easily. Whereas down here, it is limiting DM ideally, limiting it more. Now, is it possible for DMs in either groups to become corrupt and to shift things? Absolutely. But it seems like this system is being made to reduce the DM doing shit. Whereas this system up here is intended to kind of like, what's the word? This system it could lean more into that. Yeah. Well, anyway.
The main character shows up, right? Before the man arrives, right? He built it all, took him, if he's really good, maybe it takes him 7 days or 6 days, really. He'll rest on the 7th and everything. But most people, it'll take them 40 days or longer, but eventually they make a setting, right? And they make a campaign context, right? Which is the events that are happening. They build a timeline. And they then, when they're playing, the clockmaker god just keeps it running. His job is to keep that world running. And even he isn't sure what's going to happen. Because his story is only based, anything that happens, anything that clockmaker god does, is based on reacting to the PC's choices and the well-structured kind of random tables you will get in an RPG pundit quality level of book. So if you've made the right kind of random tables, then it becomes very, very easy to not have to make a plot in your games. Right? Random generators can do that for you. And I have gotten to the point where it's become like an art form in my games, I think, because both my Sword and Caravan campaign and my Baptism of Fire campaign, I don't know what's going to happen in any of them. I mean, there's a timeline, right, obviously, which is the historical timeline of events in the big scale. But in terms of my player characters, I don't do any prep at all, right? Like, there are basically none. They're going places, and I'm reacting to what they're doing, and I'm using the tables that are in Sword and Caravan and Baptism of Fire. And there are similar types of tables in Arrows of Indra, but obviously I was like...
Okay, so there is a larger story at play. Larger stories at play that can be missed versus can't avoid the story unless you try. Okay. Can't avoid the story unless you try. Danger. Feels pointless because no real choice. Danger. Feels pointless because may miss on bigger events. So there was a game that I recall within the Skyrim world. Was it called Daggerfall? Is it this? I think it was this one. So in this one, things are going on around you. And you can miss out on 3/4 of bullshit going on. And you might not see so much happening because there's so much time-sensitive stuff that's just going on around you. And yeah, that this game, I think, is operating in the sense that you can miss certain stories because you're living in a world. But the problem with it is that you could miss out on cool events because you don't know. And you know what happens in video games where you miss out on events because you didn't know? What do players do? This leads to min-maxing playthroughs to achieve the missed moments or bosses. Video games. And this leads to players not replaying certain games because no replay value. Video games. Yeah. Exactly, Wooly. So here's my point. This guy is correct. Dice rolling is supposed to be meaningful. Otherwise, why the fuck are you rolling dice? And I got that feeling when I was playing D&D 5e. What's the point? I was so checked out. I was playing a city, artistic city, world, hex, building sim game at the same time as I was supposed to be role-playing. By the way, this was all online as well. That's another thing. I feel like these kinds of things probably work better in person. But holy shit, I did not give two flying fucks about anything. But why? Why? And part of it was because I felt like my players, the players I was working with, was leaning more into not the parsing part, not the dice rolling part for sure, but definitely, although they were min-maxing some of their builds. Like this one player had min-maxed the builds to such an insane degree. Like I was just like, wow, I was not even thinking about my class that way, right? I barely understood how to roll. So anyhow, so there was a parser bro in there who you know, the DM would bring out a Yeti and they'd be like, okay, so I'm this class and I rolled this and then I'm going to add this stat on, but I have this gear, so that's that stat on. But then I just rolled Bardic Inspiration, so I have that stat on. And like, I was just sitting there going, oh. So that happened. And then at the same time, they were just running around living their best life in this world. And I did not care. Like I just didn't like anything going on. And part of it was some of the stuff in here. It just didn't grab me. Like it just didn't grab me. However, if you are going to be rolling dice, why roll dice if the dice don't matter? So I understand this person's point of view. Why even have dice if dice doesn't matter? So I understand this guy so far. I'm getting where he's going, and I understand why Wooly brought this to my attention, because this is coming into play with FromSoft and World of Warcraft. Online D&D is like decaffeinated espresso or non-alcoholic beer. Yes, Wooly. I want to do it in person. I want to see if I can divorce myself from my body and enter a flow state while socializing with people. Chances are pretty nil. Let's all be real here. Let's all be real. But I want to try, right? I do want to try this. I want to have a good group. Chieko be my DM teacher. I have never DM'd Anxious. I can't help you. But Ruzi has. Wooly, have you DM'd? Wooly, have you DM'd? We got someone here who is yeah. I don't know how I could be your help, Anxious. I'm responding here from a certain place. And all I can say is this guy is right. If we're rolling dice, the dice have to matter. The danger is that people, if this is applied to a video game and you're having an experiential experience, I'm sorry, humans going to human. They're going to fucking min-max their playthrough because they don't want to miss out on that one boss. So it's not going to be real in a video game, whether you like it or not. The closest to reality would be in a live tabletop RPG where this bro would presumably be creating such a free world that you can't just go back and do another playthrough and min-max to get to that boss. Because from the sounds of it, this guy does RNG to a whole new level. So it reminds me of this game, Daggerfall, where you could play large portions of the game and not see certain things. Because this world was living on its own outside of you. You just happened to be in it. This is what I understand. This is what I understand. Like, this would be equal to that, I think. Tomorrow, I'll run D&D online for the first time. But it's not absolute shit compared to in person. I hope for you, too, that it goes well. Tabletop is better in person, just like TCGS. I'm not sure what TCGS is, Ben, but maybe you can share that? Like ReZero, the single protagonist is unlikely to single-handedly change large political movements. Yeah, that's not realistic. But on the other hand, do I want realism? Like, do I want more realism? And the answer is, I think a certain subsection of people want more realism. They want to go in, they want to have a real challenge, and they want to overcome that challenge, and then they want to go home and they want to feel like they accomplished something when they only really accomplished a second life. So that's me being salty. That's me being very, very mean. I should not be mean. But you can see these people happening in WoW too, or Final Fantasy XIV, or any MMO really. But it is an experience. And just because we're escaping to an experience doesn't mean it's bad. I should not be mean. That was very mean. My apologies, chat. Okay, let's keep
12
watching.
years ago, so it's a lot. They're a lot less sophisticated, but the core of them, like Arizona, has a really good dungeon or underground generation system because the underworld is a big deal in that game, right? So they're really good at that, but they don't have as good like random encounter tables. They do have them, but it does have it. But I wasn't as good back then as I am now. But in Sword and Caravan, in Baptism of Fire, those tables are all I need, right? And when it's an actual play, I told you before that my Sword and Caravan players had this impression that somehow I had a storyline, right? I'm like, no, I'm just, everything that's going on is just the reactions of the random tables as you travel or as you go places or where you enter, where you meet with groups that generate what those groups are and what's going on and what's happening. Or your own actions, right? I'm not doing anything. I don't have any plan, right? It's just going along. And it goes along so good that it seems almost like a novel, right? And that's how you actually get to that peak experience. You know, it's not a novel. It's actually the real world, but the real world ends up being more exciting. History has always been, to me, more exciting than literature.
Male brain. Boys. The reason why boys right now are flagging in schools is because boy interests are not being catered to in our current educational system. Everyone knows it. Christina Hoff Sommers. Male brain. Female brain. Period. What happened was a male brain space was hijacked by female brain. Okay. Now, does this mean I hate female brain? Obviously not. I am actually, surprise, surprise, I'm a female. So I do enjoy female brain shit, but I don't enjoy a male space being decimated by female interest to the point where apparently this is becoming like a fringe thing. And apparently these OSR people are now having to explain to people, hey, by the way, we have an experience that's totally new and fresh, and you can enjoy it too. And let's put down here, history, linked to history. And we'll put up here, linked to literature. It's not even the teachers are sexist. The education is sexist. I highly recommend reading The Battle for Boys by Christina Hoff Sommers. Yeah. Even if you go against the odds and change larger events, being on a larger scale, it would be easier to adjust the narrative. All my friends ask me to be their DM because they want to play a pen and paper RPG for the first time, but I'm clueless. Anxious, if you're in our Discord, reach out to folks in general or in game chat and see if you can get folks to help you. If you're rewriting major narratives, it's not so complicated that you need to work with millions of variables. It's all on a different scale. I'm not sure where you're going with your thoughts, Sim. Maybe you could try to clarify it for me. BG3. I haven't played enough of BG3 right now. But whenever I play anything by Larian Studios, I always get the feeling I'm missing something and I start like freaking out. So I am one of those people who will min-max the shit out of a story because I want to enjoy the story I want to enjoy. I don't want to accidentally have a story that is shit and then I'll feel like I wasted my time. I am actually one of these people here who actually feel like, oh, I missed out on something. Because I was just going along. Like I am one of those people. This is where I would go. Because I would come out like, what if I go into this and I end up having a terrible time? And I feel like I've wasted my time just wandering around a world. Like it actually, like it would bother me as like on a personality level. It would actually significantly bother me. I'll give a case in point. My best friend comes to me and says, "We're doing a surprise for you, a surprise birthday." She said, "Oh, we're going to be running your birthday party for you." And I said, "Oh, what's it about? Because we used to run themed birthday parties, okay? She was like, I'm not telling you, it's a surprise. So my best friend would not tell me what my birthday theme was about, although up to that date, we had always told each other what our themes would be about. They decided not to tell me, and I freaked out for like 2 to 3 weeks. Like, I'm a control freak. Like, I am an extreme control freak. Now, I keep it on the DL. I keep it under a lid. I keep it locked up, but every now and then... like, there's a reason why my body literally breaks out into, like, eczema or whatever. It's because, like, I'm freaking out, right? But I can't emote the freaking out. I don't slam doors. I don't yell. I don't actually swear. Like, obviously, I swear on stream, but I actually don't show emotion. So my body has to do it for me to be like, hey, you're freaked out about something. Anyway, so I was freaking out because I couldn't handle not knowing. And then she said to me, why are you freaking out? I said, what if I don't like it? She said, we know who you are. Trust us. And I was, and I think it's part of who I am. It's like, I just couldn't trust them to take care of me. And of course it was totally fine. I totally had a great time, but holy moly. So this is what I'm saying. It's like, if you have a personality that is afraid of taking chances, this is going to bother you. Like, there's nothing fun about experiencing something if you feel like you're missing out somewhere else. Now, to some people, that's part of the fun, but to other people, this is not part of the fun. There's no fantasy here. So, yeah. The YouTube video guy is talking about a narrative that's affected by random events is meaningless or is cheating to be on rails. I'm arguing against that. Yeah, I think he's coming from a very specific space. And he is battling a wave, a tsunami that is overcoming him. And unfortunately, he is making some statements that are a bit extreme. But do I take his point? And can we say that dice rolling is useless to a certain degree if it doesn't really matter, if it's just flavor? And so then here's the question. Is the experience that you have playing Final Fantasy XIV less than the experience that you have playing Elden Ring? And to me, I think it is largely determined by what headspace you are in. Right? It really depends. And I am very loath to make one definition or another. I don't want to do that. But he is making some good points.
You know, that the unexpectedness of history, which some very good novelists catch. Right? Like, one of the reasons people really like George R.R. Martin is because he understood how from real history, right, like from the War of the Roses and other moments, you can have, instead of a novel, in a novel, the good guy goes through struggle, but you know he's going to get out of it because he's the hero. And then he ends up, like, winning the day, right? But in real life, there were tons of guys who were like the hero, and they're doing really, really great, and everything's going fantastic for them. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, they die, right? From the plague, or they get shot by someone, or they just get really unlucky in one battle, and then they get decapitated, and that's the end of them. And you're like, fuck.
He's praising George R.R. Martin because it's more realistic. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
I thought this guy was going to be king, you know, but he isn't. Richard of York, sorry. You know, that's how it goes. And that makes it way more interesting in many ways. So yeah, what I'm saying is that with that attitude of the DM and with the, then you can understand the difference between the idea of RPGs being to make a story, and the direct opposite of that is the Clockmaker God DM.
Journey to the East in Final Fantasy XIV Stormlight.
Okay, chat.
Now included in the free trial.
If I make enough,
if
I make enough money in the next few months, I will pay for YouTube Red, because this is crazy.
I have a story. He has.
I don't know how many ads, you know, like Asmongold keeps shilling for YouTube to have tons of ads. He clearly does not have as many ads as I do.
It's a very richly generated world, right? The world is full of stuff, full of people, full of factions, if you want to use that term. I know factions is a cool term these days. It's what the kids are saying, right? But you have a whole bunch of random generators, and you are reacting to the events that are natural to the timeline of the setting, the actions of the player characters, and the random results of those tables. And if you do that, then suddenly the world becomes a real world. It becomes a virtual reality world, let's call it that way, right? So as far as story is concerned, much like fishing or golf or war, in RPGs, story is something you just tell after the game has ended. It's not the point. The point is way deeper and more powerful and more important. The point is to create a living world with people and wonders in it, and for the players to enter the mind of one of those people, living that world through their eyes. Right? That is why it is better, not just different or first, but objectively a better experience than the experience of just being in a goddamn story game.
Have you ever talked with somebody who has come out of a D&D campaign and they talked about their character and who their character was and what their character did? Have you ever talked with someone who was talking about stuff like that? Have you ever do you have ad block? I used to, Anxious. I used to, and then I didn't. I used to run Brave. And then my hard drive died. I wiped everything, and I haven't set up certain things again. I should just go seek out an ad block. I really should. Yeah. Okay, so Sim has experienced this. Anyone else here in chat? Yeah. See, this is my problem. He just said something that is very crucial, all right? The story is told after the campaign. My response, this is going to be really harsh. Is chat bracing themselves? Who gives a shit? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am a terrible person, but I'm also not sorry because but I mean, who gives a shit about the story-based narratives? If the story, okay, let's say over here, if story bad, who gives a shit? Okay, how about that? But honestly, I cannot handle small talk IRL. Do you know what's even worse than small talk? What's worse than small talk is someone talking about their character in heavy detail for ages on end. It's almost as bad. What is worse? What is worse? Someone talking about their half-elf... Okay, here's a real question. Would Chieko prefer hearing someone talk about their baby and child labor story, or would she want to hear about someone's half-elf in some fictional world and their stats? I'm thinking about this. You know what? I'm going to go with the half-elf with the stats. There's nothing worse, I think, than people talking about their children. But I hate to break it to this gentleman, but no one I have yet heard has successfully sold me on a story about their campaign after it happened, even with a campaign that had a story. It's a personal experience. It's experiential. Now, every now and then, you're going to have a person, IRL, like Alec Guinness or Stephen Fry or what have you, right? You're going to have these people who are going to sit down. They're going to write an autobiography, or they're going to hire someone, right? Like Elon Musk. They're going to hire a biographer. And the biographer is going to pizzazz that shit up. They're going to pizzazz that shit up, right? They're going to get a ghostwriter. They're going to get a famous writer to pizzazz that shit up. Because ordinarily, unless you're living an extraordinary life, and unless you're able to really sell it as a storyteller, that story is not getting told anywhere. Except to the people who lived it already and are reliving it with you. And is that without value? No, it's not without value. But is it a story that everyone can enjoy? No. No, it's not. Yeah. Oh my lord, Wooly. Of course, but 2BH, there's nothing more mind-numbing than someone else's RPG stories. Yeah, I honestly, hand on my heart, can say that RPG stories can be bad, but you know what's just as bad? Hearing someone talking about their character for half an hour. And then I went out and I had this bow and I had this ability and I had that ability on top of that ability, and then I did that. It would be as bad as someone like describing to you how they beat what's his face, Eric Thonios in whatever Panda Savage. It's like there's a level where you can't take it anymore. I'm nowhere near as obsessed about FF14 as I'm about Elden Ring. I would say the reverse is for me. I am nowhere near as obsessed about Elden Ring as I am about FF14. But once again, I think it has to do with maybe a combination of personality, or it might be focus, or it might be completely gendered. I don't know. Depends on what kind of gamer you are. Yeah, absolutely. Or what person you are. Asma probably has YouTube Premium. I think he runs an ad block, D-Rock. I think he's basically low-key said he runs ad block. What if the larger narrative was just about themes, and even if you derail it, it would be onto a different large theme? You never escape a set of major themes. Yeah, I mean, but themes have to play out in some way, shape, or form as to make sense. I think his definitions are kind of bad. There are some parts where I wish he could flesh it out, but then he's already, I think, struggling with, how can I say it? Not struggling, but he's referring to videos he's already talked about, okay? So clearly, this is something he's been unwrapping over time, similar to what I've been doing. So there is probably other conversations where he has adequately defined things. We're coming in on this video, so he probably already has in his head very clear definitions about what's going on. We simply are just not party to it yet. Record of Lodos War, Dragonlance, and some others or post-campaign stories are pretty good, but I do wonder how much authorial work was needed to smooth out the bumps. Yeah, Wooly, I think this is where perhaps, I think the intersection of bad writing or shitty writing has made, so this situation up here, okay, so up here, right, we got this new RPG where, like, who cares about the dice roll? Who cares about the math, right? It's not really about real consequences, right? There's no consequences. And as a result, I think if you also have lazy writers or people who are not putting in the work, I think it definitely becomes worse than ever, for sure. Absolutely. 110%. Agree. Wooly, be safe as you walk. Well, I mean, Wooly is probably always safe, but Malison is basically a TTRPG wargame that Erickson and Esselmont ran together. I could actually believe that. There's a level, like I said, there's a level of realism to Malison. Yeah, let's put down here Malison, because we're not gonna just link OSR with George R. R. Martin. That's a slap in the face to this world exploration. Okay, we're gonna put the Malison Empire here because this shit is good. All right, this shit is much better than George R. R. Martin. I don't know why he chose George R. R. Martin to talk about realism. Not saying that George R. R. Martin is a bad writer. Like, technically, he's brilliant. Like I said, he knows how to put a sentence together. Holy shit. But that man is a gardener. He's not even an architectural writer. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. What's an example of a story-based narrative? Let's do Wheel of Time, I think. It's probably Wheel of Time. Lord of the Rings feels fairly mythologically driven. Let's put that up here. Lord of the Rings might be in both places. Like, isn't there something in Lord of the Rings where some character is basically replaced for another character? No. Aragorn is not replacing Boromir. Boromir and Aragorn are two different tropes entirely. Two different thematic tropes. Yeah, it's not the same thing at all. Boromir is a representation of new man who fails. But he also kind of morally wins in the end. Whereas Aragorn represents man as he used to be. Aragorn represents the best of human experience. He is literally descended from Numenor, which is he is like 75 years old, but looks like he's probably in his 40s. He ages differently. His lineage has partial elvish blood in it. Aragorn literally represents a dying race of men who represent the peak humanity. Whereas Boromir comes from lower stock, and Boromir represents the weakness of humanity. But does Boromir in the end rise in some way to meet the challenge? Does he die a hero's death? Absolutely. Does Aragorn fill his shoes? Boromir would be lucky to fill in Aragorn's shoes. Yeah, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen in Lord of the Rings. Yeah, it doesn't happen. But could it happen in a story sim? Yes, you could definitely do it. Yeah.
Okay. So, I guess that's everything for today. If you like this video, please share it anywhere you think people will like it or anywhere people will be pissed off. If you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel.
Was I pissed off, chat? What do you think? On a level of 0 to 10, how pissed off do you think I was? I feel like I got to like a level 7 at some points. What do you think?
Channel, hit the like button, and if you want to support me, of course, you can just throw money at me on like Patreon or something, or a super thanks on here. But what I would suggest is pick up all of my books, right? My books, Pundit Presents on Drive-Thru, The Old School Companion 1 and 2, World of the Last Sun, Gonzo Fantasy Companion, Arrows of Indra, Social Encounters, Sword and Caravan, Lion and Dragon, and of course, the incredible bestseller of the year, Baptism of Fire, that has been, I'm pretty sure it's been pretty much the biggest hit this year. I don't know. Maybe there was something that came out like early in January or something that I'm forgetting, but it's done so well, and I'm so happy about it, and thank you to everyone who's purchased it. And you definitely have to check it out if you haven't checked it out yet. But also, if you let's say you don't have the money right now to buy Baptism of Fire, check out on the Red Room web store. All the links, by the way, are in the description below to this video. The Red Room web store, the Pundit Files. Pundit Files 13 should now be out, but I'd be damned if I remember which one it was. It was number 13. I don't know for sure. I think it might be Medieval Authentic Traps, but I'm not certain. But you'll see it. You'll see it. I'll probably put it on. I'll actually put the actual issue, the actual current issue, in the description if it's anything other than the Mendicant. All right. So if not, that means if it's still the Mendicant, that means that this video I put out on Monday, and so check out tomorrow. It'll be a new one because Tuesday is when it comes out. And again, all Pundit Files are just $3.50, and they're all great, so check them out. That's everything for today. Currently smoking. This is
Oh, my favorite part. I love pipe smoke.
Burlington Anniversary Edition. It's very special. It's one of only 50.
I mean, higher chance of getting lip cancer, but smells very nice.
Pipes of its kind. And Argento roots.
Oh my lord.
Over that place.
Cancel. Okay. Alright, chat. Well, thanks to Wooly, we have watched something very interesting. I've learned a lot. Let's talk a little bit about what I've learned. Here's the link. If you really like this guy, you can check him out. He's into RPGs, but into RPGs in a level that I've never ever seen before. And I think what is really fascinating about what he's talking about is he is hearkening to what probably used to be dominant forms of play in the TTRPG world and has since then been pushed to the sidelines. This bro down here says, in before Tolkien bro say it, I'd say Tolkien differs from Martin as Tolkien was more interested in the world and setting he was creating and simply chose to set novels within it. Yeah, Tolkien wrote novels, I think ultimately because of money requirements, like he just needed money, I guess, or something. I forget. Wars aren't fought to give people something to talk about afterwards. No kidding. But, like TTRPGs, they definitely do generate events worth recounting. Yeah. Sure. Particular events in a tabletop campaign may end up becoming a major story within the world that then contribute to a world's lore. So although TTRPGs aren't expressly designed to be story-driven, they will in fact quite often create stories both within and outside a game as byproducts. Okay, so the TTRPGs of the OSR tradition aren't driven by story, but supposedly will create a story, either people talking to each other, or the stories that what the characters do in the world might become a story within the world. And that can also impact the world. So still, that will matter. Let's see what he replies. Yes, RPGs lead to stories in the same way that going hunting, fishing, golfing, or going to war can all lead to stories. The stories being retelling, sometimes honest, sometimes exaggerated, of real events that happen, but they do exist, and they have value. I think the way he verbalized things was unfortunate. That's I think, once again, this is, maybe I'm being nitpicky, but if for me, this is, when you're talking about certain things, I think you need to be thinking about alternatives. I don't know your range. 0 out of 10. I definitely think I was definitely getting heated under the collar, but hopefully I kept my shit together. I like the JRPG trope where you defeat the big bad and then their lieutenant turns into a bigger threat. Yeah, like another JRPG, a JMMORPG. I wonder if a different archetype filling the more superficial goal of a different archetype counts as playing out the larger narrative theme. I guess not. I wonder if a different archetype filling the more superficial goal of a different archetype counts. It depends on what's happening. For example, okay, there is one example of Frodo, who is a Christ-like figure, so that's one archetype, gets captured, right? Sam, the gardener, which is the everyman archetype, takes the ring. And for a moment, Sam becomes a ring bearer. And he has this vision of himself becoming a great gardener and ruling the world as a gardener. But his good-hearted steadfastness helps him overcome the lure of the ring, and he goes in search of Frodo and saves Frodo. Okay. So we can definitely see a case where this everyman archetype transcends his archetype to carry that burden for a temporary period of time, saving the Christ-like archetype, that would be Frodo, and then Frodo continues on to do his mission, which he then fails, technically speaking. I don't know what you were like when you were 10. What was I like when I was in 10? I was an anxious, scared girl. I was never violent. I was never verbally crazy. My mom said that I was even-keeled. I was probably emotionally burned out and traumatized. I don't actually know what I would be at a 10. Oh, I think I do, or close enough. I've been at an 8. I imagined killing someone with chopsticks. Don't ask. But I don't do anything about it. So maybe it's not even very high. It just feels high to me because I'm feeling it, right? I don't know. We're talking about emotions here. It's very hard to qualify emotions, right? Was it Rian Johnson? No, it was a Chinese man eating noodles in an airport. And I had a vision in my head of me killing him. Like a legitimate one. Like, I'm not joking. I killed him in my head. I was out of my mind. I was stressed. In my defense. With the chopsticks, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but I was out of my mind. Like, I was vibrating. I had spent 12 hours sleeping on a suitcase in the airport. So I was a little, and my other luggage had been lost. Yella. Only, I was just angry at that guy, as you can imagine. Chat. So this was very interesting because I think his analysis of why it's happening is a bit off. I'm going to be frank. I don't want to blame women. I don't think women are part of this. But I do think as you enter into a broader casual player, you get to people who don't want to have to deal with creating this kind of RNG world, who these kinds of people just want to enjoy a laid back, right? These are the people who want to play Hogwarts Legacy, who want to play Final Fantasy 14, who want to play, your standard on rails RPG story. They don't want to have to struggle with something like Dragon's Dogma or FromSoft Elden Ring. They don't want to have to struggle with feeling like they've missed out on something. And they certainly don't want to have to struggle with challenge and difficulty. And to a certain degree, just from the way he's talking about it, the fact that he prefers nonfiction, the fact that he wants to parse and crunch numbers and stuff like that, it is very much within a very specific kind of energy space that is not necessarily welcoming to everybody. But on the other hand, do I think that requiring story-based narrative from everything, is that fair? And the answer is no. Now, the next question we got to ask is, should World of Warcraft even attempt? So World of Warcraft is entering its next cycle of stories. Should they even try to aim for a story-based narrative? Or should they maybe just have small stories happening all over the place and you either get there or you don't? Would the player base be molding? I don't know. But yeah, this one is a tough one. To evaluate one over the other, I think is a mistake. A significant mistake. To say that one is more real than the other is also negating people's experiences, which I think is also a mistake. To request that people try out experiential world exploration as a form of story, I think that's fair. I definitely, this makes me want to try to play OSR. I want to see what this is. I want to experience it, and then I'm going to make a judgment on it. Not in terms of, is this good or bad, but in terms of did I enjoy it or did I not, and why not? Or why did I? But in order for me to enjoy OSR, I have to find somebody who is really good. And clearly, if you're going to enjoy this world, you're going to have to do it with a party that you're not going to want to kill every 10 seconds. Yeah. And also there is this sense that your character could die. Am I right in saying that folks like Urbanski, who play OSR type stuff, would just let the characters die? This is a thing, right? Like, it's not real unless the characters die. I have a feeling like it is. So that's another thing. I think some people can get really, really connected to their home sweet home. Oh, hello, Wooly. I hope your walk was well. It's such a short... I guess you don't live very far from your work, Wooly? Yeah, so, but from what I understand, OSR are these people who are playing OSR are very invested in making things feel extremely real. So when your character dies, they stay dead. Like they're dead. There's ways to make 5e lethal as well. Well, I mean, if you had a party like me, clearly. Yes, clearly, you could definitely get into lethal situations. But setting those aside, right? OSR seems to be a bit more hardcore, where decisions are permanent. And this makes me want to experience it and to see whether I would like it. Because I think there are some people who want that, who want to feel that crunch, who want to feel the loss. Whereas there are other people like myself who are already feeling like life sucks. And the last thing we want is to go into a space where we're going to feel like we suck some more. And I think maybe that might be another difference between the new RPG and the OSR. On the other hand, if I'm talking about TTRPGs as new RPGs, I have to say that I didn't much enjoy the story-based narrative either, but it wasn't the story's problem. It was simply like the style of gameplay, the social, heavily social, experiential style gameplay that was happening in the story-based narrative that I experienced. So far, I will have to say, I guess my experience with TTRPGs has not left me with a desire to play more TTRPGs. But if I tried an OSR version, would I get sucked in? I want to know. Yeah, I want to find out whether it is worth it or not, Wooly. Like, I don't know. Yeah. It makes me want to see whether I would enjoy it or not. Like, would I? But what are the chances of finding somebody doing OSR in this area? I think I would have to do it online. Like, I think I would have to look for an OSR group online, right? It does make me get me thinking. Would I like it? So far, if it's like playing FromSoft, I would say it's not. Do you know how this guy was talking about novels and how it's a pain to read? I think for me, FromSoft is like what reading a classic novel is like for bros. It requires a certain muscle. And that means it's not enjoyable to do in my free time. Like, I have to sit down and make myself go through it. But at the same point in time, maybe it would be better with the right kind of group. I just have to find a group online. Time investment. Time investment. Like, is it like a 1.5 year kind of thing, Wooly? Like, is it similar in length to what I went through with Icewind Dale, or is it like is it shorter, or is it longer? Is it longer? Or is it more like you have to sit and think, like you have to sit and have longer sessions? I thought this was very fascinating. Did I agree with everything? No. Do I think he has some good points, though? Yes. And there are some interesting discussions down here as well. Oh, this is an interesting problem. I'm trying to make one of my players get this in my game I'm DMing. He thinks about RPGs in the more game sense, but doesn't treat the world like a living place with random things happening that may hurt or kill him. He treats it more like a video game where he makes a character he gives no crap about and exists to kill monsters. Okay, so this guy, whoever this person's describing, is like extreme end here. I rolled on an encounter table I made, and there was a monster infected with the disease on the road. He got infected with the disease and had issues with it, both giving him lasting side effects and even existing in the first place. The other players, one of who also got infected, thought it was cool, and it turned into a quest to cure it with something they enjoyed. Also, I will say I disagree with your stance on novels. Yeah, okay. Okay, so ignoring that part there, because that much is obvious. This is interesting, because this is a whole other issue, right? Where you got these video game bros who can't even look at the world that they have, which has all of this parsing and stuff in it, but they're not treating it like real life. They're treating it just like something else external to themselves. To get the effect of being submerged into your character takes time. For you, it might take months. Yeah, it might take me months. Yeah. But I guess some people can just enter it at will, perhaps. I think it's not so much, well, yeah, acting is not I cannot act to save my life. It makes me a very bad liar. I have to be very careful if I want to lie to people, so I don't lie often. But, like, it's very, very difficult to be dishonest for me. Because like I can't act. So it like, okay, so my friend came to me and was like, good news. Like I was chosen and I'm able to go overseas and I can teach in Africa. And I was like, oh, that's great. And she stared at me and she was like, this is the best thing ever. This is what you wanted me to do. And I was like, yeah, I'm very happy for you. And because I didn't sound as excited as she did, she like took a personal affront. My problem was like, I was like, yeah, this is great. But like, I didn't react hard enough for her. And my mom was like, why couldn't you have sounded more excited? I was like, I can't. So that's where my problem is. I think I would struggle to act as somebody else. I can do it in my head. I can think of different people in my head, but it's always separate from myself to a certain degree. Yeah, I don't know how good I'd be at that, Wooly. I guess because I'm a writer, I could somehow do it. I'm not sure how it... As long as I didn't overthink it. Maybe if I stopped overthinking it. But I feel like if I chose something too different from myself, it would be a struggle. OMFG, Chieko, I hate that shit. What kind of shit do you hate? Do you hate faking it? Because you don't express emotion normally? Yeah. That was my problem. Apparently. Yeah. React more stronger. And that's why when people in the 14 community went after Noble, I actually got angry. I was like, look, we might all be like semi-emotional vampires, but don't go after Noble just because he's not crying or something. Leave him the fuck alone. Leave him alone, for goodness sake. Okay. Ooh, I'm an author, but I was a game master for over 35 years before I got published. I think the difference between a novel and make-believe is the immersion. Okay. I also think that's why modern RPGs annoy me. They break the immersion by making themselves obviously games as opposed to worlds. While mechanics are necessary for the simulation aspect, when it becomes about the mechanics as opposed to the world, the immersion is lost. What do they mean by mechanics? I wish this person clarified things. Why can't people clarify? Or politics? That's why you hide the mechanic. What is this? What does this mean? What does mechanics mean? Okay, I'm thinking about this in terms of Elden Ring, right? So I'm in Elden Ring. I'm enjoying myself. I'm looking around. I see a tree. I want to go toward that tree. Out of nowhere, this man on a horse fucking attacks me. And I realize I'm not good enough. And now I'm not in the world anymore. What happened? Okay, so, so, Wooly, it's a game, it has mechanics. Yeah, but what kind of mechanics? Okay, because mechanics is just like a general term in gaming. Yeah, what kind of mechanics are we talking here? All games have mechanics. Yes, but are we talking about gameplay mechanics? Or narrative? Okay, there's some missing subtext here. Many modern PMP have narrative mechanics that let a player determine a scene. So the mechanics that are necessary for simulation, which would be choice, take over instead of the world. Sky High, are you new? Have you watched me play Elden Ring on this channel? it's subjective what parts of an experience reminds you that the mechanics exist. Yeah, I wish this person, who is an author and a game master for 35 years, I wish they could have clarified this sentence a bit more, because I would like to think about this in terms of Elden Ring. I think that would be fascinating. But they're talking about modern RPGs. So are we talking about video games, or are we talking about TTRPG games? So that's also interesting. That's an interesting topic, but I'm not sure. New school. You must go through Moria or Caradhras. If you go through Caradhras, you end up going through Moria. Scenes are mainly prepared beforehand. Old school. You can do anything. A group may choose to keep the ring in Rivendell or go by giant eagles or use the ring against Sauron. War games were to train military men through simulation of headquarters, but Bronstein, which was the first role-playing game, was an emergent form of storytelling that came out of wargaming. A person would play the role of a character in the village of Bronstein with motivations and a backstory. Emergent storytelling is just a pseudo-academic term meaning the story arises incidentally. It's neither the goal nor something you're supposed to force into creation. The thing you're actually supposed to do from Brownsteins up to RPGs is to play the world. Any story that emerges are just the post-game byproduct of that. And then I don't think it means the story arises incidentally to the game, but emerges from the gameplay itself. The actions of the players, including the GM, make a story. The GM doesn't tell the players a story in which PC actions are superficial to the story. The whole thing with Brownstein was for people to play the role of a character, and dice mechanics were used for interactions that couldn't be resolved through conversation. A whole bunch of players played characters in the same town in which the characters were all the same from session to session, but the story that emerged from play could be wildly different. Fascinating. That would be fascinating. Very interesting. Once again, you would have to really want to you would have to really want to sit and conversate with people, I think. And I think in its most negative form, this here results in pulp fiction, and it results in George R. R. Martin type of realism, shoddy realism. That relies on cheap tricks to make it seem real. Up here, at its worst, we get Acolyte. Sky High, I've never watched you, no, just randomly found the stream. Oh, Sky High. Okay, so I'm just going to be very honest with you, Sky High. I'm not a hardcore player. I suck. However, chat was very, very. It's very. How can I say it? Chat was very supportive, and were trying their best to help me enjoy the game, and they gave me tons of tips, and I was doing better. I have not yet gone back. Why haven't I gone back? Because I'm not obsessed. Why am I not obsessed? Because I have no investment. Why do I have no investment? Because my brain simply does not work that way. And for someone else to come in and tell me you're not immersed, right, in a novel, this is where I feel like he's a bit skewed. How he's verbalizing it wasn't as nuanced as I would like. He wasn't qualifying some of his statements the way I would prefer to qualify it. But is he making a point about how a certain space has been railroaded by another certain space. Absolutely. Should he be upset about it? Should he be defending it? Absolutely. I just wish he could have been a little bit more nuanced with how he talked about it. He revealed his blind spot in the same way I reveal my blind spot when I talk about Elden Ring. But guess what, chat? I'm being upfront with you about that blind spot, and I'm working on it, and I'm working on that muscle to appreciate it and to understand what that is doing. Yeah. And it seems like this guy has been around the block and read a bit, so clearly he's been trying out different novels, even though it's a blight on humanity, apparently, since the 1700s. No choice isn't important. It's submersion. Imagine in FF14, if during Haurchefant's death scene you could declare a wandering healer appears, or your blessing of light protects him. Yeah, that would be very bad, because that would take away what the point of the story is intending to say. And there are a lot of people who come from a certain perspective, either story-based or experiential. So this is where I'm trying to suss it out, okay? Who think that a story is better if you could have a wandering healer come in. Whereas I think some things deserve to be told as they are, with whatever limitations that might be part of that. And that has value on its own. So there are people who are sitting there who are saying, I'm a white mage, I could res Haurchefant. And my personal point of view is that's not the point of what that story is trying to tell. But these Andes down here would be those people who would say that. Because in their world, that wouldn't be a thing. Same thing with the Eagles. The whole Eagle question, Lord of the Rings, made worse by Tolkien himself not actually giving a thought about it, probably because he was Catholic, and Catholics, unfortunately, were not as obsessed with certain forms or approaches to theology, right? So a lot of, well, anyway, we're not going to go down the Catholic road, but Tolkien hadn't thought about his Eagles and the Eagle conundrum. So you got a lot of people cracking jokes about the Eagles. But if you think about it from a certain perspective, why the Eagles are not there makes sense. But of course, you're going to get immersion Andes down here who are asking why doesn't it happen? So once again, both of these parties have negative proponents, and both are shitting on each other. And I don't like that. I don't want to shit on Elden Ring for not having a story. That's not fair to Elden Ring, to expect from Elden Ring a story when it's not intended to be a story. And it's not fair to shit on, let's say, not just Final Fantasy XIV, but let's say Dragon Age Origins or whatever. It's not fair to shit on those kinds of stories and be like, they're not real or they're not this or that. It's not fair to shit on either one. Oh my lord, Wooly. I think I could kiss you. Oh my gosh. Sometimes I'm like, Wooly, what are you saying? And then sometimes Wooly says something and it's like he's like a seraphim. Or is it? Yeah, let's go with seraphim. Other games give you luck points, which you can burn for automatic success. Say immersion breaks when mechanics are forced on you. My example would be the constant harassment by dragons in Skyrim, because those ruined my immersion. Yes, I agree, Yella. It's kind of like, oh, fuck, do we have to fucking do it? Ah, here we go again. Same for everything. You make a character you like and build it and grow with the story. The important thing is to me is to make something you can vibe with. Like someone said earlier, you have to connect to your character. It's not about acting, but actually feeling like you become it. Yeah, my issue, Sky High, is that I'm not a social creature, so I think you may not have come in at that part. I have lived a life that's largely cerebral. I daydream on average half an hour to an hour, on bad days 2 hours. And by daydream, I'm not talking like, oh, what am I going to do tomorrow? My blue castle in the sky. I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about highly involved, massively epic fantasies that transform and evolve and mutate over time. And some of these fantasies will take up to 2 to 3 years to burn out of my system. You can almost think of it as like internally memified fantasy worlds that I explore in my head. But you put me in a social situation and ask me to make small talk, even in a fake village, might be hard for me. That's where my struggle is. So I started playing Elden Ring, and my instant response was, there's no story here. What story? What am I experiencing here? I'm just running around dying all the time. Chat told me, well, no, there is a story, but it's in the items. It's in the buildings. You have to look at things with your eyes. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Really? Right? So now I'm coming at it from a whole new perspective. I don't want to shit on Elden Ring. That's unfair to Elden Ring. Holy shit. But at the same point in time, I'm thinking, obviously, there's something going on with FromSoft that is so special. And who is playing FromSoft? I'm sorry. But what biological sex is largely playing FromSoft games? It's the men. Men are. Now, are there ladies taking on the challenge? Absolutely. I'm taking on the challenge. But who really enjoys it? Who's really obsessed with it? It's the guys, right? And it's because it's appealing to a certain psychology, a certain way of perceiving the world. And I think the reason why, earlier we were talking about Acolyte, I think the reason why Acolyte is failing is because people want to have the realism. They want to have this hardcore realism, right? They want to make things nitty gritty in their modern day writing, right? They're trying to simulate reality, but at the same point in time, they're trying to achieve this drama, right? So there's an internal reality. And if they do it poorly, it comes off bad and it affronts this group and it affronts this group. No group is going to enjoy something like the Acolyte because neither group is going to be happy with the Acolyte. I platinumed Elden Ring the month it was released. Holy shit. And I helped my friend's wife with strategies to beat the hardest boss in that game. I was so proud of her when she finally did. I hope to one day beat a boss without anyone's help, Sky High. I am hoping. I think chat will carry me there on their eagle wings. But not like literally in game. I'm trying to do it on my own. And thank you so much for the encouragement as well. I find that a lot of people shit on guys, and there's this meme about gatekeeping in Elden Ring that has, it has had some, there are some people who can be a little harsh, but in general, I think most guys are so supportive of newbies trying out what they love. So Wooly said, the eagles are angels. It's not their job to overcome our sins for us. And that is 110%. The eagles represent the fact that having set the game rules, right? God isn't always going to just pick us up and do everything for us. We have to walk there on our own 2 feet. It's like what Vana does in 14. Henceforth ye shall walk. The whole point is that in the walking, we learn. If we're just flying around, we're not going to learn anything. And if Tolkien sat down and thought about it, I think it would have become very apparent to him. But even Tolkien, right? He made mistakes. He was not a perfect person. He didn't even understand his own story on some level, which is hilarious. It has a story. It's just hidden in the item descriptions, not spoon-fed, yeah. FromSoft games actually have amazing lore, just not spoon-fed. The Dark Souls trilogy has amazing lore. Yeah, that's what I keep getting told. And we've reacted to some lore videos, and I've caught some things sometimes, which was surprising. But there's a lot going on. And if you're a more linear storytelling person, or non-linear, but, you know, non-linear, linear, then it's going to be rough. It's more like a history, yeah. Elden Ring fans, you have to look at the buildings and the item text. WoW fans, it's garbage, don't bother. Yeah, and this is where I'm thinking, like, what if they just did it in the text and in the buildings, like in Elden Ring, and those people who did care would look at that and suss it out, and the ones who don't care can just ignore it and just play the game. And that's where I think, like, it would be interesting if WoW went into that direction instead of trying to go Final Fantasy XIV direction. Maybe it would save a lot of pain for everyone. I got really deep into Bloodborne. Oh, the aesthetics for Bloodborne look gorgeous, but I never played it. Oh wow, Sky High is like platinuming all of these really tough games. Yes, so Sky High, I have very low vigor. Wooly will tell you. They kept telling me, like, oh, you got to get your vigor to 40 at least. So, yeah, I'm playing a Confessor build. And, yeah, let's just say I'm playing a Confessor build with a mace and a wand. I went into intelligence, not faith. Wooly did a faith build. Apparently, Wooly said it's more tough. I went with an intelligence build. I'm gathering spells, but people in chat will level with you. I'm still really beginning. I need to farm Kaled manlets, and I need to get my vigor up. Period. I just need to get my vigor up. Oh no, chat. Oh no. Party is here. Oh shit. My sister is coming to tell me to go to bed. But I won't go to bed, sister. Yeah, I'm still going. I'm still chugging. It's 2 a.m., Missy. Okay, fine. She's so scary. FromSoft games are my faves. Yeah, Sky, I want to find out. Same thing with OSR. I want to experience this. I don't want to trash something. I want to give it a fair shot. And I think it's unfortunate that the OSR community has been pushed to the fringes. And he's making some good points about DICE not making sense. And I have to agree with him on this. So thank you, Wooly, for sharing this. There were some parts of this, obviously, where I had some disagreements, but overall, it is a lot of food for thought and makes me wonder, have I been missing out on a new form of role-playing that I might totally suck at, but I could possibly enjoy? So this means, Wooly, that it is now your job to come up with an OSR campaign that I can play. Right, Wooly? Blink, blink. Wow, imitating Elden Ring. Yeah. The stupid plot is just implied. You can ignore it and keep going. Imagine. Party needs a 2-second account like me named Party Pooper that comes in when Chieko runs too late. I'm not going to lie. Like, I knew that this was going to be trouble. Wooly probably thought, I don't know actually what Wooly thought. What was Wooly thinking, telling me to review a 26-minute video starting at 12 a.m.? Of course it's going to go 2 hours. Of course. This is me. I do tangents. But Sky High, if you want to ever come around again, you can check out the channel. We have live streams on Sunday nights only from 7:30 to... I guess 2 a.m. today. Oh, you're right. I didn't realize Upside. No more. It's about family cinematics. Yes, exactly. Exactly. We could ignore that part and just go straight to gaming and have all of the lore bits in the item descriptions and in other random dialogue that other people can opt into if they want to see it and enjoy it. But otherwise, erase it. Don't try to go the 14 route. Well, it's a talking head video, so there's nothing visual to be distracted with. Ah, Willie, you've underestimated my nitpickiness, right? So, well, at least it was an interesting conversation, and it gave me much food for thought, and it made me realize, like, I have a lot to learn still. There's obviously a whole world out there of people enjoying something, and it was really fun to explore that with everyone tonight. So, let's call it here. I'm really sad because we just had a new bro come in, Sky High. But like I said, I will be on Sunday, not Wednesday, and no videos for a little bit, unfortunately, chat, because there's this book I'm ghostwriting that needs to get done. It needs to get done, and I can do nothing. I have to write. I want to get it done before then. I need to get it done. I got the point as I thought. I definitely got the point. I think your connections were on point, Willie. No, I love you, party. You know I need to be rescued from going down a rabbit hole. But I definitely understood where Bully's coming from, and it is a fair point to make. And I think the fact that only FromSoft appears to be holding this fort down, we need more games to represent these interests, honestly. And yeah. Everyone is pooping on the party pooper. It's okay. Hello, Johnny. We're actually signing off. Sorry, Johnny. But it was lovely chatting with everyone. It was very interesting. I realized that there's a small thing that I might want to cut out of the stream, so it might disappear for a little bit, but I'll put it back up as soon as I fix whatever it was that I won't tell you all about. And then anyone interested can rewatch or whatever. Maybe I should clip some parts of it. I don't know. Because I feel like the Greg Owen react was pretty fire. And then the second part was pretty fire too. But anyway. Okay, everyone. We're going to call it here. We're going to see you next week. What will we do next week? We got so many interesting videos we can cover. And of course, yeah, it could be very, very cool. So rest well, everyone. Yes, take care, everyone. Good night, everyone. And I'll see you all around. For those who are not aware, here is Discord. So if you have not, you can join our Discord where we talk about games and books and writing and learning Japanese and all sorts of fun stuff. Yes, I will definitely, I have it in my tabs for sure, Yala. In fact, I started it, but I haven't finished it. So I'll let you know how it goes. So yeah, there's my Discord again. Feel free to join us, and I'll see you all around. So take care. Until next time.